Chapter 19 of The Marriage of Elinor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Marriage of Elinor by Margaret O. Oliphant. Chapter 19. The next winter was more dreary still and solitary than the first at Windy Hill. The first had been, though it looked so long and dreary as it passed, full of hope of the coming summer, which must, it seemed, bring Elinor back. But now Mrs. Denniston knew exactly what Elinor's coming back meant, and the prospect was less cheering. 3 days in the whole long season, 3 little escapades, giving so very little hope of more sustained intercourse to come. Mrs. Denniston, going over all the circumstances, she had so little else to do but to go over them in her long solitary evenings, came to the conclusion that whatever might happen, she herself would go to town when summer came again. She amused herself with thinking how she would find a little house, quite a small house, as there are so many, in a good situation, where even the most fashionable need not be ashamed to come, and where there would be room enough for Elinor and her husband if they chose to establish themselves there. Mrs. Denniston was of opinion, already expressed, that if mothers-in-law are obnoxious to men, sons-in-law are very frequently so to women, which is a point of view not popularly perceived. And Philip Compton was not sympathetic to her in any point of view. But still she made up her mind to endure him, and even his family, for the sake of Elinor. She planned it all out. It gave a little occupation to the vacant time, how they should have their separate rooms and even meals if that turned out most convenient, how she would interfere with none of their ways, only to have her Elinor under her roof, to have her when the husband was occupied, in the evenings, if there were any evenings that she spent alone, in the mornings, when perhaps Phil got up late, or had engagements of his own, for the moment's freedom when her child should be free. She made up her mind that she would ask no questions, would never interfere with any of their habits, or oppose or put herself between them, only just to have a little of Elinor every day. For it will not be the same thing this year, she said to John, apologetically. They have quite settled down into each other's ways. Philip must see I have no intention of interfering, for the most obdurate opponent of mothers-in-law could not think, could he, John, that I had any desire to put myself between them, or make myself troublesome now? There is no telling, said John, what such asses might think. But Philip is not an ass, and don't you think I have behaved very well, and may give myself this indulgence the second year? I certainly think you will be quite right to come to town, but I should not have them to live with you if I were you. Shouldn't you? It might be a risk, but then I shouldn't do it unless there was room enough to leave them quite free. The thing I am afraid of is that they wouldn't accept. Oh, Phil Compton will accept, said John hurriedly. Why are you so sure? I think often you know more about him than you ever say. I don't know much about him, but I know that a man of uncertain income and not very delicate feelings is generally glad enough to have the expenses of the season taken off him, and even get all the more pleasure out of it when he has his living free. That's not a very elevated view to take of the transaction, John. My dear aunt, I did not think you expected anything very elevated from the Comptons. They are not the sort of family from which one expects. And yet it is the family that my Elinor belongs to. She is a Compton. I did not think of that, said John, a little disconcerted. Then he added, there is no very elevated standard in such matters. Want of money has no law. And of course there are better things involved, for he might be very glad that Elinor should have a mother to go out with her, to stand by when a man might have other engagements. Mrs. Denniston looked at him closely and shook her head. She was not very much reassured by this view of the case. "At all events, I shall try it," she said. Quite early in the year, when she was expecting no such pleasure, she was rewarded for her patience by another flying visit from her child, who this time telegraphed to say she was coming, so that her mother could go and meet her at the station, and thus lose no moment of her visit. Elinor, however, was not in good spirits on this occasion, nor was she in good looks. She told her mother hurriedly that Phil had come up upon business, that he was very much engaged with the new company, getting far more into it than satisfied her. "I am terrified that another catastrophe may come, and that he might share the blame if things were to go wrong," which was by no means a good preface for the mission with which it afterwards appeared Elinor's self was charged. "Phil told me to say to you, Mamma, that if you were not satisfied with any of your investments, he could help you to a good 6 or 7%. She said this with her head turned away, gazing out of the window, contemplating the wintry aspect of the combe with a countenance as cloudy and as little cheerful as itself. There was an outcry on Mrs. Denniston's lips, but fortunately her sympathy with her child was so strong that she felt Elinor's sentiments almost more forcibly than her own, and she managed to answer in a quiet, untroubled voice. "Philip is very kind, my dear, but you know my investments are all settled for me, and I have no will of my own. I get less interest, but then I have less responsibility. Don't you know I belong to the time in which women were not supposed to be good for anything, and consequently I am in the hands of my trustees." "I think he foresaw that, Mother," said Elinor, still with her head averted and her eyes far away. "But he thought you might represent to the trustees that not only would it give you more money, but it would be better in the end for me. Oh, how I hate to have to say this to you, Mamma." How steadily Mrs. Denniston kept her countenance, though her daughter now flung herself upon her shoulder with uncontrollable tears. "My darling, it is quite natural you should say it. You must tell Philip that I fear I am powerless. I will try, but I don't think anything will come of it. I have been glad to be free of the responsibility, and I have never attempted to interfere." "Mother, I am so thankful. I oughtn't to go against him, ought I? But I would not have you take his advice. It is so dreadful not to appear." "My dear, you must try to think that he understands better than you do. Men generally do. You are only a girl, and they are trained more or less to business." "Not Phil. Not Phil." "Well, he must have some capacity for it, some understanding, or they would not want him on those boards. And you cannot have Elinor, for you know nothing about it. To hear you speak of percents makes me laugh." It was a somewhat forlorn kind of laugh, yet the mother executed it finely, and by the subject dropped, and Elinor was turned to talk of other things of which there was a great deal to say, and over which they cried and laughed together as nature bade. In the same evening, the precious evening of which she did not like to waste a moment, Mrs. Denniston unfolded her plan for the season. "I feel that I know exactly the kind of house I want. It will probably be in some quiet, insignificant place, a Chapel Street, or a Queen Street, or a Park Street somewhere, but in a good situation. You shall have the first floor all to yourself to receive your visitors, and if you think that Phil would prefer a separate table—" "Oh, Mamma, Mamma," cried Elinor, clinging to her, kissing passionately her mother's cheek, which was still as soft as a child's. "It is not anything you have told me now that has put this into my head, my darling. I have made it all up in my own mind. Then, you know, when your husband is engaged with those business affairs, in the city, or with his own friends, you would have your mother to fall back upon, Elinor. I should have just the moment's purchase. Don't you see? when you were doing nothing else, when you were wanted for nothing else. I promise you, my darling, I shall never be de trop and would never interfere. Oh, Mamma, Mamma, Elinor cried again as if words failed her. And so they did, for she said scarcely anything more, and evaded any answer. It went to her mother's heart, yet she made her usual excuses for it. Poor child, one so ready to decide, accepting or rejecting with the certainty that no opposition would be made to her will, but now afraid to commit herself, to say anything that her husband would not approve. Well, Mrs. Denniston said to herself, many a young wife is like that, and yet is happy enough. It depends so much on the man. Many a man adores his wife and is very good to her, and yet cannot bear that she should seem to settle anything without consulting his whim. And Philip Compton had never been what might be called an easygoing man. It was right of Elinor to give no answer till she knew what he would like. The dreadful thing was that she expressed no pleasure in her mother's proposal, scarcely looked as if she herself would like it, which was a thing which did give an unquestionable wound. Mamma, she said, as they were driving to the station, not in the pony carriage this time, but in the fly, for the weather was bad. Don't be vexed that I don't say more about your wonderful, your more than kind offer. Kind is scarcely a word to use, Elinor, between you and me. I know, Mamma, and I as good as refuse it, saying nothing. Oh, if I could tell you without telling you. I am so frightened, how can I say it, that you should see things you would not approve. My dear, I am of one generation and you are of another. I am an old woman, and your husband is a young man. But what does that matter? We can agree to differ. I will never thrust myself into his private affairs. And he... Oh, Mother, darling, it is not that, Elinor said. And she went away without any decision. But in a few days there came to Mrs. Denniston a letter from Philip himself, most nobly expressed, saying that Elinor had told him of her mother's kind offer, and that he hastened to accept it with the utmost gratitude and devotion. He had just been wondering, he wrote, how he was to muster all things necessary for Elinor, with the business engagements which were growing upon himself. Nobody could understand better than Nell's good mother how necessary it was that he should neglect no means of securing their position, and he had found that often he would have to leave his darling by herself. But this magnificent, this magnanimous offer on her part would make everything right. Need he say how gratefully he accepted it? Nell and he, being on the spot, would immediately begin looking out for the house, and when they had a list of 3 or 4 to look at, he hoped she would come up to their rooms and select which she liked best. This response took away Mrs. Denniston's breath, for, to tell the truth, she had her own notions as to the house she wanted and as to the time to be spent in town, and would certainly have preferred to manage everything herself. But in this she had to yield, with thankfulness that in the main point she was to have her way. Did she have her way? It is very much to be doubted whether in such a situation of affairs it would have been possible. The house that was decided upon was not one which she would have chosen for herself. Neither would she have taken it from Easter to July. She had meant a less expensive place and a shorter season. But after all, what did that matter for once if it pleased Elinor? The worst of it was that she could not at all satisfy herself that it pleased Elinor. It pleased Philip, there was no doubt, but then it had not been intended except in a very secondary way to please him. And when the racket of the season began, Mrs. Denniston had a good deal to bear. Philip, though he was supposed to be a man of business and employed in the city, got up about noon, which was dreadful to all her orderly country habits. The whole afternoon through there was a perpetual tumult of visitors, who, when by chance she encountered them in the hall or on the stairs, looked at her superciliously as if she were the landlady. The man who opened the door and brushed Philip Compton's clothes and was in his service looked superciliously at her too, and declined to have anything to say to the visitors for downstairs. A noise of laughter and loud talk was distinctly in her ears from noon till late at night. When Philip came home, always much later than his wife, he was in the habit of bringing men with him, whose voices rang through the house after everybody was in bed. To be sure, there were compensations. She had Elinor often for an hour or two in the morning before her husband was up. She had her in the evenings when they were not going out, but these were few. As for Philip, he never dined at home. When he had no engagements, he dined at his club, leaving Elinor with her mother. He gave Mrs. Denniston very little of his company, and when they did meet there was in his manner, too, a sort of reflection of the superciliousness of the smart visitors and the smart servant. She was to him, too, in some degree, the landlady, the old lady downstairs. Elinor, as was natural, redoubled her demonstrations of affection, her excuses and sweet words to make up for this neglect. But all the time there was in her mother's mind that dreadful doubt which assails us when we have committed ourselves to one act or another. Was it wise? Would it not have been better to have denied herself and stayed away? So far as self-denial went, it was more exercised in Curzon Street than it would have been at the cottage, for she had to see many things that displeased her, and to say no word, to guess at the tears, carefully washed away from Elinor's eyes, and to ask no questions, and to see what she could not but feel was the violent career downward, the rush that must lead to a catastrophe, but make no sign. There was one evening when Elinor, not looking well or feeling well, had stayed at home, Philip having a whole long list of engagements in hand. Men's engagements, his wife explained, a stockbroking dinner, an adjournment to somebody's chambers, a prolonged sitting, which meant play and a great deal of wine and other attendant circumstances into which she did not enter. Elinor had no engagement for that night, and was free to be petted and feted by her mother. She was put at her ease in a soft and rich dressing gown, and the prettiest little dinner served, and the room filled with flowers, and everything done that used to be done when she was recovering from some little mock illness, some child's malady, just enough to show how dear above everything was the child to the mother, and with what tender ingenuity the mother could invent new delights for the child. These delights, alas, did not transport Elinor now as they once had done, and yet the repose was sweet, and the comfort of this nearest and dearest friend to lean upon something more than words could say. On this evening, however, in the quiet of those still hours, poor Elinor's heart was opened, or rather her mouth, which on most occasions was closed so firmly. She said suddenly, in the midst of something quite different, "Oh, I wish Philip was not so much engaged with those dreadful city men." "My dear," said Mrs. Denniston, who was thinking of far other things, and then she said, "there surely cannot be much to fear in that respect. He is never in the city. He is never up, my dear, when the city men are doing their work." "Ah," said Elinor, "I don't think that matters. He is in with them all the same." "Well, Elinor, there is no reason that there should be any harm in it. I would much rather he had some real business in hand than be merely a butterfly of fashion. You must not entertain that horror of city men. The kind he knows are different from the kind you know, Mamma." "I suppose everything is different from what it was in my time, but it need not be any worse for that." "Oh, Mother, you are obstinate in thinking well of everything, but sometimes I am so frightened. I feel as if I must do something dreadful myself to precipitate the ruin which nothing I can do will stop." "Elinor, Elinor, this is far too strong language." "Mamma, He wants me to speak to you again. He wants you to give your money. But I've told you already I cannot give it, Elinor. Heaven be praised for that. But he will speak to you himself. He will perhaps try to bully you, Mamma. Elinor, it is horrible what I say. Yes, it is horrible. But I want to warn you. He says things. Nothing that he can say will make me forget that he is your husband, Elinor. Ah, but don't think too much of that, Mamma. Think that he doesn't know what he is doing. Poor Phil. Oh, poor Phil. He is hurried on by these people, and then it will break up, and the poor people will be ruined, and they will upbraid him, and yet he will not be a whit the better. He does not get any of the profit. I can see it all as clear, and there are so many other things. Mrs. Denniston's heart sank in her breast, for she too knew what were the other things. We must have patience, she said. He is in his heyday, full of high spirits, and thinking everything he touches must go right. He will steady down in time. Oh, I am not complaining, cried Elinor, hurriedly dashing her tears away. If you were not a dreadfully good mamma, if you would grumble sometimes and find fault, that I might defend him. It is the sight of you there, seeing everything and not saying a word that is too much for me. Then I will grumble, Elinor. I will even say something to him for our own credit. He should not come in so late. At least when he comes in, he should come in to rest and not bring men with him to make a noise. You see, I can find fault as much as heart could desire. I am dreadfully selfish. I don't mind when he goes out now and then without you, but then I have you. But he should not bring noisy men with him to disturb the house in the middle of the night. I think I will speak to him. No, said Elinor with a clutch upon her mother's arm. No, don't do that. He does not like to be found fault with, unless in the case, if you were giving him that money, Mother. Which I cannot do. And Elinor, my darling, which I would not do if I could. It is all you will have to rely upon, you and. It would have been the only chance, said Elinor. I don't say it would have been much of a chance, but he might have listened if. Oh, no, dear mother, no. I would not in my sober sense wish that you should give him a penny. It would do no good, but only harm. And yet if you had done it, you might have said, and he might have listened to you for once. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Marriage of Elinor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Marriage of Elinor by Margaret O. Oliphant. Chapter 20. A few days after this, Philip Compton came in the afternoon, to the little room downstairs which Mrs. Denniston had made into a sitting room for herself. Elinor had gone out with her sister-in-law, and her mother was alone. It was a very rare thing indeed for Mrs. Denniston's guest, who, indeed, was to all intents and purposes the master of the house, and had probably quite forgotten by this time that he was not in reality so. To pay a visit downstairs. Downstairs has a distinct meaning in the Compton vocabulary. It was spoken of with significance and with a laugh, as something half hostile, half ridiculous. It meant a sort of absurd criticism and inspection, as of some old crone sitting vigilant, spying upon everything. A mother-in-law. Phil's cronies thought it was the most absurd weakness on his part to let such an intruder get footing in his house. You will never get rid of her, they said. And Phil, though he was generally quite civil to his wife's mother, being actually and at his heart more a gentleman than he had the least idea he was, did not certainly in any way seek her society. He scarcely ever dined at home, as has been said, when he had not an engagement, and he had a great many engagements. He found that he was obliged to dine at his club on the evenings when he might have been free. And as this was the only meal which was supposed to be common, it may be perceived that Phil had little means of meeting his mother-in-law, and that he should come to see her of his own free will was unprecedented. Phil Compton had not improved since his marriage. His nocturnal enjoyments, the noisy parties upstairs in the middle of the night, had not helped to dissipate the effect of the anxieties of the city, which his wife so deplored. Mrs. Denniston that very day, when she came downstairs in the fresh summer morning to her early breakfast, had seen through an open door the room upstairs which was appropriated to Phil, with a lamp still burning in the daylight, cards lying strewn about the floor, and all in that direful disorder which a room so occupied overnight shows in the clear eye of the day. The aspect of the room had given her a shock almost more startling than any moral certainty, as was natural to a woman used to all the decorums and delicacies of a well-ordered life. There is no sin in going late to bed, or even letting a lamp burn into the day, but the impression that such a sight makes even upon the careless is always greater than any mere apprehension by the mind of the midnight sitting, the eager game, the chances of loss and ruin. She had not been able to get that sight out of her eyes, though on ordinary occasions she never entered Phil's rooms. On this she had stolen in to put out the lamp, with the sensation in her mind of destroying some evidence against him, which someone less interested than she might have used to his disadvantage. And she had sent up the housemaid to do the room, with an admonition. "I cannot have Mr. Compton's rooms neglected," she said. "The gentleman is always so late," the housemaid said in self-defense. "I hears them let themselves out sometimes after we're all up downstairs." "I don't want to hear anything about the gentleman. Do your work at the proper time. That is all that is asked of you." Phil's servant appeared at the moment pulling on his coat, with the air of a man who has been up half the night, which indeed was the case, for the gentlemen, when they came in, had various wants that had to be supplied. "What's up now?" he said to the housemaid, within hearing of her mistress, casting an insolent look at the old lady, who belonged to downstairs. "She's been prying and spying about like they all do." Mrs. Denniston had retreated within the shelter of her room to escape the end of this sentence, which still she heard, with the usual quickness of our faculties in such cases. She swallowed her simple breakfast with what appetite she might, and her stout spirit for the moment broke down before this insult, which was ridiculous, she said to herself, from a saucy servant man. What did it matter to her what Johnson did or said? But it was like the lamp burning in the sunshine. It gave a moral shock more sharp than many a thing of much more importance would have been capable of doing, and she had not been able to get over it all day. It may be supposed, therefore, that it was an unfortunate moment for Phil Compton's visit. Mrs. Denniston had scarcely seen them that day, and she was sitting by herself, somewhat sick at heart, wondering if anything would break the routine into which their life was falling, or if this was what Elinor must address herself to as its usual tenor. It would be better in the country, she said to herself. It was only in the bustle of the season, when everybody of his kind was congregated in town, that it would be like this. In their rounds of visits, or when the whole day was occupied with sport, such nocturnal sittings would be impossible, and she comforted herself by thinking that they would not be consistent with any serious business in the city, such as Elinor feared. The one danger must push away the other. He could not gamble at night in that way, and gamble in the other among the stockbrokers. They were both ruinous, no doubt, but they could not both be carried on at the same time. Or so, at least, this innocent woman thought. There was enough to be anxious and alarmed about without taking two impossible dangers into her mind together. And just then Phil knocked at her door. He came in smiling and gracious, and with that look of high breeding and savoir-faire which had conciliated her before and which she felt the influence of now, although she was aware of how many drawbacks there were, and knew that the respect which her son-in-law showed was far from genuine. "I never see you to have a chat," he said. "I thought I would take the opportunity today, when Elinor was out. I want you to tell me how you think she is." "I think she is wonderfully well," said Mrs. Denniston. "Wonderfully well? You mean considering that there is too much racket in her life?" "Partly, I mean that. But indeed, I meant it without condition. She is wonderfully well. I am surprised often." "It is rather a racket of a life," said Phil. "Too much indeed, it is too much, for a woman who is beginning her serious life. But if you think that, it is a great thing gained, for you can put a stop to it, or moderate the pace, don't you call it?" she said with a smile. "Well, yes, I suppose we could moderate the pace, but that would mean a great deal for me. You see, when a man's launched, it isn't always so easy to stop. Nell, of course, if you thought she wanted it, might go to the country with you." Mrs. Denniston's heart gave a leap. "Might go to the country with you." It seemed a glimpse of paradise that burst upon her. But then she shook her head. "You know Elinor would not leave you, Philip." "Well, she has a ridiculous partiality," he said with a laugh. "Though, of course, I'd make her. If it was really for her advantage," he added, after a moment. "You don't think I'd let that stand in her way?" "In the meantime," said Mrs. Denniston with hesitation, without proceeding to any such stringent measures, "if you could manage to be a little less late at night." "Oh, you listen for my coming in at night?" His face took a somber look, as if a cloud had come over it. "I do not listen, for happily for me, I have been asleep for hours. I generally jump up thinking the house is on fire at the sound of voices, which make listening quite unnecessary, Philip." "Ah, yes, the fellows are rather noisy," he said carelessly. "But Nell sleeps like a top, and pays no attention, which is the best thing she can do." "I would not be too sure she has slept like a top." "It's true. Women are all hypocrites alike. You never know when you have them," Phil said. And then there was a pause, for she feared to say anything more lest she should go too far, and he, for once in his life, was embarrassed and did not know how to begin what he had to say. "Well," he said quickly, getting up, "I must be going. I have business in the city, and now that I find you're satisfied about Nell's health. By the way, you never show in our rooms, though Nell spends every minute she has to spare here." "I'm a little old, perhaps, for your friends, Philip, and the room is not too large." "Well, no," he said. "They are wretched little rooms. Goodbye, then. I'm glad you think Nell is all right." Was this all he meant to say? There was, however, an uncertainty about his step, and by the time he had opened the door, he came to a pause, half closed it again, and said, "Oh, by the by." "What is it?" said Mrs. Denniston. He closed the door again and came back half a step. "I almost forgot. I meant to tell you. If you have any money to invest, I could help you too. The best thing I've heard of for many a day." "You are very kind, Philip, but you know everything I have is in the hands of trustees." "Oh, bother trustees. The only thing they do is to keep your dividends down to the lowest amount possible and cut short your income. Come, you're quite old enough to judge for yourself. You might give them a jog. At your time of life, they ought to take a hint from you." "I have never done it, Philip, and they would pay no attention to me." "Oh, nonsense, Mamma. Why, except you, who has a right to be consulted except Nell? And if I, her husband, am your adviser?" "I know they would do nothing but mock at me." "Rubbish. I'd like to see who would mock at you. Just you send them to me, that is all." "Philip, will you not believe me when I say that it is impossible?" I have never interfered. They would ask what made me think of such a thing now. And you could tell them a jolly good opportunity, as safe as the bank, and paying 6 or 7%. None of your fabulous risky 10 or 12 businesses, but a solid steady. How could it be to my interest to mislead you? It would be Nell who would be the loser. I should be simply cutting off my own head. That is true, no doubt. And, he said, scarcely waiting for her reply, Nell is really the person who should be consulted, for if there was loss eventually, it would come upon her, and so upon me. I mean, taking into consideration all the chances of the future, for it is perfectly safe for your time. You may be quite sure of that. No one, though he might be 90, likes to have his time limited, and his heirs' prospects dwelt upon as the only things of any importance, and Mrs. Denniston was a very long way from 90. She would have sacrificed everything she had to make her child happy, but she did not like, all the same, to be set down as unimportant so far as her own property was concerned. I am afraid, she said, with a slight quaver in her voice, that my trustees would not take Elinor's wishes into consideration in the first place, nor yours either, Philip. They think of me, and I suppose that is really their duty, if I had anything of my own. Do you mean to say, he said bluntly, that with a good income and living in the country in a hole, in the most obscure way, you have saved nothing all these years? If I had, said Mrs. Denniston, roused by his persistent attack, I should be very sorry to fling it away. Oh, that is what you think, he said. Now we're at the bottom of it. You think that to put it in my hands would be to throw it away. I thought there must be something at the bottom of all this pretty ignorance of business and so forth. Good gracious, that may well be enough for a girl, but when a grandmother pretends not to know, not to interfere, etc., that's too much. So this is what you meant all the time. To put it into my hands would be throwing it away. I did not mean to say so, Philip. I spoke hastily, but I must remind you that I am not accustomed to this tone. Oh, no, not at all accustomed to it. You all say that. That's Nell's dodge. Never was used to anything of the kind. Never had a rough word said to her, and so forth and so forth. Philip, I hope you don't say rough words to my Elinor. Oh, he said, I have got you there, have I? Your Elinor. No more yours than she is Johnson's. She is my Nell, and what's more, she'll cling to me, whatever rough words I may say, or however you may coax or wheedle. Do you ever think when you refuse to make a sacrifice of one scrap of your hoards for her, that if I were not a husband in 100, I might take it out of her and make her pay? For what? Said Mrs. Denniston, standing up and confronting him, her face pale, her head very erect. For what would you make her pay? He stood staring at her for a moment, and then he broke out into a laugh. We needn't face each other as if we were going to have a stand-up fight, he said. And it wouldn't be fair, Mamma. We're not equally matched. The knowing ones would all lay their money on you. So you won't take my advice about investing your spare cash? Well, if you won't, you won't. And there's an end of it. Only stand up fair and don't bother me with nonsense about trustees. It is no nonsense, she said. His eyes flashed, but he controlled himself and turned away, waving his hand. I'll not beat Nell for it when I come home tonight, he said. Once more, Phil dined at his club that evening, and Elinor with her mother. She was in an eager and excited state, looking anxiously in Mrs. Denniston's eyes, but it was not till late in the evening that she made any remark. At last, just before they parted for the night, she threw herself upon her mother with a little cry. Oh, Mamma, I know you are right. I know you are quite right. But if you could have done it, it would have given you an influence. I don't blame you, not for a moment. But it might have given you an opening to speak. It might have given you a little hold on him. my darling, said Mrs. Denniston. No, said Elinor. There's nothing to pity me about, nothing at all. Phil is always kind and good to me. But you would have had a standing ground. It might have given you a right to speak about those dreadful, dreadful city complications, Mamma. Mrs. Denniston went to bed that night a troubled woman, and lay awake watching and expecting when the usual midnight tumult should arise. But that evening there was none. No sound but the key in the latch, the shutting of a door or two, and all quiet. Compunctions filled the mother's heart. What was the wrong if, perhaps, she could satisfy Elinor, perhaps get at the heart of Philip, who had a heart, that it was getting strangled in all those intricacies of gambling and wretched business? She turned over and over in her mind all that she had, and all that she had any power over. And she remembered a small sum she had in a mortgage, which was, after all, in her own power. No doubt it would be to throw the money away, which would be so much gone from the future provision of Elinor. But if by that means she could acquire an influence, as Elinor said, be allowed to speak, to protest, or perhaps even insist upon a change of course, thinking over such a question for a whole sleepless night, and feeling beneath all that, at least, at worst, this sacrifice would give pleasure to Elinor, which was really the one and sole motive. The only thing that could give her any warrant for such a proceeding is not a process which is likely to strengthen the mind. In the morning, as soon as she knew he was up, which was not till late enough, she sent to ask if Phil would give her 5 minutes before he went out. He appeared after a while, extremely correct and point device, grave but polite. I must ask you to excuse me, he said, if I am hurried, for today is one of my board days. It was only to say, Philip, you spoke to me yesterday of money to be invested. Yes, he said politely without moving a muscle. I have been thinking it all over, and I remember that there is £1,000 or two which John Tatum placed for me in a mortgage, and which is in my own power. Ah, he said, £1,000 or two, with a shrug of his shoulders. It is scarcely worth while, is it, changing an investment for so small a matter as £1,000? If you think so, Philip, it is all I can think of that is in my own power. It is really not worth the trouble, he said, and I am in a hurry. He made a step towards the door and then turned round again. Well, he said, just to show there is no ill feeling, I'll find you something, perhaps, to put your tuppence halfpenny in today. And then there was John Tatum to face after that. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Marriage of Elinor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Marriage of Elinor by Margaret O. Oliphant. Chapter 21. It cost Mrs. Denniston a struggle to yield to her daughter and her daughter's husband, and with her eyes open and no delusion on the subject, to throw away her £2,000. £2,000 is a big thing to throw away. There are many people much richer than Mrs. Denniston who would have thought it a wicked thing to do, and some who would have quarreled with both daughter and son-in-law rather than do so foolish a thing. For it was not merely making a present, so to speak, of the money. It was throwing it away. To have given it to Elinor would have been nothing. It would have been a pleasure. But in Phil's investment, Mrs. Denniston had no confidence. It was throwing her money after Elinor's money into that hungry sea which swallows up everything and gives nothing again. But if that had been difficult for her, it may be imagined with what feeling she contemplated her necessary meeting with John Tatum. She knew everything he would say. More, she knew what he would look, his astonishment, his indignation, the amazement with which he would regard it. John was far from being incapable of a sacrifice. Mrs. Denniston, indeed, did him more than justice in that respect, for she believed that he had himself been on the eve of asking Elinor to marry him, when she was snatched up by, so much less satisfactory a man, which the reader knows is not quite the case, though perhaps it required quite as much self-denial on John's part to stand by Elinor and maintain her cause under her altered circumstances as if it had been the case. But notwithstanding this, she knew that John would be angry with what she had done or promised to do, and would put every possible impediment in her way. And when she sent for him, in order that she might carry out her promise, it was with a heart as sick with fright and as much disturbed by the idea of a scolding as ever child's was. John had been very little to the house at Curzon Street. He had dined 2 or 3 times with Mrs. Denniston alone, and once or twice Elinor had been of the party. But the Comptons had never any guests at that house, and the fact already mentioned that Philip Compton never dined at home made it a difficult matter for Mrs. Denniston to ask any but her oldest friends to the curious little divided house, which was neither hers nor theirs. Thus Cousin John had met, but no more, Elinor's husband, and neither of the gentlemen had shown the least desire to cultivate the acquaintance. John had not expressed his sentiments on the subject to anyone, but Phil, as was natural, had been more demonstrative. "I don't think much of your relations, Nell," he said, "if that's a specimen. A prig if ever there was one. And that old sheep that was at the wedding, the father of him, I suppose." "As they are my relations, Phil, you might speak of them a little more respectfully." "Oh, respectfully? Bless us all. I have no respect for my own, and why should I for yours, my little dear? I confess I can't see. Oh, by the way, this is Cousin John, who I used to think by your blushing and all that." "Phil, I think you are trying to make me angry. Cousin John is the best man in the world, but I never blushed. How ridiculous! I might as well have blushed to speak of my brother." "I put no confidence in brothers, unless they're real ones," said Phil. "But I'm glad I've seen him now. I doubt after all that you're such a fool. When you see us together, eh?" He laughed that laugh of conscious superiority which, when it is not perfectly well-founded, sounds so fatuous to the hearer. Elinor did not look at him. She turned her head away and made no reply. John, on his part, as has been said, made no remark. If he had possessed a wife at home to whom he could have confided his sentiments, as Phil Compton had, it is possible that he might have said something not unsimilar. But then, had he had a wife at home, he would have been more indifferent to Phil, and might not have cared to criticize him at all. Mrs. Denniston received him when he came in obedience to her call, as a child might do, who had the power of receiving its future corrector. She abased herself before him, servilely choosing his favorite subjects, talking of what she thought would please him, of former times at the cottage, of Elinor, and her great affection for Cousin John, and so forth. I imagine that he had a suspicion of the cause of all this sweetness. He looked at her suspiciously, though he allowed himself to be drawn into reminiscences, and to feel a half pleasure, half pain in the affectionate things that Elinor had said. At length, after some time had passed, he asked, in a pause of the conversation, "Was this all you wanted with me, Aunt, to talk of old times?" "Wasn't it a good enough pretext for the pleasure of seeing you, John?" He laughed a little and shook his head. "An excellent pretext where none was wanted. It is very kind of you to think it a pleasure. But you had something also to say." "It seems there is no deceiving you, John," she said, and with many hesitations and much difficulty told him her story. She saw him begin to flame. She saw his eyes light up, and Mrs. Denniston shook in her chair. She was not a woman apt to be afraid, but she was frightened now. Nevertheless, when she had finished her story, John at first spoke no word, and when he did find a tongue, it was only to say, "You want to get back the money you have on that mortgage. My dear aunt, why did you not tell me so at once?" "But I have just told you, John." "Well, so be it. You know it will take a little time. There are some formalities that must be gone through. You cannot make a demand on people in that way to pay you cash at once." "Oh, I thought it was so easy to get money, on such very good security and paying such a good and adequate rate of interest." "It is easy," he said, "perfectly easy, but it wants a little time, and people will naturally wonder, if it is really good security and good interest, why you should be in such a hurry to get out of it. But surely, to say private reasons, family reasons, that will be enough." "Oh, there is no occasion for giving any reason at all. You wish to do it. That is reason enough." "Yes," said Mrs. Denniston with diffidence, yet also a little self-assertion, "I think it is enough." Of course. But his eyes were flaming, and Mrs. Denniston would not allow herself to believe that she had got off. "And may I ask, not that I have any right to ask, for of course you have better advisers, what do you mean to put the money in when you have got it back?" "Oh, John," said Mrs. Denniston, "you are implacable, though you pretend different. You know what I want with the money, and you disapprove of it, and so do I. I am going to throw it away. I know that just as well as you do, and I am ashamed of myself, but I am going to do it all the same." "You are going to give it to Elinor? I don't think there is anything to disapprove of in that. It is the most natural thing in the world." "If I could be sure that Elinor would get any good by it," she said. And then his face suddenly blazed up, so that the former flame in his eyes was nothing. He sat for a moment staring at her, and then he said, "Yes, but I suppose you take the risk." There were a great many things on his lips to say, but he said none of them, except hurriedly, "You have a motive, I suppose." "I have a motive, as futile probably as my act. If I could by that means, or any other, acquire an influence." John was very seldom, if ever, rude. It was not in his way. But at this moment he was so bitterly exasperated that he forgot his manners altogether. He burst out into a loud laugh, and then he jumped up to his feet and said, "Forgive me. I really have a dozen engagements. I can't stay. I'll see to having this business done for you as soon as possible. You would rather old Lynch had no hand in it? I'll get it done for you at once." She followed him out to the door as if they had been in the country, and at the flowery cottage door, with the great world of down and sky outside, instead of Curzon Street, longing to say something that would still, at the last moment, gain her John's approval, or his understanding at least, but she could think of nothing to say. He had promised to manage it all for her. He had not reproached her, and yet not content with that, she wanted to extort a favorable word from him before he should go. But she could not find a word to say. He it was only who spoke. He asked when she was going to return home, with his hand upon the street door. "I don't know. I have not made any plans. The house is taken till July." "And you have enjoyed it," he said. "It has answered." What a cruel, cruel question to put to her, she going so unsuspectingly with him to the very door. Philip Compton's servant, always about when he was not wanted, spying about to see whom it was that downstairs was letting out, came strolling into sight. Anyhow, whether that was the reason or not, she made him no reply. He caught her look, a look that said more than words, and turned round quickly and held out his hand. "I did not mean to be cruel," he said. "Oh, no, you did not mean it. You were not cruel. The reverse. You were always so kind. Yes, it has answered. I am more glad than I can tell you that I came." It was now that looked at her anxiously, while she smiled that well-worn smile which is kept for people in trouble. She went in afterwards and sat silent for some time, covering her face with her hands, in which attitude Elinor found her after her afternoon visitors had gone away. "What is it, Mother? What is it, dear Mother? Something has happened to vex you?" Nothing, Elinor. John Tatum has been here. He is going to do that little piece of business for me." "And he has been bullying you too? Poor Mamma." "On the contrary, he did not say a word. He considered it quite natural." Elinor gave her mother a kiss. She had nothing to say. Neither of them had a word to say to the other. The thought that passed through both their minds was, after all, it is only £2,000, and then, après, was Elinor's thought, and then, nevermore, was what passed through Mrs. Denniston's mind. Phil Compton smiled upon her that day she handed him over the money. "It is a great pity you took the trouble," he said. "It is a pity to change an investment for such a bagatelle as £2,000. Still, if you insist upon it, Mamma, I suppose Nell's been bragging of the big interest, but you never will feel it on a scrap like this. If you would let me double your income for you now." "You know, Philip, I cannot. The trustees would never consent." "Bother trustees. They are the ruin of women," he said. And as they left the room, he turned back to ask her how long she was going to stay in town. "How long do you stay?" "Oh, till Goodwood always," said Phil. "Nell's looking forward to it. And there's generally some good things just at the end, when the heavy people have gone away. But I thought you might not care to stay so long." "I came not for town, but for Elinor, Philip." "Exactly so. But don't you think Elinor has shown herself quite able to take care of herself? Not to say that she has me. It's 1,000 pities to keep you from the country which you prefer, especially as, after all, Nell can be so little with you." "It would be much better for her at present, Philip, to come with me and rest at home while you go to Goodwood. For the sake of the future, you ought to persuade her to do it." "I dare say. Try yourself to persuade her to leave me. She won't, you know. But why should you bore yourself to death staying on here? You don't like it, and nobody wants me, you mean, Philip." "I never said anything so dashed straightforward. I am not a chap of that kind. But what I say is, it's a shame to keep you hanging on, disturbed in your rest and all that sort of thing. That noisy beggar, Dismar, that came in with us last night, must have woken you up with his idiotic bellowing." "It doesn't matter for me, but Elinor, Philip. It does matter for your wife. If her rest is broken, it will react upon her in every way. I wish you would consent to forego those visitors in the middle of the night." He looked at her with a sort of satirical indifference. "Sorry I can't oblige you," he said. "When a girl's friends fork out handsomely, a man has some reason for paying a little attention. But when there's nothing, or next to nothing on her side, why, of course, he must pick up a little where he can, as much for her sake as his own." "Pick up a little," said Mrs. Denniston. "I wish you wouldn't repeat what I say like that. It makes a fellow nervous. Yes, of course, a man that knows what he's about does pick up a little. About your movements, however, I advise you to take my advice and go back to your snug little house. It would kill me in a week, but I know it suits you. Why hang on for Nell? She's as well as can be, and there's a few things that it would be good for us to do." "Which you cannot do while I am here. Is that what you mean, Philip?" "I never saw any good in being what the French call brutal," he said. "I hate making a woman cry, or that sort of thing. But you're a woman of sense, and I'm sure you must see that a young couple like Nell and me, who have our way to make in the world—" "You know it was for her sake entirely that I came here." "Yes, oh yes, to do coddling and that sort of thing. which he doesn't require a bit. But if I must be brutal, you know there's things of much consequence we could do if... If what, Philip? Well, he said, turning on his heel, if we had the house to ourselves. This was the influence Mrs. Denniston hoped to acquire by the sacrifice of her £2,000. When he was gone, instead of covering her face as she had done when John left her, Mrs. Denniston stared into the vacant air for a minute, and then she burst into a laugh. It was not a mirthful laugh, it may be supposed, or harmonious, and it startled her as she heard it pealing into the silence. Whether it was loud enough to wake Elinor upstairs, or whether she was already close by and heard it, I cannot tell. But she came in with a little tap at the door and a smile, a somewhat anxious and forced smile, it is true, upon her face. "What is the joke?" she said. "I heard your laugh, and I thought I might come in and share the fun. Somehow we don't have so much fun as we used to have. What is it, Mamma?" "It is only a witticism of Philip's, who has been in to see me," said Mrs. Denniston. "I won't repeat it, but probably I should lose the point of it. You know I always did spoil a joke in repeating it. I have been speaking to him," she said after a little pause, during which both her laugh and Elinor's smile evaporated in the most curious way, leaving both of them very grave. "Of going away, Elinor." "Of going away?" Elinor suddenly assumed a startled look. But there is a difference between doing that and being really startled, which her mother, alas, was quite enlightened enough to see. And surely once more there was that mingled relief and relaxation in the lines of her face which Mrs. Denniston had seen before. "Yes, my darling," she said. "It is June, and everything in the cottage will be in full beauty. And perhaps it would do you more good to come down there for a day or two, when there is nothing doing, than to have me here, which, after all, has not been of very much use to you." "Oh, don't say that, Mamma. Use! It has been of comfort unspeakable. But," Elinor added hurriedly, "I see the force of all you say. To remain in London this time of year must be a far greater sacrifice than I have any right to ask of you, Mamma." Oh, the furtive, hurried, unreal words, which were such pain and horror to say with the consciousness of the true sentiment lying underneath, which made Elinor's heart sink, yet were brought forth with the sort of hateful fervor to imitate truth. Mrs. Denniston saw it all. There are times when the understanding of such a woman is almost equal to those larger other eyes, with which it is our fond hope that those who have left us for a better country see, if they are permitted to see, our petty doings, knowing, better than we know ourselves, what excuses, what explanations they are capable of. "As for the sacrifice," she said, "we will say nothing of that, Elinor. It is a vain thing to say that if my life would do you any pleasure, for you don't want to take my life, and probably the best thing I can do for you is to go on as long as I can. But in the meantime, there's no question at all of sacrifice, and if you can come down now and then for a day and sleep in the fresh air—" I will, Mamma," said Elinor, hiding her face on her mother's shoulder, and they would have been something more than women if they had not cried together as they held each other in that embrace, in which there was so much more than met either eye or ear. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Marriage of Elinor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Marriage of Elinor by Margaret O. Oliphant. Chapter 22. It was about the 10th of June when Mrs. Denniston left London. She had been in town for about 5 weeks, which looked like as many months, and it was with a mingled sense of relief and of that feeling which is like death in the heart, the sense of nothing further to be done, of the end of opportunity, the conclusion of all power to help, which sometimes comes over an anxious mind, without in any respect diminishing the anxiety, giving it indeed a depth and pang beyond any other feeling that is known to the heart of man. What could she do more for her child? Nothing. It was her only policy to remain away, not to see, certainly not to remark anything that was happening, to wait if perhaps the moment might come when she would be of use, and to hope that perhaps that moment might never need to come, that by some wonderful turn of affairs all might yet go well. She went back to Windy Hill with the promise of a visit soon. Philip himself had said, in the pleasure of getting the house, which was her house, which he had paid for and provisioned, to himself for his own uses. Mrs. Denniston could not help hearing through her maid something of the festivities which were in prospect after she was gone, the dinners and gay receptions at which she would have been de trop. She did not wish to hear of them, but these are things that will make themselves known, and Mrs. Denniston had to face the fact that Elinor was more or less consenting to the certainty of her mother being de trop, which gave her a momentary pang. But after all, what did it matter? It was not her fault, poor child. I have known a loving daughter in whose mind there was a sentiment almost of relief amid her deep grief when her tender mother died. Could such a thing be possible? It was, because after then, however miserable she might be, there was no conflict over her, no rending of the strained heart both ways. A woman who has known life learns to understand and forgive a great many things, and Mrs. Denniston forgave her Elinor, her only child, for whose happiness she had lived, in that she was almost glad when her mother went away. Such things, however, do not make a lonely little house in the country more cheerful, or tend to make it easier to content oneself with the rector's family and the good old simple-minded retired people, with their little complaints, yet general peacefulness, and incompetence to understand what tragedy was. They thought, on the whole, their neighbor at the cottage ought to be very thankful that she had got her daughter well, or, if not very well, at least fashionably married, with good connections and all that, which are always of use in the long run. It was better than marrying a poor curate, which was almost the only chance a girl had on Windy Hill. It was a little hard upon Mrs. Denniston, however, that she lost not only Elinor, but John, who had been so good about coming down when she was all alone at first. Of course, during the season, a young rising man, with engagements growing upon him every day, was very unlikely to have his Saturdays to Mondays free. So many people live out of town nowadays, or, at least, have a little house somewhere to which they go from Saturday to Monday, taking their friends with them. This was no doubt the reason why John never came, and yet the poor lady suspected another reason, and though she no longer laughed as she had done on that occasion when the Honorable Phil gave her her dismissal, a smile would come over her face sometimes when she reflected that with her £2,000 she had purchased the hostility of both Philip and John. John Tatum was indeed exceedingly angry with her for the weakness with which she had yielded to Phil Compton's arguments, though indeed he knew nothing of Phil Compton's arguments, nor whether they had been exercised at all on the woman who was first of all Elinor's mother, and ready to sacrifice everything to her comfort. When he found that this foolish step on her part had been followed by her retirement from London, he was greatly mystified and quite unable to understand. He met Elinor some time after at one of those assemblies to which everybody goes. It was, I think, the soiree at the Royal Academy, where amid the persistent crowd in the great room there was a whirling crowd, twisting in and out among the others, bound for heaven knows how many other places, and pausing here and there on tiptoe to greet an acquaintance, at the tail of which, carried along by its impetus, was Elinor. She was not looking either well or happy, but she was responding more or less to the impulse of her set, exchanging greetings and banal words with dozens of people, and sometimes turning a wistful and weary gaze towards the pictures on the walls, as if she would gladly escape from the mob of her companions to them, or anywhere. It was no impulsive taste or artistic feeling, however. It is to be feared, but solely the weariness of her mind. John watched her for some time before he approached her. Phil was not of the party, which was nothing extraordinary. For little serious as that assembly is, it was still of much too serious a kind for Phil. But Lady Mary Ann was there, and other ladies with whom Elinor was in the habit of pursuing that gregarious hunt after pleasure, which carries the train of votaries along at so breakneck a pace, and with so little time to enjoy the pleasure they are pursuing. When he saw indications that the stream was setting backwards to the entrance, again to separate and take its various ways to other entertainments, he broke into the throng and called Elinor's attention to himself. For a moment she smiled with genuine pleasure at the sight of him, but then changed her aspect almost imperceptibly. "Oh, John," she said with that smile, but immediately looked towards Lady Mary Ann as if undecided what to do. "You need not look as if I would try to detain you, Elinor. Do you think I am afraid of your detaining me? I thought I should be sure to meet you tonight, and was on the lookout. How is it that we never see you now?" He refused the natural retort that she had never asked to see him, and only said with a smile, "I hear my aunt is gone." "Do you mean to say that you only came for her? That is an unkind speech. Yes, she has gone. It was cruel to keep her in town for the best part of the year." "But she intended to stay till July, Elinor." "Did she? I think you are mistaken, John. She intended to watch over me, dear mamma. She thinks too much of me. But when she saw that I was quite well—" "You don't look to me so extraordinarily well." "Don't I? I must be a fraud then. Nobody could be stronger. I'm going to a multitude of places tonight. Wherever my Hebrew leader goes, I go," said Elinor, with a laugh. "I have given myself up for tonight, and she is never satisfied with less than a dozen." 10 minutes to each? "Oh, half an hour at least, and with having our carriage found for us at every place, and the risk of getting into a queue, and all the delays of coming and going, it cannot be much less than 3/4 of an hour. This is the third. I think 3 more will weary even the Jew." "You are with Lady Mary Ann, then, Elinor?" "Yes. Oh, you need not make that face. She is as good as the rest, and pretends to nothing at least. I have no carriage, you know, and Phil took fright at my dear old fly. He thought a hired brougham was not good when I was alone." "That was quite true. Nevertheless, I should like above all things to keep you here a little longer, to look at some of the pictures, and take you home in a hansom after." She laughed. "Oh, so should I. Fancy. I have not seen the pictures, not at all. We came in a mob to the private view, and then one day I was coming with mamma, but was stopped by something, and now? Always people, people, nothing else. Did you see so-and-so? There's someone bowing to you now. Be sure you speak a word to the thises or the thats. Well, I don't care for one of them, but I fear the hansom would not do, John." "It would have done very well in the old days. Your mother would not have been displeased." "The old days are gone and will never return," she said, half sad, half smiling, shaking her head. "So far as I can see, nothing ever returns. You have your day, and if you do not make the best of that—" She stopped, shaking her head again with a laugh, and there were various ways in which that speech might be interpreted. John, for one, knew a sense of it which he believed had never entered Elinor's head. He too might have had his day and let it slip. So you are making the most of yours, he said. I hear that you are very gay. Elinor colored high under his look. I don't know who can have told you that. We have had a few little dinners since Mamma left us, chiefly Phil's business friends. I would not have them while she was with us. That is to say, to be honest, cried Elinor, while we were with her, which of course was the real state of the case. I myself don't like those people, John, but they would have been insupportable to Mamma. It was for her sake. I understand, he said. Oh, but you must not say, I understand, with that air of knowing a great deal more than there is to understand, she said, with heat. Mamma said it would do me much more good to go, home for a night now and then, and sleep in the fresh air than for her to stay, and though I think she is a little insane on the subject of my health, still it was certainly better than that she should stay here, making herself wretched, her rest broken, and all that. You know we keep such late hours. I should not have thought she would have minded that. But what would you have thought of me if I did not mind it for her? There, John, do you see they are all going? Ah, the pictures. I wish I could have stayed with you and gone round the rooms. But it must not be tonight. Come and see me, she said, turning round to him with a smile and holding out her hand. I would gladly, Elinor, but should not I find myself in the way of your fine friends like—" He had not the heart to finish the sentence when he met her eyes brimming full of tears. "Not my fine friends, but my coarse friends," she said. "Not friends at all, our worst enemies, I am sure." "Nell!" cried Lady Marianne in her shrill voice. "You will come and see me, John?" "Yes," he said, "and in the meantime I will take you downstairs. Let your companions think as they please." It proved when he did so that John had to escort both ladies to the carriage, which was not very easy to find, no other cavalier being at hand for the moment, and that Lady Marianne invited him to accompany them to their next stage. "You know the Durfords, of course. You are going there. What luck for us, Nell. Jump in, Mr. Tatum. We will take you on." "Unfortunately, Lady Durford has not taken the trouble to invite me," said John. "What does that matter? Jump in all the same. She'll be delighted to see you. And as for not asking you, when you are with me and Nell—" But John turned a deaf ear to this siren song. He went to Curzon Street a little while after to call, as he had been invited to do, and went late to avoid the bustle of the tea-table and the usual rabble of that no longer intimate but wildly gregarious house. And he was not without his reward, perhaps a habit he had lately formed of passing by Curzon Street in the late afternoon when he was on his way to his club, after work was over, had something to do with his choice of this hour. He found Elinor, as he had hoped, alone. She was sitting so close to the window that her white dress mingled with the white curtains, so that he did not at first perceive her, and so much abstracted in her own thoughts that she did not pay any attention to the servant's hurried murmur of his name at the door. When she felt rather than saw that there was someone in the room, Elinor jumped up with a shock of alarm that seemed unnecessary in her own drawing-room. Then, seeing who it was so much and so suddenly moved that she shed a few tears in some sudden revulsion of feeling as she said, "Oh, it is you, John." "Yes," he said, "but I am very sorry to see you so nervous." "Oh, it's nothing. I was always nervous," which indeed was the purest invention, for Elinor Denniston had not known what nerves meant. "I mean, I was always startled by any sudden entrance. In this way," she cried, and very gravely asked him to be seated, with a curious assumption of dignity. Her demeanor altogether was incomprehensible to John. "I hope," he said, "you were not displeased with me, Elinor, for going off the other night. I should have been too happy, you know, to go with you anywhere. But Lady Marianne is more than I can stand." "I was very glad you did not come," she said with a sigh. Then smiling faintly, "But you were ungrateful, for Mary Ann formed a most favorable opinion of you. She said, 'Why didn't you tell me, Nell? You had a cousin so presentable as that.' I am deeply obliged, Elinor, but it seems that what was a compliment to me personally involves something the reverse for your other relations." "It is one of their jokes," said Elinor with a voice that faltered a little, "to represent my relations as, not in a complimentary way. I am supposed not to mind, and it's all a joke, or so they tell me. But it is not a joke I like," she said with a flash from her eyes. "All families have jokes of that description," said John. "But tell me, Nellie, are you really going down to the cottage to your mother?" Her eyes thanked him with a gleam of pleasure for the old familiar name, and then the light went out of them. "I don't know," she said abruptly. "Phil was to come. If he will not, I think I will not either. But I will say nothing till I make sure." "Of course, your first duty is to him," said John. "But a day now or a day then interferes with nothing, and the country would be good for you, Elinor. Doesn't your husband see it? You are not looking like yourself." "Not like myself? I might easily look better than myself. I wish I could. I am not so bigoted about myself." "Your friends are, however," he said. "No one who cares for you wants to change you, even for another Elinor. Come, you are nervous altogether tonight, not like yourself, as I told you. You always so courageous and bright. This depressed state is not one of your moods. London is too much for you, my little Nellie." "Your little Nellie has gone away somewhere, John. I doubt if she'll ever come back. Yes, London is rather too much for me, I think. It's such a racket, as Phil says. But then he's used to it, you know. He was brought up to it, whereas I think I hate a racket, John, and they all like it so. They prefer never having a moment to themselves. I dare say one would end by being just the same. It keeps you from thinking. That is one very good thing." "You used not to think so, Elinor." "No," she said, "not at the cottage among the flowers, where nothing ever happened from one year's end to another. I should die of it now in a week, at least, if not I, those who belong to me. So on the whole, perhaps London is the safest, unless Phil will go." "I can only hope you will be able to persuade him," said John, rising to go away. "For whatever you may think, you are a country bird, and you want the fresh air." "Are you going, John? Well, perhaps it is better. Goodbye. Don't trouble your mind about me whether I go or stay." "Do you mean I am not to come again, Elinor?" "Oh, why should I mean that?" she said. "You are so hard upon me in your thoughts." But she did not say that he was wrong, and John went out from the door saying to himself that he would not go again. He saw through the open door of the dining room that the table was prepared sumptuously for a dinner party. It was shining with silver and crystal, the silver Mrs. Denniston's old service, which she had brought up with her from Windy Hill, and which, as a matter of convenience, she had left behind with her daughter. Would it ever, he wondered, see Windy Hill again? He went on to his club, and there someone began to amuse him with an account of Lady Durford's ball, to which Lady Mary Ann had wished to take him. "Are not those Comptons relations of yours, Tatum?" he said. "Connections," said John, "by marriage." "I'm very glad, that's all. They are a queer lot. Phil Compton, you know, the dishonorable Phil, as he used to be called. But I hear he's turned over a new leaf." "What of him?" said John. "Oh, nothing much, only that he was flirting desperately all the evening with a Mrs. Harris, an American widow. I believe he came with her, and his own wife there, much younger, much prettier, a beautiful young creature, looking on with astonishment. You could see her eyes growing bigger and bigger. If it had not been kind of amusing to a looker-on, it would be the most pitiful sight in the world." "I advise you not to let yourself be amused by such trifles," said John Tatum. with a look of fire and flame. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Marriage of Elinor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Marriage of Elinor by Margaret O. Oliphant. Chapter 23. As a matter of fact, Elinor did not go to the cottage for the fresh air or anything else. She made one hurried run in the afternoon to bid her mother goodbye alone, which was not a visit, but the mere pretense of a visit, hurried and breathless, in which there was no time to talk of anything. She gave Mrs. Denniston an account of the usual lists of visits that her husband and she were to make in the autumn, which the mother, with the usual instinct of mothers, thought too much. "You will wear yourself to death, Elinor." "Oh, no," she said. "It is not that sort of thing that wears one to death. I shall enjoy it, I suppose, as other people do." "I don't know about enjoyment, Elinor, but I am sure it would be much better for you to come and stay here quietly with me." "Oh, don't talk to me of any paradises, Mamma. We are in the working day world, and we must make out our life as we can." "But you might let Philip go by himself and come and stay quietly here for a little, for the sake of your health, Elinor." "Not for the world, not for the world," she cried. "I cannot leave Phil." And then with a laugh that was full of a nervous thrill, "You are always thinking of my health, Mamma, when my health is perfect. Better, far better, than almost anybody's. The most of them have headaches and that sort of thing, and they stay in bed for a day or two constantly. But I never need anything of the kind." "My darling, it would not be leaving Philip to take, say, a single week's rest." "Well, he went off without me. I should not know where," she said sullenly. Then gave her mother a guilty look and laughed again. "No, no, Mamma. He would not like it. A man does not like his wife to be incapable, to have to leave him and be nursed up by her mother. Besides, it is to the country we are going, you know, to Scotland, the finest air, better even, if that were possible, than Windy Hill." This was all that was said, and there was indeed time for little more, for as the visit was unexpected, the Hudsons, by bad luck, appeared to take tea with Mrs. Denniston by way of cheering her in her loneliness, and were of course enchanted to see Elinor, and to hear, as Mrs. Hudson said, of all her doings in the great world. "We always look out for your name at all the parties. It gives one quite an interest in fashionable life," said the rector's wife, nodding her head, and Alice was eager to hear what the last month's novelties were in the fashions, and if Elinor had any nice new patterns, especially for underthings. "But what should you want with new underthings with such a trousseau as you had?" she added regretfully. Elinor, in fact, was quite taken from her mother for that hour. Was it not perhaps better so? Her mother herself was half inclined to think that it was, though with an ache in her heart, and there could be no doubt that Elinor herself was thankful that it so happened. When there are many questions on one side that must be asked, and very little answer possible on the other, is it a good thing when the foolish outside world breaks in with its banal interest and prevents this dangerous interchange? So short time did Elinor stay that she had kept the fly waiting which brought her from the station, and she took leave of her mother with a sort of determination, not allowing it even to be suggested that she should accompany her. "I like to bid you goodbye here," she said, "at our own door, where you have always come all my life to see me off, even when I was only going to tea at the rectory. Goodbye, goodbye, mother dear." She drove off, waving her hand, and Mrs. Denniston sat out in the garden a long time till she saw the fly go round the turn of the road, the white line which came suddenly in sight from among the trees, and it suddenly disappeared again round the side of the hill. Elinor waved her handkerchief from the window, and her mother answered, and then she was gone like a dream, and the loneliness closed down more overwhelming than ever before. Elinor was at Goodwood, her name in all the society papers, and even a description of one of her dresses, which delighted and made proud the whole population of Windy Hill. The paper which contained it, and which, I believe, belonged originally to Miss Dale, passed from hand to hand through almost the entire community, the servants getting it at last, and handing it round among the humbler friends, who read it, half a dozen women together round the cottage door, wiping their hands upon their aprons before they would touch the paper, with many an exclamation and admiring outcry. And then her name appeared among the lists of smart people who were going to the north, now here, now there, in company with many other fine names. It gave the Windy Hill people a great deal of amusement, and if Mrs. Denniston did not quite share this feeling, it was a thing for which her friends blamed her gently. For only think what a fine thing for Elinor to go everywhere among the best people and see life like that. "My dear friend," said the rector, "you know we cannot hope to keep our children always with us. They must go out into the world while we old birds stay at home. And we must not, we really must not, grudge them their good times, as the Americans say." It was more wonderful than words could tell to Mrs. Denniston that it should be imagined she was grudging Elinor her good time. The autumn went on, with those occasional public means of following her footsteps which, indeed, made even John Tatum, who was not in an ordinary way addicted to the Morning Post, being after his fashion a liberal in politics and far from aristocratical in his sentiments generally, study that paper, and also other papers less worthy, and with, of course, many letters from Elinor, which gave more trustworthy accounts of her proceedings. These letters, however, were far less long, far less detailed than they had once been, often written in a hurry, and short, containing notes of where she was going and of a continual change of address, rather than of anything that be called information about herself. John, I think, went only once to the cottage during the interval which followed. He went abroad as usual in the long vacation, and then he had this on his mind, that he had half surreptitiously obtained a new light upon the position of Elinor, which he had every desire to keep from her mother. For Mrs. Denniston, though she felt that her child was not happy, attributed that to any reason rather than a failure in her husband's love. Elinor's hot rejection of the very idea of leaving Phil, her dislike of any suggestion to that effect, even for a week, even for a day, seemed to her mother a proof that her husband, at all events, remained as dear to her as ever, and John would rather have cut his tongue out than betray any chance rumor he heard, and he heard many, to this effect. He was of opinion, indeed, that in London, and especially at a London club, not only is everything known that is to be known, but much is known that has never existed, and never will exist if not blown into being by those whose office it is to invent the grief to come. Therefore he thought it wisest to keep away, lest by any chance something might drop from him, which would awaken a new crowd of disquietudes in Mrs. Denniston's heart. Another incident, even more disquieting than gossip, had indeed occurred to John. It had happened to him to meet Lady Mary Ann at a great omnium gatherum of a country house, where all sorts of people were invited, and where that lady claimed his acquaintance as one of the least alarming of the grave set. She not only claimed his acquaintance, but set up a sort of friendship on the ground of his relationship to Elinor, and in an unoccupied moment after dinner, one day poured a great many confidences into his ear. "Isn't it such a pity," she said, "that Phil and she do not get on? Oh, they did at first, like a house on fire. and if she had only minded her ways, they might still have been as thick. But these little country girls, however they may disguise it at first, they all turn like that. The horridest little Puritan. Phil does no more than 100 men, than almost all men do. Amuse himself with anything that throws itself in his way, don't you know? And sometimes, perhaps, he does go rather far. I think myself, he sometimes goes a little too far. For good taste, you know, and that sort of thing. It was more amazing to hear Lady Marianne talk of good taste than anything that had ever come in John Tatum's way before. But he was too horribly, desperately interested to see the fun. She will go following him about wherever he goes. She oughtn't to do that, don't you know? She should let him take his swing, and the chances are it will bring him back all right. I've told her so a dozen times, but she pays no attention to me. You're a great pal of hers. Why don't you give her a hint? Phil's not the sort of man to be kept in order like that. She ought to give him his head. I'm afraid, said John, it's not a matter in which I can interfere. Well, some of her friends should, anyhow, and teach her a little sense. You're a cautious man, I see, said Lady Marianne. You think it's too delicate to advise a woman who thinks herself an injured wife. I didn't say to console her, mind you, she said with a shriek of laughter. It may be supposed that after this, John was still more unwilling to go to the cottage, to run the risk of betraying himself. He did write to Elinor, telling her that he had heard of her from her sister-in-law, but when he tried to take Lady Marianne's advice and give her a hint, John felt his lips sealed. How could he breathe a word even of such a suspicion to Elinor? How could he let her know that he thought such a thing possible? Or presume to advise her, to take her condition for granted? It was impossible. He ended by some aimless wish that he might meet her at the cottage for Christmas. You and Mr. Compton, he said, whom he did not wish to meet, the last person in the world, and of whom there was no question that he should go to the cottage at Christmas or any other time. But what could John do or say to suggest to her that he thought her an injured wife was beyond his power? It was somewhere about Christmas, just before, in that dread moment for the lonely and those who are in sorrow and distress, when all the rest of the world is preparing for that family festival, or pretending to prepare, that John Tatum was told one morning in his chambers that a lady wanted to see him. He was occupied, as it happened, with the client for whom he had stayed in town longer than he had intended to stay, and he paid little more attention than to direct his clerk to ask the lady what her business was, or if she could wait. The client was long-winded and lingered, but John's mind was not free enough, nor his imagination lively enough, to rouse much curiosity in him in respect to the lady who was waiting. It was only when she was ushered in by his clerk, as the other went away, and putting up her veil showed the pale and anxious countenance of Mrs. Denniston, that the shock as of sudden calamity reached him. "Aunt," he cried, springing from his chair. "Yes, John, I couldn't come anywhere but here. You will feel for me more than anyone." "Elinor," he said. Her lips were dry. She spoke with a little difficulty, but she nodded her head and held out to him a telegram which was in her hand. It was dated from a remote part of Scotland, far in the north. "Ill. Come instantly," was all it said. "And I cannot get away till night," cried Mrs. Denniston, with a burst of subdued sobbing. "I can't start till night." "Is this all? What was your last news?" "Nothing, but that they had gone there, to somebody's shooting box, which was lent them, I believe, at the end of the world. I wrote to beg her to come to me. She is, near a moment, of great anxiety. Oh, John, support me. Let me not break down." "You will not," he said. "You are wanted. You must keep all your wits about you. What were they doing there at this time of the year?" "They have been visiting about. They were invited to Dunlorben for Christmas. But she persuaded Phil, so she said, to take this little house. I think he was to join the party while I cannot tell you what was the arrangement. She has written very vaguely for some time. She ought to have been with me. I told her so. But she has always said she could not leave Philip. Could not leave Philip? The mother, fortunately, had no idea what this determination was. I went so far as to write to Philip, she said, to ask him if she might not come to me, or at least begging him to bring her to town, or somewhere where she could have proper attention. He answered me very briefly that he wished her to go, but she would not. As he had told me before I left town, that was all. It seemed to fret him. He must have known that it was not a fit place for her, in a stranger's house and so far away, and to think I cannot even get away till late tonight. John had to comfort her as well as he could, to make her eat something, to see that she had all the comforts possible for her night journey. You were always like her brother, the poor lady said, finding at last relief in tears, and then he went with her to the train and found her a comfortable carriage, and placed her in it with all the solaces his mind could think of. A sleeping carriage on the Scotch lines is not such a ghastly pretense of comfort as those on the continent. The solaces John brought her, the quantities of newspapers, the picture papers and others, rugs and shawls innumerable, all that he possessed in the shape of wraps, besides those which he had with her. What more could a man do? If she had been young, he would have brought her sugar plums. All that they meant were the dumb anxieties of his own breast, and the vague longing to do something, anything that would be a help to her on her desolate way. You will send me a word, Aunt, as soon as you get there? Oh, at once, John. You will tell me how she is. Say as much as you can. No 3 words like that. I shall not leave town till I hear. Oh, John, why should this keep you from your family? I could telegraph there as easily as here. He made a gesture almost of anger. Do you think I am likely to put myself out of the way, not to be ready if you should want me? How should she want him? A mother summoned to her daughter at such a moment, but she did not say so to trouble him more. But John had got to that maddening point of anxiety when nothing but doing something, or at least keeping ready to do something, flattering yourself that there must be something to do, affords any balm to the soul. He saw her away by that night train, crowded with people going home, people noisy with gaiety, escaping from their daily cares to the family meetings, the father's house, all the associations of pleasure and warmth and consolation, cold but happy in their third-class compartments, not wrapped up in every conceivable solace as she was, yet no one, perhaps, so heavy-hearted. He watched for the last glimpse of her face just as the train plunged into the darkness, and saw her smile and wave her hand to him. Then he, too, plunged into the darkness like the train. He walked and walked through the solitary streets, not knowing where he was going, unable to rest. Had he ever been, as people say, in love with Elinor? He could not tell. He had never betrayed it by word or look if he had. He had never taken any step to draw her near him, to persuade her to be his and not another's. On the contrary, he had avoided everything that could lead to that. Neither could he say, she was as my sister, which his relationship might have warranted him in doing. It was neither the one nor the other. She was not his love, nor his sister. She was simply Elinor. And perhaps she was dying. Perhaps the news he would receive next day would be the worst that the heart can hear. He walked and walked through those dreary, semi-respectable streets of London, the quiet, the sordid, the dismal, mile after mile, and street after street, till half the night was over and he was tired out, and might have a hope of rest. But for 3 days, days which he could not reckon, which seemed of the length of years, during which he remained closeted in his chambers, the whole world having, as it seemed, melted away around him, leaving him alone. He did not have a word. He did not go home, feeling that he must be on the spot, whatever happened. Finally, when he was almost mad, on the morning of the third day, he received the following telegram. Saved, as by a miracle, doing well. Child, a boy. Child, a boy. Good heavens, what did he want with that? It seemed an insult to him to tell him. What did he care for the child, if it was a boy or not? The wretched, undesirable brat of such parentage, born to perpetuate a name which was dishonored. Altogether the telegram, as so many telegrams, but lighted fresh fires of anxiety in his mind. Saved, as by a miracle. Then he had been right in the dreadful fancies that had gone through his mind. He had passed by death in the dark, and was it now sure that the miracle would last, that the danger would have passed away? End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Marriage of Elinor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Marriage of Elinor by Margaret O. Oliphant, Chapter 24. It was not till nearly 3 weeks after this that John received another brief dispatch. At home, come and see us. He had indeed got a short letter or two in the interval, saying almost nothing. A brief report of Elinor's health and of the baby, against whom he had taken an unreasoning disgust and repugnance. Little beast, he said to himself, passing over that part of the bulletin, for the letters were scarcely more than bulletins, without a word about the circumstances which surrounded her. A shooting lodge in Roshire in the middle of the winter. What a place for a delicate woman. John was well enough aware that many elements of comfort were possible even in such a place, but he shut his eyes, as was natural, to anything that went against his own point of view. And now this telegram from Windy Hill. At home, come and see us. Us. Was it a mistake of the telegraph people? Of course they must make mistakes. They had no doubt taken the me in Mrs. Denniston's angular writing for us, or was it possible? John had no peace in his mind until he had so managed matters that he could go and see. There was no very pressing business in the middle of January, when people had hardly yet recovered the idleness of Christmas. He started one windy afternoon, when everything was gray, and arrived at Hurrymere Station in the dim twilight, still ruddy with tints of sunset. He was in a very contradictory frame of mind, so that though his heart jumped to see Mrs. Denniston awaiting him on the platform, there mingled in his satisfaction in seeing her and hearing what she had to tell so much sooner, a perverse conviction of cold and discomfort in the long drive up in the pony carriage, which he felt sure was before him. He was mistaken, however, on this point, for the first thing she said was, "I have secured the fly, John. Old Pearson will take your luggage. I have so much to tell you." There was an air of excitement in her face, but not that air of subdued and silent depression which comes with solitude. She was evidently full of the report she had to make, but yet the first thing she did when she was ensconced in the fly with John beside her was to cover her face with her hands and subside into her corner in a silent passion of tears. "For mercy's sakes, tell me what is the matter. What has happened? Is Elinor ill?" He had almost asked, "Is Elinor dead?" She uncovered her face, which had suddenly lighted up with a strange gleam of joy underneath the tears. "John, Elinor is here," she said. "Here?" "At home, safe. I have brought her back, and the child." found the child," John said in his excitement. "Brought her back. What do you mean?" "Oh, John, it is a long story. I have 100 things to tell you and to ask your advice upon. But the main thing is that she is here. I have brought her away from him. She will go back no more." "She has left her husband," he said, with a momentary flicker of exultation in his dismay. But the dismay, to do him justice, was the strongest. He looked at his companion almost sternly. Things, he said, must have been very serious to justify that. "They were more than serious. They had become impossible," Mrs. Denniston said. And she told him her story, which was a long one. She had arrived to find Elinor alone in the little solitary lodge in the midst of the wilds, not without attention indeed or comfort, but alone, her husband absent. She had been very ill, and he had been at the neighboring castle, where a great party was assembled, and where, the mother discovered at last, there was the woman who had made Elinor's life a burden to her. I don't know with what truth. I don't know whether there is what people call any harm in it. It is possible he is only amusing himself. I can't tell. But it has made Elinor miserable this whole autumn through, that and a multitude of other things. She would not let me send for him when I got there. It had gone so far as that. She said that the whole business disgusted him, that he had lost all interest in her, that to hear it was over might be a relief to him, but nothing more. Her heart had turned altogether against him, John, in every way. There had been 100 things. You think I am almost wickedly glad to have her home. And so I am. I cannot deny it. To have her here, even in her trouble, makes all the difference to me. But I am not so careless as you think. I can look beyond to other things. I shrink as much as you do from such a collapse of her life. I don't want her to give up her duty, and now that there is the additional bond of the child—" "Oh, for heaven's sake," said John, "leave the child out of it. I want to hear nothing of the child." "That is one chief point, however, that we want your advice about, John. A man, I suppose, does not understand it, but her baby is everything to Elinor, and I suppose, unless he can really be proved as guilty as she thinks, he could take the child away." John smiled to himself a little bitterly. This was why he was sent for in such a hurry, not for the sake of his society, or from any affection for him, but that he might tell them what steps to take to secure them in possession of the child. He said nothing for some time, nor did Mrs. Denniston, whose disappointment in the coldness of his response was considerable, and who waited in vain for him to speak. At length she said, almost tremblingly, "I am afraid you disapprove very much of the whole business, John." "I hope it has not been done rashly," he said. "The husband's mere absence, though heartless as I should have expected of the fellow, would yet not be reason enough to satisfy any court." "Any court? You don't think she means to bring him before any court? She wants only to be left alone. We ask nothing from him, not a penny, not any money, surely no revenge, only not to be molested. There shall not be a word said on our side, if he will but let her alone." John shook his head. "It all depends upon the view the man takes of it," he said. Now this was very cold comfort to Mrs. Denniston, who had by this time become very secure in her position, feeling herself entirely justified in all that she had done. "The man," she said, "the man is not the sufferer, and surely the woman has some claim to be heard." "Every claim," said John. "That is not what I was thinking of. It is this: if the man has a leg to stand upon, he will show fight. If he hasn't, why, that will make the whole difference, and probably Elinor's position will be quite safe. But you yourself say—" "John, Don't throw back upon me what I myself said. I said that perhaps things were not so bad as she believed. In my experience, I have found that folly and playing with everything that is right is more common than absolute wrong, and men like Philip Compton are made up of levity and disregard of everything that is serious. In that case, said John, if you were right, he will not let her go. Oh, John, don't make me wish that he may be a worse man than I think. He could not force her to go back to him, feeling as she does. Nobody can force a woman to do that, but he could perhaps make her position untenable. He would, perhaps, take away the child. John, said Mrs. Denniston in alarm, if you tell her that, she will fly off with him to the end of the world. She will die before she will part with the child. I suppose that's how women are made, said John, not yet cured of his personal offense. Yes, she said, that's how women are made. I beg your pardon, he said, coming to himself, but you know, Aunt, a man may be pardoned for not understanding that supreme fascination of the baby, who cares no more for one than another. Poor little animal, so long as it gets its food and is warm enough. We must await and see what the man will do. Is that the best? Is there nothing we can do to defend ourselves in the meantime? To make any sort of barricade against him? We must wait and see what he is going to do, said John, and they went over and over the question again and again as they climbed the hills. It grew quite dark as they drove along, and when they came out upon the open part of the road from which the cottage was visible, they both looked out across the combe to the lights in the windows with an involuntary movement. The cottage was transformed. Instead of the one lonely lighted window, which had indicated to John in former visits where Mrs. Denniston sat alone, there was now a twinkle from various points, a glow of firelight, a sensation of warmth and company. Mrs. Denniston looked out upon it, and her face shone. It was not a happy thing that Elinor should have made shipwreck of her life, should have left her husband and sought refuge in her mother's house. But how could it be otherwise than happy that Elinor was there? Elinor and the other little creature, who was something more than Elinor, herself and yet another. As for John, he looked at it too, with an interest which stopped all arguments on the cause of it. She was there. Wrong, perhaps, impatient, too quick to fly as she had been too quick to go. But still Elinor all the same, whether she was right or wrong. The cab arrived soberly at the door, where Pearson with the pony carriage, coming by the shorter way with the luggage, had just arrived also. Mrs. Denniston said hurriedly, "You will find Elinor in the drawing-room, John," and herself went hastily through the house and up the stairs. She was going to the baby. John guessed this with a smile of astonishment and half-contempt. How strange it was! There could not be a more sad position than that in which, in their rashness, these two women had placed themselves. And yet the mother, a woman of experience, who ought to have known better, got out of the carriage like a girl, without waiting to be helped or attended to, and went upstairs like the wind, forgetting everything else for that child. That child, the inheritor of Phil Compton's name and very likely of his qualities, fated from his birth, most likely, to bring trouble to everybody connected with him. And yet Elinor was of less interest to her mother. What strange caprices of nature, what extraordinary freaks of womankind! The cottage downstairs was warm and bright with firelight and lamplight, and in the great chair by the fire was reclining, lying back with her book laid on her lap, and her face full of eager attention to the sounds outside, a pale young woman, surrounded by cushions and warm wraps and everything an invalid could require, who raised to him eyes more large and shining than he had ever seen before, suffused with the dew of pain and pleasure and eager welcome. Elinor, was it Elinor? He had never seen her in any way like an invalid before, never knew her to be ill, or weak, or unable to walk out to the door and meet him, or anyone she cared for. The sight of her ailing, weak, with those large glistening eyes, enlarged by feebleness, went to his very heart. Fortunately, he did not in any way connect this enfeebled state with the phenomenon upstairs, which was best for all parties. He hurried up to her, taking her thin hands into his own. "Elinor, my poor little Nellie, can this be you?" The water that was in her eyes rolled over in two great tears. A brief convulsion went over her face. "Yes, John," she said, almost in a whisper. "Strange as it may seem, this is all that is left of me." He sat down beside her, and for a moment neither of them spoke. Pity, tenderness, wrath surged up together in John's breast. Pity, tender compassion, most strong of all. Poor little thing. This was how she had come back to her home, her heart broken, her wings broken, as it were. All her soaring and swiftness and energy gone. He could scarcely look upon her for the pity that overflowed his heart. But underneath lay wrath, not only against the man who had brought her to such a pass, but against herself too. "John," she said after a while, "do you remember saying to me that I was not one to bear, to put up with things, to take the consequences if I tried a dangerous experiment and failed? Did I ever say anything so silly and so cruel?" "Oh, no, no, it was neither silly nor unkind, but quite true. I have thought of it so often. I used to think of it to stir up my pride, to remind myself that I ought to try to be better than my nature, not to allow you to be a true prophet. But it was so, and I couldn't change it. You can see you were right, John, for I have not been like a strong woman, able to endure. I have only been able to run away." "My poor little Nellie." "Don't pity me," she said, the tears running over again. "I am too well off. I am too well taken care of. A prodigal should not be made so much of as I am." "Don't call yourself a prodigal, Nellie. Perhaps things may not be as bad as they appear. At least, it is but the first fall. The greatest athlete gets many before he can stand against the world." "I'll never be an athlete, John. Besides, I'm a woman, you know, and a fall of any kind is fatal to a woman, especially anything of this kind. No, I know very well it's all over. I shall never hold up my head again. But that's not the question. The question is, to be safe and as free as can be. Mamma takes me in, you know, just as if nothing had happened. She is quite willing to take the burden of me on her shoulders, and of baby. She has told you that there are two of me now, John, my baby, as well as myself." John could only nod in assent. He could not speak. "It's a wonderful thing to come out of a wreck with the treasure in one's arms, everything going to pieces behind one. The rafters coming down, the walls falling in, and yet one's treasure in one's arms. Oh, I had not the heart or the strength to come out of the tumbling house. My mother did it all, dragged me out, wrapped me up in love and kindness, carried me away. I don't want you to think I was good for anything. I should just have lain there and died. One thing, I did not mind dying at all. I had quite made up my mind. That would not have been so disgraceful as running away." "There is nothing that is disgraceful," said John. "For heaven's sake, don't say so, Nellie. It is unfortunate beyond words, but that is all. Nobody can think that you are in any way disgraced. And if you were allowed just to stay quietly here in your natural home, I suppose you desire nothing more." "What should I desire more, John? You don't suppose I should like to go and live in the world again, and go into society and all that? I have had about enough of society. Oh, I want nothing but to be quiet and unmolested and bring up my baby. They could not take my baby from me, John." "I do not think so," he said with a grave face. "You do not think so? Then you are not sure? My mother says dreadful things, but I cannot believe them. They would never take an infant from its mother to give it to a man who could do nothing for it. What could a man do with a young child? A man always on the move, who has no settled home, who has no idea what an infant wants. John, I know law is inhuman, but surely not so inhuman as that." "My dear Nellie," he said, "the law, you know, which, as you say, is often inhuman, recognizes the child as belonging to the father. He is responsible for it. For instance, they never could come upon you for its maintenance or education, or anything of that kind, until it had been proved that the father—" "May I ask," said Elinor with uplifted head, "of what or of whom you are talking when you say it?" It was all John could do not to burst into a peal of aggrieved and indignant laughter. He, who had been brought from town, from his own comforts, such as they were, to be consulted about this brat, this child which belonged to the dishonorable Phil, and Elinor, of all people in the world, threw up her head and confronted him with disdain because he called the brat it, and not him or her, whichever it was. John recollected well enough that sentence at which he had been so indignant in the telegram. Child, a boy. But he affected to himself not to know what it was, for the indulgence of a little contumely, and the reward he had got was contumely upon his own head. But when he looked at Elinor's pale face, the eyes so much larger than they ought to be, with tears welling out unawares, dried up for a moment by indignation or quick hasty temper, the temper which made her sweeter words all the more sweet, he had always thought, then rising again unawares under the heavy lids, the lips so ready to quiver, the pathetic lines about the mouth. When he looked at all these, John's heart smote him. He would have called the child anything. If there had been a sex superior to him, the baby should have it. And what was there that man could do that he would not do for the deliverance of the mother and the child? End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Marriage of Elinor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Marriage of Elinor by Margaret O. Oliphant. Chapter 25. It cannot be said that this evening at the cottage was an agreeable one. To think that Elinor should be there, and yet that there should be so little pleasure in the fact that the old party, which had once been so happy together, should be together again, was bewildering. And yet there was one member of it who was happy with the shamefaced, unacknowledged joy. To think that that which made her child miserable should make her happy was a dreadful thought to Mrs. Denniston, and yet how could she help it? Elinor was there, and the baby was there, the new, unthought-of creature which had brought with it a new anxiety, a rush of new thoughts and wishes. Already everything else in the mind of Elinor's mother began to yield to the desire to retain these two, the new mother and the child. But she did not avow this desire. She was mostly silent, taking little part in the discussion, which was indeed a very curious discussion, since Elinor, debating the question how she was to abandon her husband and defend herself against him, never mentioned his name. She did not come in to dinner, which Mrs. Denniston and John Tatum ate solemnly alone, saying but little, trying to talk upon indifferent topics, with that very wretched result which is usual when people at one of the great crises of life have to make conversation for each other while servants are about, and the restraints of common life are around them. Whether it is the terrible flood of grief which has to be barred and kept within bounds so that the functions of life may not altogether be swept away, or the sharper but warmer pang of anxiety, that which cuts like a serpent's tooth, yet is not altogether beyond the reach of hope. What poor pretenses these are at interest in ordinary subjects. What miserable gropings after something that can furnish a thread of conversation just enough to keep the intercourse of life going. These two were not more successful than others in this dismal pursuit. Mrs. Denniston found a moment when the meal was over before she left John, poor pretense, to his wine. Remember that you will not mention his name. Nothing must be said about him, she said. How can we discuss him and what he is likely to do without speaking of him, said John, with a little scorn. I don't know, replied the poor lady, but you will find that you will not have his name mentioned. You must try and humor her. Poor Elinor, for I know that you are sorry for her, John. Sorry for her. He sat over his glass of mild claret in the little dining room that had once been so bright. Even now it was the coziest little room, the curtains all drawn, shutting out the cold wind which in January searches out every crevice, the firelight blazing fitfully, bringing out all the pretty warm decorations, the gleam of silver on the sideboard, the pictures on the wall, the mirror over the mantelpiece. There was nothing wanted under that roof to make it the very home of domestic warmth and comfort, and yet sorry for Elinor. That was not the word. His heart was sore for her, torn away from all her moorings, drifting back a wreck to the little youthful home, where all had been so tranquil and so sweet. John had nothing in him of that petty sentiment which derives satisfaction from a calamity it has foreseen. Nor had he even an old lover's thrill of almost pleasure in the downfall of the clay idol that had been preferred to his gold. His pain for Elinor, the constriction in his heart as thought of her position, were unmixed with any baser feelings. Sorry for her. He would have given all he possessed to restore her happiness, not in his way, but in the way she had chosen even, last abnegation of all, to make the man worthy of her who had never been worthy. Even his own indignation and wrath against that man were subservient in John's honest breast to the desire of somehow finding that it might be possible to whitewash him, nay, to reform him, to make him as near as possible something which she could tolerate for life. I doubt if a woman, notwithstanding the much more ready power of sacrifice which women possess, could have so fully desired this renewal and amendment as John did. It was scarcely too much to say that he hated Phil Compton, yet he would have given the half of his substance at this moment to make Phil Compton a good man, nay, even to make him a passable man, to rehabilitate him in his wife's eyes. John stayed a long time over his wine, the mild glass of claret, or perhaps it was Burgundy, which was all that was offered him, partly to think the matter over, but also partly perhaps because he heard certain faint gurglings and the passage of certain steps, active and full of energy, past the door of the room within which he sat. Going now to the drawing-room, now upstairs, from which he divined that the new inmate of the house was at present in possession of the drawing-room, and of all attention there. He smiled at himself for his hostility to the child, which, of course, was entirely innocent of all blame. Here the man was inferior to the woman in comprehension and sympathy, for he not only could not understand how they could possibly obtain solace in their trouble from this unconscious little creature, but he was angry and scornful of them for doing so. Phil Compton's brat, no doubt the germ of 1,000 troubles to come, but besides that, a nothing, a being without love or thought, or even consciousness, a mere little animal feeding and sleeping, and yet the idol and object of all the thoughts of two intelligent women, capable of so much better things. This irritated John and disgusted him in the midst of all his anxious thoughts, and his profound compassion and deliberations how best to help. And it was not till the passage of certain feeble sounds outside his door, which proceeded audibly upstairs, little bleatings in which, if they had come from a lamb or even a puppy, John would have been interested, assured him that the small enemy had disappeared, that he finally rose and proceeded to join the ladies, as if he had been holding a little private debauch all by himself. There was a little fragrance and air of the visitors still in the room, a little disturbance of the usual arrangements, a surreptitious, quite unjustifiable look as of pleasure in Elinor's eyes, which were less expanded, and, if as liquid as ever, more softly bright than before. Something white actually lay on the sofa, a small garment which Mrs. Denniston whisked away. They were conscious of John's critical eye upon them, and received him with a warmth of conciliatory welcome which betrayed that consciousness. Mrs. Denniston drew a chair for him to the other side of the fire. She took her own place in the middle at the table, with a large piece of white knitting, to which she gave her whole attention, and thus the deliberation began. Elinor wants to know, John, what you think we ought to do to make quite sure that there will be no risk about the baby. I must know more of the details of the question before I can give any advice, said John. John, said Elinor, raising herself in her chair, here are all the details that are necessary. I have come away. I have come home, finding that life was impossible there. That is the whole matter. It may be, probably it is, my own fault. It is simply that life became impossible. You know you said that I was not one to endure, to put up with things. I scoffed at you then, for I did not expect to have anything to put up with. But you were quite right, and life had become impossible. That is all there is any need to say. To me, yes, said John, but not enough, Elinor, if it ever has to come within the reach of the law. But why should it come within the reach of the law? You, John, you are a lawyer. You know the rights of everything. I thought you might have arranged it all. Couldn't you try to make a kind of a bargain? What bargain? Oh, am I a lawyer? Do I know? But you, John, who have all at your fingers' ends, who know what can be done and what can't be done, and the rights that one has and that another has. Dear John, if you were to try, don't you think you could settle it all, simply as between people who don't want any exposure, any struggle, but only to be quiet and to be let alone? Elinor, I don't know what I could do with so little information as I have. To know that you found your life impossible is enough for me. But you know most people are right in their own eyes. If we have someone opposed to us who thinks, for instance, that the fault was yours. Well, she cried eagerly, I am willing to accept that. Say that the fault was mine. You could confirm it, that it was likely to be mine. You could tell them what an impatient person I was, and that you said I was not one to try an experiment, for I never could put up with anything. John, you could be a witness as well as an advocate. You could prove that you always expected, and that I am quite willing to allow that it was I. Elinor, if I could only make you understand what I mean. I am told that I am not to mention any names. No names, no names. What is the good? We both know very well what we mean. But I don't know very well what you mean. Don't you see that if it is your fault, if the other party is innocent, There can be no reason in the world why he should consent to renounce his rights. It is not a mere matter of feeling. There is right in it one way or another, either on your side or else on the other side. And if it is on the other side, why should a man give up what belongs to him? Why should he renounce what is most dear to him? Oh, John, 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 she made this appeal and outcry, clasping her hands together with a mixture of supplication and impatience. Then turning to her mother, "Oh, tell him," she cried, "tell him," almost clasping those impatient, yes, beseeching hands. "You see, John," said Mrs. Denniston, "Elinor knows that the right is on her side, but she will consent to say nothing about it to anyone, to give herself out as the offender, rather. That is to say, as an ill-disciplined person that cannot put up with anything, as you seem to have said." John laughed with vexation, yet a kind of amusement. "I never said it, nor thought it. Still, if it pleases her to think so, the wiser thing if this separation is final." "If it is final," Elinor cried. She raised herself up again in her chair and contemplated the unfortunate John with a sort of tragic superiority. "Do you think that of me," she said, "that I would take such a step as this, and that it should not be final? Is dying final? Could one do such a thing as this and change?" "Such things have been done," said John. "Elinor, forgive me. I must say it. It is all your life that is in the balance, and another life. There is this infant to be struggled over, perhaps rent in two by those who should have united to take care of him. And it's a boy, I hear. There's his name and his afterlife to think of. A child without a father, perhaps the heir of a family to which he will not belong. Elinor, tell her aunt, you understand. Is it my wish to hand her back to? No, I'll speak no names. But you know I disliked it always, opposed it always. It is not out of any favor to the other side. But she ought to take all these things into account, her own position, and the position in the future of the child." Elinor had crushed her fan with her hands, and Mrs. Denniston let the knitting with which she had gone on in spite of all fall at last in her lap. There was a little pause. John Tatum's voice itself had begun to falter, or rather swelled in sound, as when a stream swells in flood. "I do not go into the question about women and what they ought to put up with," said John, resuming. "There's many things that law can do nothing for, and nature in many ways makes it harder for women, I acknowledge. We cannot change that. Think what her position will be, neither a wife nor with the freedom of a widow, and the boy, bearing the name of one he must almost be taught to think badly of, for one of them must be in the wrong. He shall never, never hear that name. He shall know nothing. He shall be free of every bond. His mind shall never be cramped or twisted or troubled by any man, if I live." This Elinor said, lifting her pale face from her hands with eyes that flashed and shone with a blaze of excitement and weakness. "There already," said John, "is a tremendous condition, if you live. Who can make sure that they will live? We must all die, some sooner, some later, and you wearing yourself out with excitement that never was strong. You exposing your heart, the weakest organ." "John," said Mrs. Denniston, grasping him by the arm, "you are talking nonsense. You don't know what you are saying. My darling, she was never weak nor had a feeble heart, nor anything. She will live to bring up his children, her baby's children, upon her knees." "And what would it matter?" said Elinor, looking at him with clear eyes, from which the tears had disappeared in the shock of this unlooked-for suggestion. "Suppose I have no more strength than that. Suppose I were to die. You shall be his guardian, John. Bring him up a good man, and his heavenly Father will take care of him. I am not afraid. A man had better not deal with such subjects between two women. What with Mrs. Denniston's indignant protest and Elinor's lofty submission, John was at his wit's end. I did not mean to carry things to such a bitter end as that, he said. You want to force me into a corner and make me say things I never meant. The question is serious enough without that. There was again a little pause, and then Elinor, with one of those changes which are so perplexing to sober-minded people, suddenly turned to him, holding out both her hands. John, we'll leave that in God's hands, whatever is to happen to me. But in the meantime, while I am living, and perhaps my life depends upon being quiet and having a little peace and rest. It is not that I care very much for my life, said Elinor, with that clear, open-eyed look, like the sky after rain. I am shipwrecked, John, as you say, but my mother does, and it's of some consequence to baby. And if it depends upon whether I am left alone, you are too good a friend to leave me in the lurch. And you said one night, whatever happened, I was to send for you. John sprang up from his seat, dropping the hands which he had taken into his own. She was like Queen Catherine, about to weep, and her breast strained with the sobbing effort to keep it down. For God's sake, he cried, don't play upon our hearts like this. I will do anything, everything, whatever you choose to tell me. Aunt, don't let her cry. Don't let her go on like that. Why, good heavens, he cried, bursting himself into a kind of big sob. Won't it be bad for that little brat of a baby or something if she keeps going on in this way? Thus John Tatum surrendered at discretion. What could he do more? A man cannot be played upon like an instrument without giving out sounds of which he will, perhaps, be ashamed. And this woman appealing to him, this girl, looking like the little Elinor he remembered, younger and softer in her weakness and trouble than she had been in her beauty and pride, was the creature, after all, though she would never know it, whom he loved best in the world. He had wanted to save her, and the one worldly way of saving her from open shipwreck for her own sake, against every prejudice and prepossession of his mind. But if she would not have that, why was it his business to save her as she wished, to do for her whatever she wanted, to act as her agent, her champion, whatever she pleased? He was sent away presently, and accepted his dismissal with thankfulness, to smoke his cigar. This is one amusing thing in a feminine household. A man is supposed to want all manner of little indulgences, and not to be able to do without them. He is carefully left alone over his wine, the aforesaid glass of claret, and ways and means are provided for him to smoke his cigar, whether he wishes it or not. He had often laughed at these regulations of his careful relatives, but he was rather glad of them tonight. I am going to get Elinor to bed, said Mrs. Denniston. It has, perhaps, been a little too much for her. But when you have finished your cigar, John, if you will come back to the drawing-room for a few minutes, you will find me here. John did not smoke any cigar. It is all very well to be soothed and consoled by tobacco in your own room, at your own ease, but when you are put into a lady's dining-room, where everything is nice, and where the curtains will probably smell of smoke next morning, and when your mind is exercised beyond even the power of the body to keep still, that is not a time to enjoy such calm and composing delights. But he walked about the room, in which he was shut up like a wild beast in his cage, sometimes with long strides from wall to wall, sometimes going round, with that abstract trick of his, staring at the pictures as if he did not know every picture in the place by heart. He forgot that he was to go back to the drawing-room again after Elinor had been taken to bed, and it was only after having waited for him a long time that Mrs. Denniston came, almost timidly, knocking at her own dining room door, afraid to disturb her visitor in the evening rites, which she believed in so devoutly. She did go in, however, and they stood together over the fire for a few minutes, he staring down upon the glow at his feet, she contemplating fitfully, unconsciously, her own pale face and his in the dim mirror on the mantelpiece. They talked in low tones about Elinor and her health, and a determination which nothing could change. "Of course I will do it," said John. "Anything, whatever she may require of me. There are no two words about that. There is only one thing. I will not compromise her by taking any initiative. Let us wait and see what they are going to do." "But, John, might it not be better to disarm him by making overtures? Anything. I would do anything if he would but let her remain unmolested, and the baby." "Do you mean money?" he said. Mrs. Dennison gave him an abashed look, deprecatory and wistful, but did not make any reply. "Phil Compton is a cad and a brute and a scamp of the first water," said John, glad of some way to get rid of his excitement. "But I do not think that even he would sell his wife and his child for money. I wouldn't do him so much discredit as that." "Oh, I beg your pardon, John," Mrs. Dennison said. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Marriage of Elinor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Marriage of Elinor by Margaret O. Oliphant. Chapter 26. John left the cottage next morning with the full conduct of the affairs of the family placed in his hands. The ladies were both a little doubtful if his plan was the best. They were still frightened for what might happen, and kept up a watch, as John perceived, fearing every step that approached, trembling at every shadow. They remembered many stories, such as rushed to the minds of persons in trouble, of similar cases, of the machinations of the bad father whose only object was to overcome and break down his wife, and who stole his child away to let it languish and die. There are some circumstances in which people forget all the shades of character, and take it for granted that a man who can go wrong in one matter will act like a very demon in all. This was doubly strong in Mrs. Dennison, a woman full of toleration and experience, but the issues were so momentous to her, and the possible results so terrible, that she lost her accustomed good sense. It was more natural, perhaps, that Elinor, who was weak in health and still full of the arbitrariness of youth, should entertain this fear, without considering that Phil was the very last man in the world to burden himself with an infant of the most helpless age, which seemed to John an almost quite unreasonable one. Almost, for, of course, he too was compelled to allow, when driven into a corner, that there was nothing that an exasperated man might not do. Elinor had come down early to see her cousin before he left the house, bringing with her in her arms the little bundle of muslin and flannel upon the safety of which her very life seemed to depend. John looked at it, and at the small pink face and unconscious flickering hands that formed the small center to all those wrappings, with a curious mixture of pity and repugnance. It was like any other blind newborn kitten or puppy, he thought, but not so amusing. No, it was not blind, to be sure. At one moment, without any warning, it suddenly opened a pair of eyes, which by a lively exercise of fancy might be supposed like Elinor's, and seemed to look him in the face, which startled him very much, with a curious notification of the fact that the thing was not a kitten or a puppy. But then a little quiver came over the small countenance, and the attendant said it was the wind. Perhaps the opening of the eyes was the wind, too, or some other automatic effect. He would not hold out his finger to be clasped tight by the little flickering fist, as Elinor would have had him. He would none of those follies. He turned away from it not to allow himself to be moved by the effect, quite a meretricious one, of the baby in the young mother's arms. That was all poetry, sentiment, the trick of the painter, who had found the combination beautiful. Such ideas belonged, indeed, to the conventional sacred, and he had never felt any profane resistance of mind against the Sand Sister picture or any of its kind. But Phil Compton's brat was a very different thing. What did it matter what became of it? If it were not for Elinor's perverse feeling on the subject and that perfectly imbecile prostration of her mother, a sensible woman who ought to have known better, before the little creature, he would himself have been rather grateful to Phil Compton for taking it away. But when he saw the look of terror upon Elinor's face, when an unexpected step came to the door, when he saw her turn and fly, wrapping the child in her arms, on her very heart, as it seemed, bending over it, covering it so that it disappeared altogether in her embrace, John's heart was a little touched. It was only a hawking tramp with pins and needles, who came by mistake to the hall door. But her panic and anguish of alarm were a spectacle which he could not get out of his eyes. You see, she never feels safe for a moment. It will be hard to persuade her that that man, though I've seen him about the roads for years, is not an emissary or a spy to find out if she is here. I'm sure it is quite an unnecessary panic, said John. In the first place, Phil Compton's the last man to burden himself with a child. In the second, he's not a brute nor a monster. You called him a brute last night, John. I did not mean it in that way. I don't mean to stand by any rash word that may be forced from me in a moment of irritation, Aunt. Get her to give over that. She'll torture herself to death for nothing. He'll not try to take the child away. Not just now, at all events. Not while it is a mere... Bring her to her senses on that point. You surely can do that. If I was quite sure of being in my own, Mrs. Denniston said, with a forlorn smile. I am as frightened as she is, John. And remember, if there is anything to be done, anything. There is nothing but a little common sense wanted, said John. But as he drove away from the door and saw the hawker with the needles still about, the ladies had so infected him that it was all he could do to restrain an inclination to take the vagrant by the collar and throw him down the comb. Who's that fellow hanging about, he said to Pearson, who was driving him, and what does he want here? Bless you, sir, that's Joe, Pearson said. He's after no harm. He's honest enough as long as there ain't nothing much in his way, and he's waiting for the pieces as cook gives him once a week when he comes his rounds. There's no harm in poor Joe. I suppose not, since you say so, said John. But you know the ladies are rather nervous, Pearson. You must keep a lookout that no suspicious-looking person hangs about the house. Bless us, Mr. John, said Pearson. What are they nervous about? The baby? But nobody wants to steal a baby, bless your soul. I quite agree with you, said John, much relieved, though he considered Pearson an old fool in a general way, to have his own opinion confirmed. But all the same, I wish you would be doubly particular not to admit anybody you don't know, and if any man should appear, to bother them, send for me on the moment, do you hear? What do you call any man, sir, said Pearson smartly. He had ideas of his own, though he might be a fool. I mean what I said, said John more sharply still. Anyone that molests or alarms them. Send me off a telegram at once. You're wanted. That would be quite enough. But don't go with it to the office yourself. Send somebody. There's always your boy about the place. And keep about like a dragon yourself. "I'll do my best, sir," said Pearson, "though I don't know what a dragon is, except it's the one in the Bible, and that's not a thing anybody would want about the place." It was a comfort to John, after all his troubles, to be able to laugh, which he did with a heartiness which surprised Pearson, who was quite unaware that he had made any joke. These fears, however, which were imposed upon him by the contagion of the terrors of the others, soon passed from John's mind. He was convinced that Phil Compton would take no such step, and that, however much he might wish his wife to return, the possession of the baby was not a thing which he would struggle over. It cannot be denied, however, that he was anxious and eagerly inspected his letters in the morning and looked out for telegrams during the day. Fortunately, however, no evil tidings came. Mrs. Denniston reported on broken peace in the cottage, and increasing strength on the part of Elinor, and in a parenthesis with a sort of apology, of the baby. Nobody had come near them to trouble them. Elinor had received no letters. The tie between her and her husband seemed to be cut as with a knife. "We cannot, of course," she said, "expect this tranquility to last." And it came to be a very curious thought with John, as week after week passed, whether it was to last, whether Phil Compton, who had never been supposed wanting in courage, intended to let his wife and child drop off from him as if they had never been. This seemed a thing impossible to conceive, but John said to himself with much internal contempt that he knew nothing of the workings of the mind of such a man, and that it might, for aught he knew, be a common incident in life with the Phil Comptons thus to shake off their belongings when they got tired of them. The fool, the booby, to get tired of Elinor. That rumor which flies about the world so strangely and communicates information about everybody to the vacant ear, to be retailed to those whom it may concern, provided him, as the days went by, with many particulars which he had not been able to obtain from Elinor. Phil, it appeared, had gone to Glen Orban, the great house to which he had been invited, alone, with an excuse for his wife, whose state of health was not appropriate to a large party, and had stayed there spending Christmas with a brilliant houseful of guests, among whom was the American lady who had captivated him. Phil had paid one visit to the lodge to see Elinor, by her mother's summons, at the crisis of her illness, but had not hesitated to go away again when informed that the crisis was over. Mrs. Denniston never told what had passed between them on that occasion, but the gossips of the club were credibly informed that she had bullied and stormed at Phil, after the fashion of mothers-in-law, till she had driven him away, upon which he had returned to his party and flirted with Mrs. Harris more than ever. John discovered also that the party having dispersed some time ago, Phil had gone abroad. Whether in ignorance of his wife's flight or not, he could not discover, but it was almost impossible to believe that he would have gone to Monte Carlo without finding out something about Elinor, how and where she was. But whether this was the cause of his utter silence, or whether it was the habit of men of his class to treat such tremendous incidents in domestic life with levity, John Tatum could not make out. He was congratulating himself, however, upon keeping perfectly quiet and leaving the conduct of the matter to the other party, when the silence was disturbed in what seemed to him the most curious way. One afternoon, when he returned from the court, he was aware, when he entered the outer office in which his clerk abode, of what he described afterwards as a smell fit to knock you down. It would have been described more appropriately in a French novel as the special perfume, subtle and exquisite, by which a beautiful woman may be recognized wherever she goes. It was, indeed, neither more nor less than the particular scent used by Lady Mary Anne, who came forward with the sweep and rustle of her draperies and the most ingratiating of her smiles. "It appears to be fated that I am to wait for you," she said. "How do you do, Mr. Tatum? Take me out of this horrible, dirty place. I am quite sure you have some nice rooms in there." She pointed as she spoke to the inner door and moved towards it with the air of a person who knew where she was going and was fully proposed to be admitted. John said afterward that to think of this woman's abominable scent being left in his room in which he lived, though he also received his clients in it, was almost more than he could bear. But, in the meantime, he could do nothing but open the door to her and offer his most comfortable chair. She seated herself with all those little tricks of movement which were also part of the stock and trade of the pretty woman. Lady Mary Ann's prettiness was not of a kind which had the slightest effect upon John, but still it was a kind which received credit in society, being the product of a great deal of pains and care and exquisite arrangement and combination. She threw her fur cloak back a little, arranged the strings of her bonnet under her chin, which threw up the daintiness and rosiness of a complexion about which there were many questions among her closest friends. She shook up, with what had often been commented upon as the prettiest gesture, the bracelets from her wrists. She arranged the veil, which just came over the tip of her delicate nose. She put out her foot as if searching for a footstool, which John made haste to supply, though he remained unaffected otherwise by all these pretty preliminaries. "Sit down, Mr. Tatum," then said Lady Mary Ann. "It makes me wretchedly uncomfortable, as if you were some dreadful man waiting to be paid or something, to see you standing there." Though John's first impulse was that of wrath, to be thus requested to sit down in his own chambers, the position was amusing as well as disagreeable, and he laughed and drew a chair towards his writing table, which was as crowded and untidy as the writing table of a busy man usually is, and placed himself in an attitude of attention, though without asking any question. "Well," said Lady Mary Ann, slowly drawing off her glove, "you know, of course, why I have come, Mr. Tatum, to talk over with you, as a man who knows the world, this deplorable business. You see, it has come about exactly as I said. I knew what would happen, and though I am not one of those people who always insist upon being proved right, you remember what I said." "I remember that you said something, to which perhaps, had I thought I should have been called upon to give evidence as to its correctness, I should have paid more attention, Lady Mary Ann." "How rude you are," she said, with her whole interest concentrated upon the slow removal of her glove. Then she smoothed a little, softly, the pretty hand which was thus uncovered, and said, "How red one's hands get in this weather," and then laughed. "You don't mean to tell me, Mr. Tatum," she said, suddenly raising her eyes to his, "that, considering what a very particular person we were discussing, you can't remember what I said?" John was obliged to confess that he remembered more or less the gist of her discourse, and Lady Mary Ann nodded her head many times in acceptance of his confession. "Well," she said, "you see what it has come to. An open scandal, a separation, and everything broken up. For one thing, I knew if she did not give him his head a little, that's what would happen. I don't believe he cares a brass farthing for that other woman. She makes fun of everybody, and that amused him, and amused him to put Nell in a state, that as much as anything. Why couldn't she see that, and learn to prendre son parti like other people? She was free to say, 'You go your way and I'll go mine.' The most of us do that sooner or later, but to make a vulgar open rupture and go off like this—" "I fail to see the vulgarity in it," said John. "Oh, of course, everything she does is perfect to you. But just think, if it had been your own case, followed about and bullied by a jealous woman, in a state of health that of itself disgusts a man. Lady Marianne, you must pardon me if I refuse to listen to anything more of this kind, said John, starting to his feet. Oh, I warn you, you'll be compelled to listen to a great deal more if you're her agent, as I hear. Phil will find means of compelling you to hear if you don't like to take your information from me. I should like to know how Mr. Phil Compton will succeed in compelling me to anything I don't choose to do. You think, perhaps, because there's no dueling in this country, he can't do anything? But there is, all the same. He would shame you into it. He could say you were sheltering yourself. I am not a man to fight duels, said John, very angry but smiling. In any circumstances, even were such a thing not utterly ridiculous. But even a fighting man might feel that to put himself on a level with a disarmed. He stopped himself as he said it. How mean it was to a woman, descending to their own methods. But Lady Marianne was too quick for him. Oh, she said, so you've heard of that, a nickname that no gentleman. Then she too paused and looked at him with a momentary flush. He was going to apologize abjectly, when with a slight laugh she turned the subject aside. Pretty fools we are, both of us, to talk such nonsense. I didn't come here carrying Phil on my shoulders to spring at your throat if you expressed your opinion. Look here, tell me, don't let us go beating about the bush, Mr. Tatum. I suppose you have seen Nell? I know my cousin's mind at least, he said. Well then, just tell me as between friends. There's no need we should quarrel because they have done so. Tell me this, is she going to get up a divorce case? A divorce? Because, said Lady Marianne, she'll find it precious difficult to prove anything. I know she will. She may prove the flirting and so forth, but what's that? You can tell her from me. It wants somebody far better up to things than she is to prove anything. I warn her as a friend. She'll not get much good by that move. I am not aware, said John, whether Mrs. Compton has made up her mind about the further steps. Then just you advise her not, cried Lady Marianne. It doesn't matter to me. I shall be none the worse whatever she does. But if you are her true friend, you will advise her not. She might tell what she thinks, but that's no proof. Mr. Tatum, I know you have great influence with Nell. Not in a matter like this, said John with great gravity. Of course she alone can be the judge. What nonsense you talk, you men. Of course she is not the least the judge, and of course she will be guided by you. You may be sure she shall have the best advice that I can give, John said with a bow. You want me to go, I said Lady Marianne. You are dreadfully rude, standing up all the time to show me I had better go. Hereupon she recommenced her little manège, drawing on her glove, letting her bracelets drop again, fastening the fur round her throat. Well, Mr. Tatum, she said, I hope you mean to have the civility to see after my carriage. I can't go roaming about, hailing it as if it were a hansom cab, in this queer place. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Marriage of Elinor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Marriage of Elinor by Margaret O. Oliphant. Chapter 27. John went down to Windy Hill that evening. His appearance alarmed the little household more than words could say. As he was admitted at once by the servants, delighted to see him, he walked in suddenly into the midst of a truly domestic scene. The baby lay on Elinor's knee in the midst of a mass of white wrappings, kicking out a pair of pink little legs in the front of the fire. Elinor herself was seated on a very low chair, and illuminated by the cheerful blaze, which threw a glare upon her countenance, and called out unthought-of lights in her hair. There was no appearance in her looks of anxiety or trouble. She was altogether given up to the baby and the joy of its new life. The little kicking limbs, the pleasure of the little creature in the warmth, the curling of its rosy little toes and the agreeable sensation of the heat, were more to Elinor and to her mother, who was kneeling beside her on the hearth-rug, than the most refined and lofty pleasures in the world. The most lofty of us have come down to those primitive sources of bliss, if we are happy enough to have them placed in our way. The greatest poet by her side, the music of the spheres sounding in her ear, would not have made Elinor forget her troubles like the stretching out towards the fire of those little pink toes. When the door opened and the voice and step of a man, dreaded sounds, were audible, a thrill of terror ran over this little group. Mrs. Denniston sprang to her feet and placed herself between the intruder and the young mother, while Elinor gathered up, covering him all over, so that he disappeared altogether, her child in her arms. "It is John," said Mrs. Denniston. "God be thanked, it is only John." But Elinor, quite overcome by the shock, burst suddenly into tears, to which the baby responded by a vigorous cry, not at all relishing the sudden huddling up among its shawls to which it had been subjected. It may be supposed what an effect this cloudy side of the happiness, which he had not been able to deny to himself, made a very pretty scene, had upon John. He said, not without a little offense, "I am sure I beg your pardon humbly. I'll go away." Elinor turned round her head, smiling through her tears. "It was only that you gave me a fright," she said. "I am quite right again. Don't go away, unless you object to the sight of baby, and to hear him cry. But he'll not cry now, any more than his silly mother. Mamma, make John sit down and tell us. Oh, I am sure he has something to tell us. Perhaps I took comfort too soon, but the very sight of John is a protection and a strength," she said, holding out her hand to him. This sudden change of front reduced John, who had been, perhaps, disposed for a moment to stand on his dignity, to utter subjection. He neither said nor even thought a word against the baby, who was presently unfolded again and turned once more the toes of comfort towards the fire. He did not approach too near, feeling that he had no particular share in the scene, and indeed cut an almost absurd figure in the midst of that group, but sat behind, contemplating it from a little distance against the fire. The evening had grown dark by this time, but the two women, absorbed by their worship, had wanted no light. It had happened to John by an extreme piece of luck to catch the express train almost as soon as Lady Mary Ann had left him, and to reach the station at Hurrymere before the February day was done. "You have something to tell us, John. Good news or bad?" Mrs. Denniston said. "Good, or I should not have come like this unannounced," he said. "The post is quick enough for bad. I think you may be quite at your ease about the child. No claim will be made on the child, Elinor, I think, will not be disturbed if she means to take no steps on her side." "What steps?" said Mrs. Denniston. Elinor turned her head to look at him anxiously over the back of her chair. "I have had a visit this afternoon," he said. "From?" Elinor drew a long, hurried breath. She said no name, but it was evident that one was on her lips, a name she never meant to pronounce more, but to which her whole being thrilled still, even when it was unspoken. She looked at him full of eagerness to hear, yet with a hand uplifted, as if to forbid any utterance. "From Lady Mary Ann." How her countenance fell! She turned round again and bent over her baby. It was a pang of acute disappointment, he could not but see, that went through her, though she would not have allowed him to say that name. strange inconsistency. It ran over John, too, with a sense of keen indignation, as if he had taken from her an electric touch. Whose object in coming to me was to ascertain whether you intended to bring a suit for divorce. A cry rang through the room. Elinor turned upon him for a moment, a face blazing with hot and painful color. The lamp had been brought in, and he saw the fierce blush and look of horror. Then she turned round and buried it in her hands. "Divorce," said Mrs. Denniston. "Elinor, to drag her private affairs before the world. Oh, John, John, that could not be. You would not wish that to be." "I," he cried with a laugh of tuneless mirth. "Is it likely that I would wish to drag Elinor before the world?" Elinor did not say anything, but withdrew one hand from her burning cheek and put it into his. These women treated John as if he were a man of wood. What he might be feeling, or if he were feeling anything, did not enter their minds. "It was like her," said Elinor, after a time in a low, hurried voice, "to think of that. She is the only one who would think of it. As if I had ever thought or dreamed." "It is possible, however," he said, "that it might be reasonable enough. I don't speak to Elinor," who had let go his hand hastily, "but to you, Aunt. If it is altogether final, as she says, to be released would perhaps be better, from a bond that was no bond." "John, John, would you ever add shame to pain?" "The shame would not be to her, Aunt. The shame is to everyone concerned, to everyone. My Elinor's name, her dear name, dragged all through that mud. She a party, perhaps, to revelations. Oh, never, never. We could bear anything rather." "This, of course," said John, "is perhaps a still more bitter punishment for the other side." She looked round at him again, looking up with a look of pale horror, her eyelids in agonized curves over her eyes, her mouth quivering. "What did you say, John?" "I said it might be a more bitter punishment still for the other side." Elinor lifted up her baby to her breast, raising herself with a new dignity, with her head high. "I meant no punishment," she said. "I want none. I have left what killed me behind me. Many things, not one only. I have brought my boy away that he may never, never, but if it would be better that another should be free." "I will never give my consent to it, Elinor." "Nor I with my own mind, but if it is vindictive, if it is revenge, Mother, I am not alone to think of myself. If it were better that he should be free, speak to John about it and tell me. I cannot discuss it. I will leave it all to John and you. It will kill me, but what does that matter? It is not revenge that I seek." She turned with the baby pressed to her breast and walked away, her every movement showing the strain and excitement of her soul. "Why do you do this, John, without at least consulting me? You have thrown a new trouble into her mind. She will never, never do this thing, nor would I permit it. There are some things in which I must take a part. I could not forbid her marriage. God grant that I had had the strength to do it. But this I will forbid, to expose her to the whole world, when everything we have done has been with the idea of concealing what had happened. Never, never, I will never consent to it, John." I had no intention of proposing such a step, but the other side, as we are bound to call him, are frightened about it. And when I saw her look up, so young still, so sweet, with all her life before her, and thought how she must spend it alone, with no expanding, no development, in this cottage or somewhere else, a life shipwrecked, a being so capable, so full of possibilities, lost. "I have spent my life in this cottage," said Mrs. Denniston. "My husband died when I was 30. My life was over, and still I was young. But I had Elinor. There were some who pitied me too, but their pity was uncalled for. Elinor will live like her mother. She has her boy. But it is different. You cannot but see the difference. Yes, I see it. It is different, but not so different that my Elinor's name should be placarded about the streets and put in all the newspapers. Oh, never, never, John. If the man suffers, it is his fault. She will suffer, and it is not her fault. But I will not, to release him, drag my child before the world. Mrs. Denniston was so much excited that she began to pace about the room. She, who is usually so sober and self-restrained. She had borne much, but this she was unable even to contemplate with calm. For once in her life she had arrived at something which she would not bear. John felt his own position very strange, sitting looking on as a spectator, while this woman, usually so self-controlled, showed her impatience of circumstances and fate. It was ruefully comic that this should be so to speak, his doing, though he was the last in the world to desire any exposure of Elinor, or to have any sympathy with those who sought justice for themselves or revenge on others at such a cost. I was rash, perhaps, to speak as I did, he said. I had no intention of doing it when I came. It was a mere impulse, seeing Elinor. But you must know that I agree with you perfectly. I see that Elinor's lot is fixed anyhow. I believe that no decree of a court would make any difference to her, and she would not change the name that is the child's name. All that I recognize, and one thing more, that neither you nor Elinor has recognized. He is afraid of any proceedings. I suppose I may mention him to you. It's rather absurd, don't you think, speaking of a fellow of that sort, or rather, not speaking of him at all, as if his name was sacred? He is afraid of proceedings, whatever may be the cause. John, can't you understand that she cannot bear to speak of him? A man she so fought for, against us all. And now her eyes are opened. She is undeceived. She knows him all through and through, far more than we do. She opened her mind to me once, and only once. It was not that alone. Oh, no. There are things that rankle more than that. Something he did before they were married, and made her help him to conceal. Something I can't say the word, John. Oh, said John grimly, you need not mind me. Well, the woman, I blush to have to speak to you even of such a thing. The woman, John, was not the worst. She almost might, I think, have forgiven that. It was one thing after another, and that first business the worst of all. She found it out somehow, and he had made her take a part. I can't tell what. She would never open her lips on the subject again. Only that once it all burst forth. Oh, divorce! What would that do to her besides the shame? You understand some things, John, said Mrs. Denniston, with a smile. Though you are a man, she would never do anything to give herself a name different from her child's. Yes, said John with a laugh. I think I understand a thing or two, though, as you say, my dear aunt, I am only a man. However, it is just as well I am that imperfect creature, to take care of you. It understands the tactics of the wicked better than you do. And now you must persuade Elinor and persuade yourself of what I came here on purpose to tell you. Not to disturb you, as I have been so unfortunate as to do. You are perfectly safe from him. I will not let the enemy know your sentiments, or how decided you are on the subject. I will perhaps, if you will let me, crack the whip a little over their heads, and keep them in a pleasing uncertainty. But as long as he is afraid that you will take proceedings against him, he will take none. You may be sure, against her. So you may throw aside all your precautions and be happy over your treasure in your own way. Thank God for what you say, John. You take a weight off my heart. But happy? How can you speak of being happy after such a catastrophe? I thought I came in upon a very happy little scene. It might be only pretense, but it looked uncommonly like the real thing." "You mean the baby, John, the dear infant that knows no harm. He does take off our thoughts a little and enable us to bear." "Oh, Aunt, don't be a hypocrite. That was never a fault of yours. Confess that with all your misery about Elinor, you are happy to have her here and her child, notwithstanding everything, happy as you have not been for many a day." She sat down by him and gave him her hand. "John, to be a man you have wonderful insight, and it's I who am a very, very imperfect creature. You don't think worse of me to be glad to have her, even though it is purchased by such misery and trouble. God knows," cried the poor lady, drying her eyes, "that I would give her up tomorrow, and with joy, and consent never to see her again, if that would be for her happiness. John, I've not thrust myself upon them, have I? Nor done anything against him, nor said a word. But now that she is here, and the baby, and all to myself, which I never hoped, would I not be an ungrateful woman if I did not thank God for it, John?" "You are an excellent special pleader, Aunt," he said with a laugh, "as most women whom I have known are, and I agree with you in everything. You behaved to them, while it was them, angelically. You effaced yourself, and I fully believe you never said a word against him. Also, I believe that if circumstances changed, if anything happened to make her see that you could go back to him." Mrs. Dennison started in spite of herself, and pressed her hands together with a half-sob of dismay. "I don't think it likely, but if it were so, you would sacrifice yourself again, I haven't a doubt of it. Why, then, set up this piece of humbug to me who knows you so well, and pretend that you are not very happy for the moment? You are, and you have a good right to be. And I say enjoy it, my dear Aunt. Take all the good of it. You will have no trouble from him." "You think so? You really think so, John?" "I have no doubt of it, and you must persuade Elinor. Don't think I am making light of the situation. You'll have plenty to trouble you, no doubt, when that little shaver grows up." "John!" "Well, he is a little shaver, whatever that may mean. I'm sure I don't know. If he were a little prince, when he grows up you will have your business laid out for you, and I don't envy you the clearing up." "John, don't speak as if a time would come when you would not stand by us. I mean stand by Elinor." "Your first phrase was much the best. I will stand by you both as a matter of course. You must consider I shall be an old woman then, and who knows if I may live to see the poor little darling grow up." "The poor little darling may never grow up, and none of us may live to see it. One prediction is as good as another. But I think better things of you, Aunt, than that you will go and die and desert Elinor, unless so be as you couldn't help it, as Pearson says. But, however, in the meantime, dying of anybody is not in the question, and I hope both you and she will take as much pleasure out of the baby and be as happy as circumstances will allow. And I'll tell Pearson that there is no need for him to act the dragon, either the Bible one, whom he did not think you would like to have about the house, or any other, for the danger is over. Trust me at least for that." "I trust you for everything, John, but," added Mrs. Dennison, "I wouldn't say anything to Pearson. If you told him to be a dragon, let him be a dragon still. I am sure you are right, and I will tell Elinor so, and comfort her heart. But we may as well keep a good lookout and our eyes about us all the same." "They are sure I am right, but think it better to go on as if I were wrong," John said to himself as he went to dress for dinner. And while he went through his ceremony, he had a great many thoughts, half impatient, half tender, of the wonderful ways of women which are so amazing to men in general, as the ways of men are amazing to women, and will be so, no doubt, as long as the world goes on. The strange mixture of the wise and the foolish, the altogether heroic and the involuntarily fictitious, struck his keen perception with a humorous understanding and amusement and sympathy. That Mrs. Denniston should pose a little as a sufferer while she was unmitigatedly happy in the possession of Elinor and the child, and be abashed when she was forced to confess how ecstatic was the fearful joy which she snatched in the midst of danger, was strange enough. But that Elinor, at this dreadful crisis of her life, when every bond was rent asunder, and all that is ordinarily called happiness wrecked forever, should be moved to the kind of rapture he had seen in her face by the reaching out and curling in of those little pink toes in the warm light of the fire, was inconceivable, a thing that was not in any philosophy. She had made shipwreck of her life. She had torn the man whom she loved out of her heart, and fled from his neglect and treachery, a fugitive to her mother's house. And yet as she sat before the fire with this little infant cooing in the warmth, like a puppy or a little pig, or any other little animal you can suggest, this was the thought of the irreverent man. There was a look of almost more than common happiness, of blessedness in her face. Who can fathom these things? They were at least beyond the knowledge, though not the sympathy, of this very rising member of the bar. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Marriage of Elinor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Marriage of Elinor by Margaret O. Oliphant. Chapter 28. Thus there came a sort of settling down and composure of affairs. Phil Compton and all belonging to him disappeared from the scene, and Elinor returned to all the habits of her old life. All the habits, with one extraordinary and incalculable addition which changed all these habits. The baby, so inconsiderable a little creature, not able to show a feeling, or express a thought, or make even a tremulous step from one pair of loving arms to another. An altogether helpless little bundle, but nevertheless one who had already altered the existence of the cottage and its inhabitants, and made life a totally different thing for them. Can I tell how this was done? No doubt for the wisest objects, to guard the sacred seed of the race as mere duty, could never guard it, rendering it the one thing most precious in the world to those to whom it is confided. At least to most of them. When that love fails, then is the deepest abyss of misery reached. I do not say that Elinor was happy in this dreadful breaking up of her life, or that her heart did not go back, with those relentings which are the worst part of every disruption, to the man who had broken her heart and unsettled her nature. The remembrance of him in his better moments would flash upon her, and bear every resentment away. Dreadful thoughts of how she might herself have done otherwise, have rendered their mutual life better, would come over her, and next moment recollection still more terrible of what he had done and said, the scorn she had borne, the insults, the neglect, and worst of all the complicity he had forced upon her, by which he had made her guilty when she knew and feared nothing. When these thoughts overcame her, as they did 20 times in a day, for it is the worst of such troubles, that they will not be settled by one struggle, but come back and back, beginning over again at the same point, after we have wrestled through them, and had thought that we have come to a close. When these thoughts, I say, overcame her, she would rush to the room in which the baby held his throne, and press him to the heart which was beating so hotly, till it grew calm, and in the midst of all to sit down by the fire with the little atom of humanity in her lap, and see it spread and stretch its rosy limbs, would suffice to begin again to her face that beatitude which had filled John Tatum with wonder unspeakable. She took the baby and laid him on her heart to take the pain away. And so after a minute or two there was no more question of pain, but of happiness and delicious play and the raptures of motherhood. How strange were these things! She could not understand it herself, and fortunately did not try, but accepted that solace provided by God. As for Mrs. Denniston, she made no longer any pretenses to herself, but allowed herself, as John had advised, to take her blessedness frankly without hypocrisy. When Elinor's dear face was veiled by misery, her mother was sympathetically miserable, but at all other moments her heart sang for joy. She had her child again, and she had her child's child. An endless occupation, amusement, and delight. All this might come to an end, who can tell when? But for the moment her house was no more lonely. The requirements of her being were satisfied. She had her Elinor. What more was to be said? And yet there was more to be said, for in addition there was the boy. This was very well so far as the interior of the house and of their living was concerned, but very soon other difficulties arose. It had been Mrs. Denniston's desire, when she returned home, to communicate some modified version of what had happened to the neighbors around. She had thought it would not only be wise, but easier for themselves, that their position should be understood in the little parish society, which, if it did not know authoritatively, would certainly inquire and investigate and divine, with the result of perhaps believing more than the truth, perhaps setting up an entirely fictitious explanation, which it would be impossible to set aside and very hard to bear. It is the worst of knowing a number of people intimately, and being known by them from the time your children were in their cradles, that every domestic incident requires some sort of explanation to this close little circle of spectators. But Elinor, who had not the experience of her mother in such matters, nor the knowledge of life, made a strenuous opposition to this. She would not have anything said. It was better, she thought, to leave it to their imagination, if they chose to interfere with their neighbors' concerns and imagine anything. But why should they occupy themselves about us? And they have no imagination, she said, with the contempt of her neighbors, which is natural to young people, though very unjustifiable. But my darling, Mrs. Denniston would say, the position is so strange. There are not many young women who, and there must be some way of accounting for it. Let us just tell them. For heaven's sake, Mamma, tell them nothing. I have come to pay you a long visit after my neglect of you for these 2 years, which, of course, they know well enough. What more do they want to know? It is a very good reason, and while baby is so young, of course, it is far better for him to be in a settled home, where he can be properly attended to, than moving about. Isn't that enough? Well, Elinor, at least you will let me say as much as that. Oh, they can surely make it out for themselves. What is the use of always talking a matter over, to lead to a little more and a little more, till the appetite for gossip is satisfied? Surely, in our circumstances, least said is soonest mended. Elinor said with that air of superior understanding which almost always resides in persons of the younger generation. Mrs. Denniston said no more to her, but she did take advantage of the explanation thus suggested. She informed the anxious circle at the rectory that Elinor had come to her on a long visit, partly for me and partly for the baby, she said, with one of those smiles which are either the height of duplicity or the most pathetic evidence of self-control, according as you choose to regard them. She thinks she has neglected her mother, though I am sure I have never blamed her, and she thinks, of which there can be no doubt, that to carry an infant at that age moving about from place to place is the worst thing in the world, and that I am very thankful she should think so, I need not say. It is very nice for you, dear Mrs. Denniston, Mrs. Hudson said. And a good thing for Elinor, said Alice, but she is looking very poorly. I have always heard that fashionable life took a great deal out of you, if you are not quite brought up to it. I'm sure I couldn't stand it, the young lady said, with fervor, who had never had that painful delight in her power. That is all very well, said the rector, rubbing his hands. But what does Mr. Compton say to it? I don't want to say a word against your arrangements, my dear lady, but you know there must be someone on the husband's side. Now, I am on the husband's side, and I am sorry for the poor young man. I hope he is going to join his wife. I hope, excuse me for saying it, that Elinor, though we are all so delighted to see her, will not forsake him for too long. And then Mrs. Denniston felt herself compelled to embroider a little upon her theme. He has to be a great deal abroad during this year, she said. He has a great many things to do. Elinor does not know when he will be home. That is one reason. To be sure, the rector said, rubbing his hands still more, and coming to her aid just as she was breaking down. Something diplomatic, of course. Well, we must not inquire into the secrets of the state. But what an ease to his mind, my dear lady, to think that his wife and child will be safe with you while he's away. Mary Dale, not being present, could not, of course, say anything. She was a person who was always dreadfully well informed. It was a comfort unspeakable that at this moment she was away. This explanation made the spring pass quietly enough, but not without many questions that brought the blood to Elinor's face. When she was asked by someone for the first time, "When do you expect Mr. Compton, Elinor?" the sudden wild flush of color which flooded her countenance startled the questioner as much as the question did herself. "Oh, I beg your pardon," said the injudicious, but perfectly innocent seeker for information. I feel that Elinor fell upon her mother after this, and demanded to know what she had said. But as Mrs. Denniston was innocent of anything, but having said that Philip was abroad, there was no satisfaction to be got out of that. Some time after, one of the Miss Hills congratulated Elinor, having seen in the papers that Mr. Compton was returning to town for the season. "I suppose, dear Elinor, we shan't have you with us much longer," this lady said. And then it became known at the cottage that Mary Dale was returning to the rectory. This was the last aggravation, and Elinor, who had now recovered her strength and energy, and temper along with it, received the news with an outburst of impatience which frightened her mother. "You may as well go through the parish and ring the bell, and tell everybody everything," she said. "Mary Dale will have heard all, and a great deal more all. She will come with her budget and pour it out far and wide. She will report scenes that never took place, and quarrels and all that. That woman insinuated to John, and she will be surrounded with people who will shake their heads and sink their voices when we come in and say, 'Poor Elinor.' I cannot bear it. I cannot bear it," she cried. "My darling, that was bound to come sooner or later. We must set our faces like a rock and look as if we were unaware of anything." "I cannot look as if I were unaware. I cannot meet all their cruel eyes. I can see now the smile on Mary Dale's face that will say, 'I told you so.' I shall hear her say it even when I am in my room with the comb between. I know exactly how she will say it. If Elinor had listened to me—" "Elinor," said poor Mrs. Denniston, "I cannot contradict you, dear. It will be so. But none of them are cruel, not even Mary Dale. They will make their remarks. Who could help it? We should ourselves if it were someone else's case. But they will not be cruel. Don't think so. They will be full of sympathy." "Which is a great deal worse," Elinor said in her unreason. "The one might be borne, but the other I will not endure. Sympathy, yes. They will all be sorry for me. They will say they knew how it would be. Oh, I know I have not profited as I ought by what has happened to me. I am unsubdued. I am as impatient and as proud as ever. It is quite true, but it cannot be mended. It is more than I can bear. My darling, said her mother again, we all say that in our trouble, and yet we know that we have got to bear it all the same. It is intolerable. One says that 1,000 times, and yet it has to be put up with. All the time that we have been flattering ourselves that nobody took any notice, it has been a delusion, Elinor. How could it be otherwise? We must set our faces. Not I, Mamma, she said. Not I. I must go away. Go away? Elinor. Among strangers, when nobody has heard of me before, when nobody can make any remark. To live like this, among a crowd of people who think they ought to know everything that one is doing, who are nothing to you, and yet whom you stand in awe of and must explain everything to. It is this that is intolerable. I cannot bear it. Mother, I will take my baby and I will go away. Where? Said Mrs. Denniston, with all the color fading out of her face. What panic had taken her, I cannot tell. She grew pale to her lips, and the words were almost inaudible which she breathed forth. I think she thought for a moment that Elinor's heart had turned, that she was going back to her husband, to find refuge with him from the strife of tongues which she could not encounter alone. All the blood went back upon the mother's heart, yet she set herself to suppress all emotion, and if this should be so, not to oppose it. For was it not the thing of all others to be desired, the thing which everybody would approve, the reuniting of those whom God had put together? Though it might be death to her, not a word of opposition would she say. Where? How can I tell where? Anywhere out of the world, cried Elinor, in the boiling tide of her impatience and wretchedness, when nobody ever heard of us before, where there will be no one to ask, no one to require a reason, where we should be free to move when we please and do as we please. Let me go, Mother. It seemed too dear, too peaceful to come home, but now home itself has become intolerable. I will take my baby and I will go, to the farthest point the railway can take me to, with no servant to betray me, not even an address. Mother, let me go away and be lost. Let me be as if I had never been. And me, am I to remain to bear the brunt behind? And you, Mamma. Oh, I am the most unworthy creature. I don't deserve to have you. I that am always giving you pain. Why should I uproot you from your place where you have lived so long, from your flowers and your landscape, and your pretty rooms that were always a comfort to think of in that horrible time when I was away? I always liked to think of you here, happy and quiet, in the place you had chosen. Flowers and landscapes are pretty things, said Mrs. Denniston, whose color had begun to come again a little, but they don't make up for one's children. We must not do anything rashly, Elinor, but if you mean is really that you will go away to a strange place among strangers. What else could I mean, Elinor said, and then she in her turn grew pale. If you thought I could mean that I would go back. Oh, my darling, God knows if we are right or wrong. I not to advise you so, or you not to take my advice. Elinor, it is my duty, and I will say it though it were to break my heart. There only could you avoid this strife of tongues. John spoke the truth. He said, as the boy grew up, we should have many troubles. I have known women endure everything that their children might grow up in a natural situation, in their proper sphere. Think of this. I am saying it against my own interest, against my own heart. But think of it, Elinor. Whatever you might have to bear, you would be in your natural place. Elinor received this agitated address standing up, holding her head high, her nostrils expanded, her lips apart. "Have you quite done, Mother?" she said. Mrs. Denniston made an appealing movement with her hands and sank, without any power to add a word, into a chair. "I am glad you said it against your heart. Now you must feel that your conscience is clear. Mother, if I had to wander the world from place to place, without even a spot of ground on which to rest my foot, I would never, never do what you say. What, take my child to grow up in that tainted air? Give him up to be taught such things as they teach? Never, never, never. His natural place, did you say? I would rather the slums of London were his natural place. He would have some chance there. If I could bear it for myself, yet I could not for him most of all. I will take him up in my arms. Thank God I am strong now and can carry him, and go away among strangers. I don't care where there can be no questions and no remarks. But not without me, Elinor. Oh, Mother, Mother, what a child I am to you, to rend your heart as I have done, and now to tear you out of your house and home." "My home is where my children are," Mrs. Denniston said, and then she made a little pause. "But we must think it over, Elinor. Such a step as this must not be taken rashly. We will ask John to come down and advise us. My dear—" "No, Mother, not John or anyone. I will go first if you like and find a place, and you will join me after. That woman," it was poor Mary Dale, who was indeed full of information, but meant no harm, "is coming directly. I will not wait here to see her, or their faces after she has told them all the lies she will have heard. I am not going to take advice from anyone. Let me alone, Mother. I must go away." "But not by yourself, Elinor," Mrs. Denniston said. This was how it happened that John Tatum, who had meant to go down to the cottage the very next Saturday to see how things were going, was driven into a kind of stupefaction one morning in May by a letter which reached him from the north, a letter conveying news so unexpected and sudden, so unlike anything that had seemed possible, that he laid it down, when it was half read, with a gasp of astonishment, unable to believe his eyes. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of The Marriage of Elinor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Marriage of Elinor by Margaret Oliphant. Chapter 29. It was Mrs. Denniston whose letter brought John Tatum such dismay. It was dated Lakeside, Waterdale, Penrith, an address with which he had no associations whatever, and which he gazed at blankly for a moment before he attempted to read the letter, not knowing how to connect it with the well-known writing which was as familiar as the common day. "You will wonder to see this address," she wrote. "You will wonder still more, dear John, when I tell you we have come here for good. I have left the cottage in an agent's hands, with the hope of letting it. Windy Hill is such a healthy place that I hope somebody will soon be found to take it. You know Elinor would not let me make any explanation, and the constant questions and allusions to his movements, which people had seen in the papers and so forth, had got on her nerves. Poor child! You can understand how easily this might come about. At last she got that she could not bear it longer. Mary Dale, who always lives half the year with her sister at the rectory, was coming back. You know it was she who brought the first tale about him, and she knows, I think, all the gossip that ever was got up about anyone. Poor Elinor, though I don't believe Mary had any bad meaning, and it would, alas, have been for all our good had we listened to what she said. Elinor cannot bear her, and when she heard she was coming, she declared she would take her baby and go away. I tried to bring her to reason, but I could not. Naturally, it was she who convinced me. You know the process, John. Indeed, in many things I can see it is the best thing we could do. I am not supremely attached to Windy Hill. The cottage had got to be very homelike after living in it so long. But home is where those are whom one loves, and to live among one set of people for so many years, if it has great advantages, has at the same time very great disadvantages too. You can't keep anything to yourself. You must explain every step you take, and everything that happens to you. This is a lovely country, a little cold as yet, and a little damp perhaps, being so near the lake. But the mountains are beautiful, and the air delicious. Elinor is out all the day long, and baby grows like a flower. You must come and see us as soon as ever you can. That is one dreadful drawback, that we shall not have you running up and down from Saturday to Monday, and I am afraid you will be vexed with us that we did not take your advice first. You, who have always been our adviser. But Elinor would not hear a word of any advice. I think she was afraid you would disapprove, and it would have been worse to fly in your face if you had disapproved than to come away without consulting you. And you know how impetuous she is. At all events, the die is cast. Write kindly to her. Don't say anything to vex her. You can let yourself out, if you are very angry, upon me. One thing more. She desires that if you write you address her as Mrs. Compton, only no honorable. That might attract attention, and what we desire is to escape notice altogether, which I am sure is a thing you will thoroughly understand, now that we have transplanted ourselves so completely. Dear John, from the most favorable idea you can of the sudden step, and come see us as soon as it is possible. Yours affectionately, M.D. To say that John was thunderstruck by this letter is to describe his sensations mildly, for he was for a time bitterly angry, wounded, disappointed, disturbed to the bottom of his soul. But perhaps if truth were told, it could scarcely be said that he disapproved. He thought it over, which he naturally did all that day, to the great detriment of his work, first with a sort of rage against Elinor and her impetuosity, which presently shaded down into understanding of her feelings, and ended in a sense that he might have known it from the first, and that really no other conclusion was possible. He came gradually to acquiesce in the step the ladies had taken, to have to explain everything to the Hudsons and Hills and Mary Dales, to open up your most sacred heart in order that they might be able to form a theory sufficient for their outside purposes of your motives and methods, or, what was perhaps worse still, to know that they were on the watch, guessing what you did not tell them, putting things together, explaining this and that in their own way, would have been intolerable. That is the good of having attached friends, John exclaimed to himself very unjustly, for it is human nature that is to blame, if there is any blame attaching to an exercise of ingenuity, so inevitable. As a matter of fact, when Miss Dale brought the true, or something like the true account to Windy Hill, the warmth of the sympathy for Elinor, the wrath of the whole community with her unworthy husband, was almost impassioned. Had she been there, it would not have been possible for those good people altogether to conceal from her how sorry and how indignant they were. Even perhaps there might have been someone who could not have kept out of their eyes, who must have betrayed in some word or shake of the head the "I told you so," which is so dear to human nature. But how was it possible that they could remain uninterested, unaffected by the trouble in the midst of them, or even appear to be so? John, like Elinor, threw a fiery dart of impatience at the country neighbors, not allowing that everywhere in the greatest town, in the most cosmopolitan community, this would have been the same. The chattering gossips, he said, as if a club would not have been a great deal worse, as if indeed his own club, vaguely conscious of a connection by marriage between him and the dishonorable Phil, had not discussed it all behind his back long ago. But on the whole, John was forced not to disapprove. To say that he went the length of approving would be too much, and to deny that he launched forth a tremendous letter upon Mrs. Denniston, who always bore the brunt, is more than my conscience would permit. He did do this, throwing out, as the French say, fire and flame, but a few days after followed it up by a much milder letter. Need I say this was addressed to Elinor? Allowing that he understood their motives, and that perhaps, from their own point of view, they were not so very much to blame. "You will find it very damp, very cold, very different from Windy Hill," he said, with a sort of savage satisfaction. But as it happened to be unusually good weather among the lakes when his letter came, this start did not do much harm, and that John felt the revolution in his habits consequent upon this move very much, it would be futile to deny. To have nowhere to go to freely when he pleased from Saturday to Monday, he had at least a score of places, but none like the cottage, made a wonderful difference in his life. But perhaps when he came to think of it soberly, as he did so often in the brilliant Saturday afternoons of early summer, when the sunshine on the trees made his heart a little sick with the idea that he had, as he said to himself, nowhere to go to, he was not sure that the difference was not on the whole to his advantage. A man perhaps should not have it in his power to enjoy, in the most fraternal intimacy, the society of another man's wife whenever he pleased, even if to her he was, as he knew, of as little importance, notwithstanding that she was, as she would have said, so fond of John, as the postmen say, or any other secondary, yet sufficiently interesting, figure in the country neighborhood. John knew in his heart of hearts that this was not a good thing, nor a wholesome thing for him. He was not a man, as has been said, who would ever have hurried events, or insisted upon appropriating a woman, even when he loved her, and securing her as his very own. He would always have been able to put that off, to subordinate it to the necessity of getting on in the world, and securing his position. And he was by no means sure when he questioned his own heart, which was a thing he did seldom, knowing, like a wise man, that that shifty subject often made queer revelations, and was not at all an easy object to cross-examine. That the intercourse, which he had again dropped into with Elinor, was not on the whole as much as he required. There was no doubt that it kept him alive from one period to another, kept his heart moderately light, and his mind wonderfully contented, as nothing else had ever done. He looked forward to his fortnightly or monthly visit to the cottage, sometimes one and sometimes the other. He never indulged himself so far as to go every week, and it gave him happiness enough to tide over all the dull moments between. And if anything came in his way and detained him, even from his usual to a later train, he was ridiculously, absurdly angry. What right had he to feel so in respect to another man's wife? What right had he to watch the child whom he disliked so much to begin with, developing its baby faculties with an interest he was half ashamed of, but which went on increasing? Another man's wife and another man's child. He saw now that it was not a wholesome thing for him, and he could never have given it up had they remained. It had become too much a part of his living. Should he not be glad, therefore, that they had taken it into their own hands and gone away? When it suddenly occurred to John, however, that this perhaps had some share in the lady's hasty decision, that Mrs. Denniston perhaps, all that was objectionable was attributed to this poor lady, had been so abominably clear-sighted, so odiously presuming as to have suspected this. His sudden blaze of anger was foudroyant. Perhaps she had settled upon it for his sake, to take temptation out of his way. John could scarcely contain himself when this view of the case flashed upon him, although he was quite aware for himself that though it was a bitter wrench, yet it was perhaps good for him that Elinor should go away. It was probably this wave of fierce and, as we are aware, quite unreasonable anger rushing over him that produced the change which everybody saw in John's life about this time. It was about the beginning of the season when people's enjoyments begin to multiply, and for the first time in his life, John plunged into society like a very novice. He went everywhere. By this time he had made a great start in life, had been brought into note in one or two important cases, and was, as everybody knew, a young man very well thought of, and likely to do great things at the bar, so that he was free of many houses, and had so many invitations for his Sundays that he could well afford to be indifferent to the loss of such a humble house as the cottage at Windy Hill. Perhaps he wanted to persuade himself that this was the case, and that there really was nothing to regret. And it is certain that he did visit a great deal during that season, at one house, where there were 2 or 3 agreeable daughters, the house, indeed, of Sir John Gaythorne, who was Solicitor General at that time, and a man who had always looked upon John Tatum with a favorable eye. The Gaythornes had a house near Dorking, where they often went from Saturday to Monday with a few choice convives, and picnicked, as they themselves said, but it was a picnicking of a highly comfortable sort. John went down with them the very Saturday after he received that letter, the Saturday in which he had intended to go to Windy Hill, and the party was very gay. To compare it for a moment with the humdrum family at the cottage would have been absurd. The Gaythornes prided themselves on always having pleasant people with them, and they had several remarkably pleasant people that day, among whom John himself was welcomed by most persons, and the family themselves were lively and agreeable to a high degree. A distinguished father, a very nice mother, and 3 charming girls, up to everything and who knew everybody, who had read or skimmed all the new books of any importance, and had seen all the new pictures, who could talk of serious things as well as they could talk nonsense, and who were good girls to boot, looking after the poor, and visiting at hospitals in the intervals of their gaieties, as was then the highest fashion in town. I do not for a moment mean to imply that the Miss Gaythornes did their good work because it was the fashion, but the fact that it is the fashion has liberated many girls and allowed them to carry out their natural wishes in that way, who otherwise would have been restrained and hampered by parents and friends, who would have upbraided them with making themselves remarkable, if in a former generation they had attempted to go to Whitechapel or St. Thomas's with any active intentions. And Elinor had never done anything of this kind, any more than she had pursued music almost as a profession, which was what Helena Gaythorne had done, or learned to draw like Maud, who once had a little thing in the Royal Academy, or studied the classics like Gertrude. John thought of her little tunes as he listened to Miss Gaythorne's performance, and almost laughed out at the comparison. He was very fond of music, and Miss Gaythorne's playing was something which the most cultivated audience might have been glad to listen to. He was ashamed to confess to himself that he liked the tunes best. No, he would not confess it even to himself, but when he stood behind the performer listening, it occurred to him that he was capable of walking all the miles of hill and hollow which divided one place from the other, only for the inane satisfaction of seeing that baby spread on Elinor's lap, or hearing her play to him one of her tunes. He went with the Gaythornes to their country place twice in the month of June, and dined at the house several times, and was invited on other occasions, becoming, in short, one of the habitués when there was anything going on in the house, till people began to ask, which was it? It was thought generally that Helena was the attraction, but John was known to be a musical man, always to be found where specially good music was going. Some friends of the family had even gone so far as to say among themselves what a good thing it was that dear Helena's lot was likely to be cast with one who would appreciate her gift. It generally happens in these cases that a girl marries somebody who does not know one note from another, they said to each other. When, all at once, John flagged in his visits, went no more to Dorking, and finally ceased to be more assiduous or more remarked than the other young men who were on terms of partial intimacy at the Gaythorne house. He had, indeed, tried very hard to make himself fall in love with one of Sir John's girls. It would have been an excellent connection, and the man might think himself fortunate who secured any one of the three for his wife. Proceeding from his certainty on these points, and also a general liking for their company, John had gone into it with a settled purpose, determined to fall in love if he could. But he found that the thing was not to be done. It was a pity, but it could not be helped. He was in a condition now when it would no longer be rash to marry, and he knew now that there was the makings of a domestic man in him. He never could have believed that he would take an interest in the sprawling of the baby upon its mother's knee, and he allowed to himself that it might be sweet to have that scene taking place in a house of his own. Ah, but the baby would have to be Elinor's. It must be Elinor who should sit on that low chair, with the firelight on her face. And that was impossible. Helena Gaythorne was an exceedingly nice girl, and he wished her every success in life, which he attained some time after by marrying Lord Ballinsloe, the eldest son of the Earl of Athentree, a marriage which everybody approved. But he could not persuade himself to be in love with her, though with the best will in the world. During this time he did not correspond much with his relations in the country. He had, indeed, some letters to answer from his father, in which the interrogatories were very difficult. Where has Mary Denniston gone? What's become of Elinor and her baby? Has that fashionable fellow of a husband deserted her? What's the meaning of the move altogether? And, mind you keep yourself out of it, his father wrote. John had great trouble in wording his replies as to convey as little information as possible. I believe Aunt Mary has got a house somewhere in the north, probably to suit Elinor, who would be able to be more with her if she were in that neighborhood. It must be confessed that he thought this really clever as a way of getting over the question. As for Compton, I know very little about him. He was never a man much in my way. Mr. Tatum's household saw nothing remarkable in these replies, upon which, however, they built an explanation, such as it was, of the other circumstances. They concluded that it must be in order to be near Elinor that Mrs. Denniston had gone to the north, and that it was a very good thing that Elinor's husband was not a man who was in John's way. A scamp, if I ever saw one, Mr. Tatum said. But what's that Jack says about Gaythorne? Mary, I remember Gaythorne years ago. A capital friend for a young man. I'm glad your brother's making such nice friends for himself. Far better than mooning about that wretched little cottage with Mary Denniston and her girl. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The Marriage of Elinor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Marriage of Elinor by Margaret O. Oliphant, Chapter 30. It happened thus that it was not till the second autumn after the settlement of the ladies in Waterdale, when all the questions had died out, and there was no more talk of them, except on occasions when a sudden recollection cropped up among their friends at Windy Hill that John Tatum paid them his first visit. He had been very conscientious in his proposed bestowal of himself. Perhaps it is scarcely quite complimentary to a woman when she is made choice of by a man who is consciously to himself on the outlook, thinking that he ought to marry, and investigating all the suitable persons about with an eye to finding one who will answer his requirements. This sensible way of approaching the subject of matrimony does not somehow commend itself to our insular notions. It is the right way in every country except our own, but it has a cold-blooded look to the Anglo-Saxon, and a girl is not flattered, though perhaps she ought to be, by being the subject of this sensible choice. As if I were a housekeeper or a cook, she is apt to say, and is far better pleased to be fallen in love with in the most rash and irresponsible way than to be thus selected from the crowd, though that, everybody must allow, after due comparison and inspection, is by far the greater compliment. John having arrived at the conclusion that it would be better for him in many ways to marry, and specially in the way of Elinor, fortifying him forever from all possible complications, and making it possible for him to regard her evermore with the placid feelings of a brother, which was, he expected, to be the consequence, worked at the matter really with great pertinacity and consistency. He kept his eyes open upon the whole generation of girls whom he met with in society. When he went abroad during the long vacation, instead of going to Lakeside as he was invited to do, he directed his steps rather to the fashionable resorts, where families disport themselves at the foot of the mountains, than to the Alpine heights, where he had generally found a more robust amusement. And wherever he went, he bent his attention on the fairer portion of the creation, the girls who fill all the hotels with the flutter of their fresh toilettes and the babble of their pleasant voices. It was very mean and poor of him, seeing he was a mountaineer himself, but still it must be recorded that the only young ladies he systematically neglected were those in very short petticoats, with very sunburnt faces and nails in their boots, who ought to have been most congenial to him as sharing his own tastes. It is said, I don't know with what truth, that at Ouch or Interlaken, or some other of the most mundane and banal resorts of the tourist, he came upon one girl who he thought might make him a suitable wife, and that, though with much moderation and prudence, he more or less followed her party for some time, meeting them over and over again with expressions of astonishment round the most well-known corners, and persisting for a considerable time in this quest. But whether he ever came the length of proposing at all, or whether the young lady was engaged beforehand, or if she thought the prospect of making a suitable wife not good enough, I cannot say, and I doubt whether anyone knows, except, of course, the parties immediately concerned. It is very clear, at all events, that it came to nothing. John did not altogether give it up, I fancy, for he went a great deal into society still, especially in that avant-saison, which people who live in London declare to be the most enjoyable, and when it is supposed you can enjoy the best of company at your ease without the hurry and rush of the summer crowd. He would have been very glad, thankful indeed, if he could have fallen in love. How absurd to think that any silly boy can do it, to whom it is probably nothing but a disadvantage and the silliest of pastimes, and that he, a reasonable man with a good income, and arrived at a time of life when it is becoming and rational to marry, could not do it, let him try as he would. There was something ludicrous in it, when you came to think, as well as something very depressing. Mothers who wanted a good position for their daughters divined him, and many of them were exceedingly civil to John, this man in search of a wife. and many of the young ladies themselves divined him, and with the half indignation, half mockery appropriate to the situation, were some of them not unaverse to profit by it, and accordingly turned to him their worst side in the self-consciousness produced by that knowledge, and thus the second year turned round towards the wane, and John was farther from success than ever. He said to himself then that it was clear he was not a marrying man. He liked the society of ladies well enough, but not in that way. He was not made for falling in love. He might very well, he was aware, have dispensed with the tradition and found an excellent wife, who would not at all have insisted upon it from her side. But he had his prejudices, and could not do this. Love he insisted upon, and love would not come. Accordingly, when the second season was over, he gave up both the quest and the idea, and resolved to think of marrying no more, which was a sensible relief to him. For indeed he was exceedingly comfortable as he was. His chambers were excellent, and he did not think that any street or square in Belgravia would have reconciled him to giving up the temple. He had excellent servants, a man and his wife, who took the greatest care of him. He had settled into a life which was arranged as he liked, with much freedom, and yet an agreeable routine which John was too wise to despise. He relinquished the idea of marrying then and there. To be sure, there is never any prophesying what may happen. A little laughing gypsy of a girl may banish such a resolution out of a man's mind in the twinkling of an eye, at any moment. But short of such accidents as that, and he smiled at the idea of anything of the kind, he quite made up his mind on this point with a great sensation of relief. It is curious how determined the mind of the English public, at least is on this subject, that the man or woman who does not marry, especially the woman, by the by, has an unhappy life, and that a story which does not end in a wedding is no story at all, or at least ends badly, as people say. It happened to myself on one occasion to put together in a book the story of some friends of mine, in which this was the case. They were young, they were hopeful, they had all life before them, but they did not marry. And when the last chapter came to the consciousness of the publisher, he struck, with the courage of a true Briton, not ashamed of his principles, and refused to pay. He said it was no story at all. So beautiful is marriage in the eyes of our countrymen. I hope, however, that nobody will think any harm of John Tatum because he concluded, after considerable and patient trial, that he was not a marrying man. There is no harm in that. A great number of those Catholic priests whom it was the habit in my youth to commiserate deeply, as if they were vowed to the worst martyrdom, live very happy lives in their celibacy and prefer it, as John Tatum did. It will be apparent to the reader that he really preferred it to Elinor, while Elinor was in his power, and though afterwards it gave a comfort and grace to his life to think that it was his faithful but subdued love for Elinor which made him a bachelor all his days. I am by no means certain that this was true. Perhaps he never would have made up his mind had she remained always within his reach. Certain it is that he was relieved when he found that to give up the idea of marriage was the best thing for him. He adopted the conclusion with pleasure. His next brother had already married, though he was younger than John, but then he was a clergyman, which is a profession naturally tending to that sort of thing. There was, however, no kind of necessity laid upon him to provide for the continuance of the race, and he was a happy man. By what sequence of ideas it was that he considered himself justified, having come to this conclusion, in immediately paying his long-promised visit to Lakeside, is a question which I need not enter into, and indeed do not feel entirely able to cope with. It suited him, perhaps, as he had been so long a time in Switzerland last year, and he had an invitation to the far north for the grouse, which he thought it would be pleasant to accept. Going to Scotland or coming from it, Waterdale, of course, lies full in the way. He took it last on his way home, which was more convenient, and arrived there in the latter part of September, when the hills were golden with the yellow bracken. The Cumberland Hills are a little cold, in my opinion, without the heather, which clothes with such a flush of life and brightness over hills in the north. The greenness is chilly in the frequent rain. One feels how sodden and slippery it is, a moisture which does not belong to the heather. But when the brackens have all turned, and the slopes reflect themselves in the tranquil water like hills of gold, then the landscape reaches its perfect point. Lakeside was a white house standing out on a small projection at the head of the lake, commanding the group of hills above and part of the winding body of water below, in which all these golden reflections lay. A little steamer passed across the reflected glory and came to a stop not 100 yards from the gate of the house. It was a scene as unlike as could be conceived of the cottage at Windy Hill. The trees were all glorious in color, yellow birches like trees made of light, oaks all red and fiery, chestnuts and elms and beeches in 100 hues. The house was white, with a sort of broad veranda round, supported on pillars, furnishing a sheltered walk below and a broad balcony above, which gave it a character of more importance than perhaps its real size warranted. When John approached, they ran out to meet him into the wide gravel drive before the door, a little figure upon two sturdy legs, calling out, in inarticulate shoutings, something that sounded a little like his own name. It was, "To John, to John," made into a sort of song by the baby, nearly 2 years old and very forward, as everybody assured the stranger, for his age. Uncle John. His place was thus determined at once by that little potentate and master of the house. Behind the child came Elinor, no longer pale and languid as he had seen her last, but matured into vigorous beauty, bright-eyed, a little sober, as might have become maturer years than hers. Perhaps there was something in the style of her dress that favored the idea, not of age indeed, but of matronly years, and beyond those which Elinor counted. She was dressed in black, of the simplest description, not of distinctive character like a widow's, yet something like what an ideal widow beyond fashion or conventionalities of woe might wear. It seemed to give John the keynote of the character she had assumed in this new sphere. Mrs. Denniston, who had not changed in the least, stood in the open door. They gave him a welcome such as John had not had, he said to himself, since he had seen them before. They were unfeignedly glad to see him, not wounded, which to think of afterwards wounded him a little, that he had not come sooner, but delighted that he was here now. Even when he went home, it was not usual to John to be met at the door in this way by all his belongings. His sister might come running down the stairs when she heard the dog-cart draw up, but that was all. And Mary's eagerness to see him was generally tempered by the advice she had to give, to say that or not to say this because of Papa. But in the present case, it was the sight of himself which was delightful to all, and above all, though the child could have no reason for it, to the little shouting, excited boy, "Old John, old John." What was Uncle John to him? Yet his little voice filled the room with shouts of joy. "What does he know about me, the little beggar, that he makes such a noise in my honor?" said John, touched in spite of himself. "But I suppose anything is good enough for a cry at that age." "Come," said Elinor, "you are not to be contemptuous of my boy any longer. You called him it when he was a baby." "And what is he now?" said John, whose heart was affected by strange emotions. He, the man who had just decided with relief that he was not a marrying man. There came over him a curious wave of sensation which he had no right to, if he had had a right to it, if he had been coming home to those who belonged to him. not distantly in the way of cousinship, but by a dearer right. What sensations his would have been! But sitting at the corner of the fire, which was very necessary in Waterdale in the end of September, a little in the shadow, his face was not very clearly perceptible, though indeed, had it been so, the ladies would have thought nothing but that John's kind heart was touched, as was so natural by this sight. "What is he now, your nephew? Tell Uncle John what you are now," said Elinor, lifting her child on her lap, at which the child, between the kisses which were his encouragement and reward, produced, in a large infant voice, very treble, yet simulating hers, the statement, "Mama's boy." "Now, Elinor," said Mrs. Denniston, "he has played his part beautifully. He has done everything you taught him. He has told you who he is and who Uncle John is. Let him go to his nursery now." "Come upstairs, Pippo. Mother will carry her boy," said Elinor. "They don't want us any more, these old people. Say good night to Uncle John and come to bed." "Good night, old John," said the child, which, however, was not enough, for he tilted himself out of his mother's arms and put his rosy face and open mouth, sweet but damp, upon John's face. This kiss was one of the child's accomplishments. He himself was aware that he had been good, and behaved himself in every way as a child should do, as he was carried off crowing and jabbering in his mother's arms. He had formed a sort of little human bridge between them when he made that dive from Elinor's arms upon John's face. Ah, heaven, if it had been the other way, if the child and the mother had both been his. "He has grown up very sweet. You may think we are foolish, John, but you can't imagine what a delight that child is. Hasn't he grown up sweet?" "If you call that grown up." "Oh, yes. I know he is only a baby still, but so forward for his age, such a little man, taking care of his mother before he is 2 years old." "What did I hear her call him?" John asked, and it seemed to Mrs. Denniston that there was something severe in the sound of his voice. "He had to be Philip. It is a pretty name, though we may have reason to mourn the day, and belongs to his family. We must not forget that he belongs to a known family, however he may have suffered by it." "Then you intend the child to know about his family?" "I am glad to hear it," said John, though his voice perhaps was not so sweet at his words. "Oh, John, that is quite another thing, to know about his family. At 2. He has his mother, and me to take care of them both, and what does he want more?" "But he will not always be 2, said John, the first moment almost of his arrival, before he had seen the house, or said a word about the lake or anything. She was so disappointed and cast down that she made him no reply. "I am a wretched croaker," he said after a moment. "I know. I ought after all this time to try to make myself more agreeable. But you must pardon me if this was the very first thing that came into my mind. Elinor is looking a great deal better than when I saw her last." "Isn't she? Another creature. I don't say that I am satisfied, John. Who would be satisfied in such a position of affairs? But while the child is so very young, nothing matters very much. And she is quite happy. I do think she is quite happy. And so well. This country suits them both perfectly, though there is a good deal of rain. They are both out every day, and little Pippo thrives, as you see, like a flower. That is a very fantastic name to give the child. How critical you are, John. Perhaps it is, but what does it matter at this age? Any name does for a baby. Why, you yourself, as grave as you are now." "Don't, Aunt," said John. "It is a grave matter enough as it appears to me." "Not for the present. Not for the present, John." "Perhaps not for the present, if you prefer to put off all the difficulties till they grow up and crush you. Have there been any overtures all this time from the other side?" Dear John, don't overwhelm me all in a moment. In the first pleasure of seeing you, both with the troubles that are behind and the troubles that are in front of us, the poor lady said. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of The Marriage of Elinor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Marriage of Elinor by Margaret O. Oliphant, Chapter 31. The weather was fine, which was by no means always a certainty at Waterdale, and Elinor had become a great pedestrian and was ready to accompany John in his walks, which were long and varied. It was rather a curious test to which to subject himself after the long time he had been away, and the other tests through which he had gone. Never had he been so entirely the companion of Elinor. Never before had they spent so many hours together without other society. At Windy Hill, indeed, their interviews had been quite unrestrained, but then Elinor had many friends and interests in the parish and outside of it, visits to pay and duties to perform. Now she had her child, which occupied her mornings and evenings, but left her free for hours of rambling among the hills, for long walks, from which she came back blooming with the fresh air and breezes which had blown her about, ruffling her hair, and stirring up her spirits and thoughts. Sometimes, when there has been heavy and premature suffering, there occurs thus in the young another springtime, an almost childhood of natural, it may be said superficial pleasure, the power of being amused and of enjoying every simple satisfaction without any arrière-pensée like a child. She had recovered her strength and vigor in the mountain air, and in that freedom of being unknown, with no look ever directed to her, which reminded her of the past. No question which brought back her troubles had blossomed out into that fine youthful maturity of 26, which has already an advantage over the earlier girlhood, the perfection of the woman grown. Elinor had thought of many things and understood many things, which she had still regarded with the high assumptions of ignorance 3 or 4 years ago. And poor John, who had tried so hard to find himself a mate that suited him, who had studied so many girls more beautiful, more accomplished than Elinor, in the hope of goading himself, so to speak, into love, and had not succeeded, and who had felt so strongly that another man's wife must not occupy so much of his thoughts, nor another man's child give him an unwilling pleasure, which was almost fatherly. Poor John felt himself placed in a position more trying than any he had known before, more difficult to steer his way through. He had never had so much of her company, and she did not conceal the pleasure it was to her to have someone to walk with, to talk with, who understood what she said and what she did not say, and was in that unpurchasable sympathy with herself which is not to be got by beauty, or by will, or even by love itself, but comes by nature. Elinor felt this with simple pleasure. Without any complicating suspicion, she said, "What a brother John is! I always felt him so, but now more than ever." "You have been, so to speak, brought up together," said Mrs. Denniston, whose mind was by no means so easy on the subject. "That is the reason, I suppose," said Elinor with happy looks. But poor John said nothing of this kind. What he felt was that he might have spared himself the trouble of all those researches of his, than to roam about looking for a young lady whom he might, not devour, but learn to love, was pains as unnecessary as ever man took. He still hugged himself, however, over the thought that in no circumstances would he have been a marrying man, that if Elinor had been free he would have found plenty of reasons why they should remain on their present terms and go no farther. as it was clear that they must remain on their present terms and could go no farther. It was certainly better that he should cherish that thought. And curiously enough, though they heard so little from the outside world, they had heard just so much as this, that John's assiduities to the Miss Gaythornes, which the reader may remember was the first of all his attempts, and quite antiquated in his recollection, had occasioned remarks, and he had not been many evenings at Lakeside before he was questioned on the subject. Had it been true, or had he changed his mind, or had the lady? It vexed him that there was not the least little opposition or despite in their tones, such as a man's female friends often show towards the objects of his admiration, not from any feeling on their own part, except that most natural one, which is surprised and almost hurt to find that, having known me, he could decline, a feeling which, in its original expression, was not a woman's sentiment, but a man's, and therefore is, I suppose, common to both sides. But the ladies at Lakeside did not even betray this feeling. They desired to know if there had been anything in it, with smiles, it is true, but Mrs. Denniston at the same time expressed her regret warmly. We were in great hopes. Something would come of it, John. Elinor has met the Gaythornes and thought them very nice. And if there is a thing in the world that would give me pleasure, it would be to see you with a nice wife, John. I am sure I am much obliged to you, Aunt, but there really was nothing in it. That is, I was seized with various impulses on the subject, and rather agreed with you. But I never mentioned the matter to any of the Miss Gaythornes. They are charming girls, and I don't suppose would have looked at me. At the same time, I did not feel it possible to imagine myself in love with any of them. That's quite a long time since, he added with a laugh. Then there have been others since then? Let us put him in the confessional, Mother, cried Elinor with a laugh. He ought not to have any secrets of that description from you and me. Oh, yes, there have been others since, said John. To tell the truth, I have walked round a great many nice girls, asking myself whether I shouldn't find it very delightful to have one of them belonging to me. I wasn't worthy, the least attractive of them all. I quite knew, but still I am about the same as other men. However, as I've said, I never mentioned the matter to any of them. Never, cried Mrs. Denniston, feeling a hesitation in his tone. He laughed a little shamefaced. Well, if you like, I will say hardly ever, he said. There was one that might perhaps have taken pity upon me, but fortunately an old lover of hers, who was much more enterprising, turned up before anything decisive had been said. Fortunately, John? Well, yes, I thought so. You see, I am not a marrying man. I tried to screw myself up to the point, but it was altogether, I am afraid, as a matter of principle. I thought it would be a good thing, perhaps, to have a wife. That was a very cold-blooded idea. No wonder you. It never came to anything. That is not the way to go about it, said Elinor, with the ringing laugh of a child. And yet her way of going about it had been far from a success. How curious that she did not remember that. Yes, he said, I am quite aware that I did not go about it in the right way. But then, that was the only way in which it presented itself to me. And when I had made up my mind at last that it was a failure, I confess it was with a certain sense of relief. I suppose I was born to live and die an old bachelor. Do not be so sure of that, said Elinor. Some day or other, in the most unlooked-for moment, the fairy princess will bound upon the scene, and the old bachelor will be lost. We'll wait quite contentedly for that day, which I don't believe in, he said. Mrs. Denniston did not take any part in the later portion of this discussion. Her smile was feeble at the places where Elinor laughed. She said seriously after this fireside conference, when he got up to prepare for dinner, putting her hand tenderly on his shoulder, I wish you had found someone you could have loved, John. So did I, for a time, he said lightly. But you see, it was not to be. She shook her head, standing against the firelight in the dark room, so that he could not see her face. I wish, she said, I wish that I saw you with a nice wife, John. You might wish to see me on the woolsack, Aunt. Well, it might come to pass. I shall see you high up, if I live long enough. But I wish I was as sure of the other John. Well, he said with a laugh, I did my best, but there is no use in struggling against fate. No, indeed. How very, very little use there was. He had kept away from them for nearly 2 years, while he had done his best in the meantime to get a permanent tenant for his heart, which should prevent any wandering tendencies. But he had not succeeded, and now if ever a man could be put in circumstances of danger, it was he. If he did not appear in time for their walk, Elinor would call him. Aren't you coming, John? And she overflowed and talked to him of everything, excepting always of that one dark passage in her life of which she never breathed a word. She asked him about his work and about his prospects, insisting upon having everything explained to her, even politics, to which he had a tendency, not without ideas of their use in reaching the higher ranks of his profession. Elinor entered into all with zest and almost enthusiasm. She wrapped him up in her sympathy and interest. There was nothing he did that she did not wish to know about, did not desire to have a part in. A sister in this respect is, as everybody knows, often more full of enthusiasm than a wife. And Elinor, who was vacant of all concerns of her own except the baby, was delighted to take up these subjects of excitement and follow John through them, hastening after him on every line of indication or suggestion which he gave, nay, often with her lively intelligence hastening before him, making incursions into undiscovered countries of which he had not yet perceived the importance. They walked over all the country, into woods which were a little damp, and up hillsides where the scramble was often difficult enough, and along the side of the lake, or, for a variety, went rowing across to the other side, or far down the gleaming water, out of sight, round the wooded corner which, with all its autumnal colors, blazed like a brilliant sentinel into the air above and the water below. Mrs. Denniston watched them, sometimes with a little trouble on her face. She would not say a word to throw suspicions or doubts between them. She would not awaken in Elinor's mind the thought that any such possibilities as arise between two young people, free of all bonds, could be imagined as affecting her and any man such as her cousin John. Poor John! If he must be the victim he must be. Elinor could not be disturbed that he might go free. And indeed, what good would it have done to disturb Elinor? It would but have brought consciousness, embarrassment, and a sense of danger where no such sense was. She was trebly protected, and without a thought of anything but the calm, yet close relations that had existed so long. But he could take care of himself, Mrs. Denniston reflected in despair. He must take care of himself. He was a man, and must understand what his own risks and perils were. And do you think this plan is a success? John asked her one day, as they were rowing homeward up the lake. The time of his visit was drawing to a close. Indeed, it had drawn to a close several times, and been lengthened very unadvisedly, yet very irresistibly as he felt. Her face grew graver than usual, as with the sudden recollection of that shadow upon her life, which Elinor so often seemed to have forgotten. As much of a success, she said, as anything of the kind is likely to be. It suits you better than Windy Hill. Only in being more out of the world. It is partially out of the world for a great part of the year. But I suppose no place is so holy. It seems impossible to keep from making acquaintances. Of course, he said, I have noticed. You know people here already. How can we keep from knowing people? Mamma says it is the same thing everywhere. If we lived up in that little house, which they say is the highest in England, at the head of the pass, we should meet people, I suppose, even there. Most likely, he replied, but the same difficulties can hardly arise. You mean we shall not know people so well as at home, and will not be compelled to give an account of ourselves whatever we do? Heaven knows. There is a vicarage here, and there is a squire's house, and there are 2 or 3 people besides who already begin to inquire if we are related to so-and-so, if we are the Scotch Denistons, or the Irish Comptons, or I don't know what, and whether we are going to Penrith or any other capital city for the winter. Elinor ended with a laugh. So soon, John said. So soon, very much sooner the first year, with Mamma so friendly as she is, and with me so silly, unable to keep myself from smiling at anybody who smiles at me. Poor Elinor. Oh, you may laugh, but it is a real disadvantage. I'm sure there was not very much smile in me when we came, and yet, notwithstanding, the first pleasant look is enough for me. I cannot but respond, and I shall always be so, I suppose, she said with a sigh. I hope so, Elinor. It would be an evil day for all of us if you did not respond. For how many, John? For my mother and... Ah, you are so good. More like my brother than my cousin. For you, perhaps, a little. But what is it to anybody else in the world whether I smile or sigh? It does not matter, however, she said, flinging back her head. There it is, and I can't help it. If you smile at me, I must smile back again, and so we make friends. And already I get a great deal of advice about little Pippo. If we live here till he grows up, the same thing will happen as at the cottage. We will require to account to everybody for what we do with him, for the school he goes to, and all he does, to explain why he has one kind of training or another, and in short, all that I ran away from. The world wherever one goes seems to be so much the same. The world is very much the same everywhere, and you cannot get out of it were you to take refuge in a cave on the hill. The best thing is generally to let it know all that can be known, and so save the multitude of guesses it always makes. Elinor looked at him for a moment with her lips pressed tightly together, and a light in her eyes. Then she looked away across the water to the golden hills and said nothing. But there was a great deal in that look of eager contradiction, yet forced agreement, of determination above all, with which right and wrong had nothing to do. Elinor, he said, do you mean that child to grow up here between your mother and you, in ignorance of all that there is in the world besides you two? That child, she cried. John, I think you dislike my boy, for, of course, it is Pippo you mean. I wish you would not call him by that absurd name. You are hard to please, she said with an angry laugh. I think it is a very sweet little name. The child will not always be a baby, said John. Oh, no. I suppose if we all live long enough, he will sometime be a possibly disagreeable man, and punish us well for all the care we have spent upon him, Elinor said. I don't want to make you angry, Elinor. No, I don't suppose you do. You have been very nice to me, John. You have neither scolded me nor given me good advice. I never expected you would have been so forbearing, but I have always felt you must mean to give me a good knock at the end. You do me great injustice, he said, much wounded. You know that I think only of what is best for you and the child. They were approaching the shore, and Mrs. Deniston's white cap was visible in the waning light, looking out for them from the door. Elinor said hastily, And the child? I don't think that you care much for the child. There you are mistaken, Elinor. I did not perhaps at first, but I acknowledge that a little thing like that does somehow creep into one's heart. Her face, which had been gloomy, brightened up as if a sunbeam had suddenly burst upon it. Oh, bless you, John, Uncle John, how good and how kind, and what a dear friend and brother you are. And I such a wretch, ready to quarrel with those I love best. But, John, let me keep quiet, let me keep still. Don't make me wake up the past. He is such a baby, such a baby. There cannot be any question of telling him anything for years and years. I thought you were lost, said Mrs. Denniston, calling to them. I began to think of all kinds of things that might have happened, of the steamboat running into you, or the boat going on a rock, or... You need not have had any fear when I was with John, Elinor said, with a smile that made him warm at once like the sun. He knew very well, however, that it was only because he had made that little pleasant speech about her boy. End of chapter 31.
Chapter 32 of The Marriage of Elinor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Amanda Ahokaj. The Marriage of Elinor by Margaret O. Oliphant. Chapter 32. There passed after this a number of years, of which I can make no record. The ladies remained at Lakeside, seldom moving. When they took a holiday now and then, it was more for the sake of the little community which, just as in Windy Hill, had gathered round them, and which inquired, concerned, "Are you not going to take a little change? Don't you think, dear Mrs. Denniston, your daughter would be the better for a change? Do you really think that a little sea air and variety wouldn't be good for the boy?" Forced by these kind speeches, they did go away now and then to unknown seaside places in the north, when little Philip was still a child, and to quiet places abroad when he grew a boy, and it was thought a good thing for him to learn languages, and to be taught that there were other countries in the world besides England. They were absent for one whole winter in France and another in Germany, with this motive, that Philip should learn these languages, which he did tant bien que mal, with much assistance from his mother, who taught herself everything that she thought the boy should know, and shared his lessons in order to push him gently forward. And on the whole, he did very well in this particular of language, showing much aptitude, though not perhaps much application. I would not assert that the ladies, with an opinion very common among women, and also among youth in general, did not rather glory in the thought that he could do almost anything he liked, which was their opinion, and in some degree, while he was very young, the opinion of his masters, with the appearance of doing nothing at all. But on the whole, his education was the most difficult manner in which they had yet been engaged. How was he to be educated? His birth and condition pointed to one of the great public schools, and Mrs. Denniston, who had made many economics in that retirement, was quite able to give the child what they both called the best education. But how could they send him to Eton or Harrow? A boy who knew nothing about his parentage or his family, a boy bearing a well-known name, who would be subject to endless questions where he came from, who he belonged to, 100 things, which neither in Waterdale nor in their travels had ever been asked of him. What the Waterdale people thought on the subject, or how much they knew, I should not like to inquire. There are ways of finding out everything, and people who possess family secrets are often extraordinarily deceived in the respect to what is known and what is not known of those secrets. My own opinion is that there is scarcely such a thing as a secret in the world. If any moment of great revolution comes in your life, you generally find that your neighbors are not much surprised. They have known it, or they have suspected it, all along, and it is well if they have not suspected more than the truth. So it is quite possible that these excellent people knew all about Elinor, but Elinor did not think so, which was the great thing. However, there could not be any question that Philip's education was a very great difficulty. John Tatum, who paid them a visit soberly from time to time, but did not now come as of old, never indeed came as on that first occasion, when he had been so happy and so undeceived. To be sure, as Philip grew up, it was of course impossible for anyone to be like that. From the time Pippo was 5 or 6, he went everywhere with his mother, her sole companion in general, and when there was a visitor always making a third in the party, a third who was really the first, for he appealed to his mother on every occasion, directed her attention to everything. He only learned with the greatest difficulty that it was possible she should find it necessary to give her attention in a greater degree to anyone else. When she said, "You know, Pippo, I must talk to Uncle John," Pippo opened his great eyes. "Not then to me, mamma?" "Yes, dearest, more than to you for the moment, for he has come a long way to see us, and he will soon have to go away again." When this was first explained to him, Pippo inquired particularly when his Uncle John was going away, and was delighted to hear that it was to be very soon. However, as he grew older, the boy began to take great pleasure in Uncle John, and hung upon his arm when they went out for their walks, and instead of endeavoring to monopolize his mother, turned the tables upon her by monopolizing this, the only man who belonged to him, and to whom he turned with the instinct of budding manhood. John, too, was very willing to be thus appropriated, and it came to pass that now and then Elinor was left out, or left herself out of the calculation, urging that the walk they were planning was too far for her, or too steep for her, or too something, so that the boy might have the enjoyment of the man's society all to himself. This changed the position in many ways, and I am not sure that at first it did not cost Elinor a little thus to stand aside and put herself out of that first place, which had always been, by all of them, accorded to her. But if this was so, it was soon lost in the consideration of how good it was for Pippo to have a man like John to talk to, and to influence him in every way. A man like John. That was the thing. Not a common man, not one who might teach him the baseness, or frivolity, or the falsehood of the world, but a good man, who was also a distinguished man, a man of the world in the best sense, knowing life in the best sense, and able to modify the boy's conception of what he was to find in the world, as women could never do. For after all that can be said, we are not good for much on those points, mother, Mrs. Compton would say. "I don't know, Elinor. I doubt whether I would exchange my own ideas for John's," the elder lady replied. "Ah, perhaps, mother, but for Pippo, his experience and his knowledge will do so much. A boy should not be brought up entirely with women any more than a girl should be with men." "I have often thought, my dear," said Mrs. Denniston, "if in God's providence it had been a girl instead of a boy—" "Oh," said the younger mother, with a flush, "how can you speak? How could you think of any possible child but Pippo? I would not give him for a score of girls." "And if he had been a girl, you would not have changed him for scores of boys," said Mrs. Denniston, who added after a while, with a curious sense of competition, and a determination to allow no inferiority, "You forget, Elinor, that my only child is a girl." The elder lady, whom they begin to call the old lady, showed a great deal of spirit in defense of her own. But Philip was approaching 14, and the great question had to be decided now or never. Where was he to be sent to school? It was difficult now to send him to bed, to get him out of the way, he who was used to be the person of first importance in the house, in order that the others might settle what was to be his fate. And accordingly, the two ladies came downstairs again, after the family had separated in the usual way, in order to have their consultation with their adviser. There was now a room in the house furnished as a library, in order that Philip might have a place in which to carry on his studies, and where the gentlemen might have their talks by themselves, when there was any one in the house. And here they found John, when they stole in one after the other, soft-footed, that the boy might suspect no complot. They had their scheme, it need not be doubted, and John had his. He pronounced at once for one of the great public schools, while the ladies on their part had heard of one in the north, an old foundation as old as Eton, where there was at the moment a headmaster who was quite exceptional, and where boys were winning honors in all directions. There Pippo would be quite safe. He was not likely to meet with anybody who would put awkward questions, and yet would receive an education as good as anyone's. Probably better, said Elinor, for Mr. Sage will have few pupils like him, and therefore will give him more attention. That means, said John, that the boy will not be among his equals, which is of all things I know the worst for a boy. We are not aristocrats as you are, John. They will be more than his equals in one way, because many of them will be bigger and stronger than he, and that is what counts most among boys. Besides, we have no pretensions. My dear Elinor, said John Tatum, who was, by this time, an exceedingly successful lawyer, member for his native borough, and within sight of a solicitor generalship. Your modesty is a little out of character, don't you think? There can be no two opinions about what the boy is. An aristocrat, if you choose to use that word, every inch of him. A little gentleman, down to his fingers' ends. Oh, thank you, John, cried Pippo's inconsistent mother. That is the thing of all others that we hoped you would say. And yet you are going to send him among the farmers' sons. Fine fellows, I grant you, but not of his kind. Have you heard, he said more gravely, that Reginald Compton died last year? We saw it in the papers, said Mrs. Denniston. Elinor said nothing, but turned her head away. And neither of the others are married, or likely to marry. One of them is very much broken down. Oh, John, John, for God's sake, don't say anything more. I must, Elinor. There is but one good life, and that in a dangerous climate, and with all the risks of possible fighting between the boy and— Don't, John. And he does not know who he is. He is ignorant of everything, even the fact, the great fact, which you have no right to keep from him. John, she cried, starting to her feet, the boy is mine. I have a right to deal with him as I think best. I will not hear a word you have to say. It is vain to say anything, said Mrs. Denniston. She will not hear a word. That is all very well, so far as she is concerned, said John, but I have a part of my own to play. You give me the name of adviser and so forth. A man cannot be your adviser if his mouth is closed before he speaks. I have a right to speak, being summoned for that purpose. I tell you, Elinor, that you have no right to conceal from the boy who he is, and that his father is alive. She gave a cry as if he had struck her, and shrank away behind her mother, hiding her face in her hands. I am, more or less, of your opinion, John. I have told her the same. While he was a baby, it mattered nothing. Now that he is a rational creature with an opinion of his own, like any one of us— Mother, cried Elinor, you are unkind. Oh, you are unkind. What did it matter so long as he was a baby? But now he is just at the age when he would be— If you don't wish to drive me out of my senses altogether, don't say a word more to me of this kind. Elinor, said John, I have said nothing on the subject for many years, though I have thought much, and you must for once hear reason. The boy belongs to his father as much as to you. I have said it. I cannot take it back. He belongs to the family of which he may one day be the head. You cannot throw away his birthright. And think, if you let him grow up like this, not knowing that he has a family or unaware whom he belongs to. Have you done, John? Asked Elinor, who had made 2 or 3 efforts to interrupt, and had been beating her foot impatiently upon the ground. If you ask me in that tone, I suppose I must say yes, though I have a great deal more that I should like to say. Then hear me speak, cried Elinor. Of us 3, at least, I am the only one to whom he belongs. I only have power to decide for him, and I say no, no. Whatever argument there may be, whatever plea you may bring forward, no and no, and after that, no. What, at 14, just the age when anything that was said to him would tell the most, when he would learn a lesson the quickest, learn what I would die to keep him from, when he would take everything for gospel that was said to him, when the very charm of that unknown name— She stopped for a moment to take breath, half choked by her own words. And you ought to remember, no one has ever laid claim to him. Why should I tell him of one that never even inquired? No, John, no, no, no. A baby he might have been told, and it would have done him no harm. Perhaps you were right, you and Mother, and I was wrong. He might have known it from the first, and thought very little of it, and he may know when he is a man, and his character is formed, and he knows what things mean. But a boy of 14, imagine the glamour there would be about the very name, how he would feel. We must all have been unjust, and the other injured. You know from yourself, John, how he clings to you. You who are only a cousin. He knows that. Yet he insists upon Uncle John, the one man who belongs to him, and looks up to you, and thinks nothing of any of us in comparison. I like it, cried Elinor, dashing the tears from her eyes. I am not jealous, but fancy what it would be with I cannot say the word. Yes, the father. If it is so with you, what would it be with him? John listened with his head bent down, leaning on his hand. Every word went to his heart. Yes, he was nothing but a cousin, it was true. The boy did not belong to him, was nothing to him. If the father stepped in, the real father, the man of whom Philip had never heard, in all the glory of his natural rights and the novelty and wonder of his existence, how different would that be from any feeling that could be raised by a cousin, an uncle, with whom the boy had played all his life. No doubt it was true. And Phil Compton would probably charm the inexperienced boy with his handsome, disreputable grace, and the unknown ways of the man of the world. And yet, he thought to himself, there is a perspicacity about children which is not always present in a man. Philip had no precocious instincts to be tempted by his father's habits. He had the truest sight of a boy trained amid everything that was noble and pure. Would it indeed be more dangerous now, when the boy was a boy, with all those safeguards of nature, than when he was a man? John kept his mind to this question with the firmness of a trained intelligence, not letting himself go off into other matters, or pausing to feel the sting that was in Elinor's words, the reminder that though he had been so much, he was still nothing to the family, to whom he had consecrated so much of his life, so much now of his thoughts. I do not think I agree with you, Elinor, he said at last. I think it would have been better had he always known that his father lived, and who he was, and what family he belonged to. That is not to say that you were to thrust him into his father's arms, and I think now that, though we cannot redeem the past, it should be done as soon as possible, and that he should know before he goes to school. I think the effect will be less now than if the discovery bursts upon him when he is a young man, when he finds, perhaps, as may well be, that his position and all his prospects are changed in a moment, when he may be called upon without any preparation to assume a name and a rank of which he knows nothing. Not a name. He has always borne his true name. His true name may be changed at any moment, Elinor. He may become Lord Lamond, and the heir, my dear, said Mrs. Denniston, growing red. That is a chance we have never taken into account. What has that to do with it? She said. Is his happiness and his honor to be put in comparison with a chance, a possibility that may never come true? John, for the sake of everything that is good, let him wait till he is a man and knows good from evil. It is that I am thinking of, Elinor. A boy of 14 often knows good from evil much better than a youth of 21, which is, I suppose, what you call a man. My opinion is that it would be better and safer now. No, she said, and no, I will never consent to it. If you go and poison my boy's mind, I will never forgive you, John. I have no right to do anything, he said. It is, of course, you who must decide, Elinor. I advise only, and I might as well give that up, he added. Don't you think? For you are not to be guided by me. And she was, of course, supreme in everything that concerned her son. John, when he could do no more, knew how to be silent, and Mrs. Denniston, if not so wise in this respect, was yet more easily silenced than John. And Philip Compton went to the old grammar school among the Dales, where was the young and energetic headmaster, who, as Elinor anticipated, found this one pupil like a pearl among the pebbles of the shore, and spared no pains to polish him and perfect him in every way known to the ambitious schoolmaster of modern times. End of chapter 32.
Chapter 33 of The Marriage of Elinor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Marriage of Elinor by Margaret O. Oliphant, Chapter 33. It is needless to say that the years which developed Elinor's child into a youth on the verge of manhood had not passed by the others of the family without full evidence of its progress. John Tatum was no longer within the elastic boundaries of that conventional youth which is allowed to stretch so far when a man remains unmarried. He might have been characterized as encore jeune, according to the fine distinction of our neighbors in France, had he desired it. But he did not desire it. He had never altogether neglected society, having a wholesome liking for the company of his fellow creatures, but neither had he ever plunged into it as those do who must keep their places in the crowd or die. John had pursued the middle path, which is the most difficult. He had cultivated friends, not a mob of acquaintances, although, as people say, he knew everybody. As a man who had attained his position and won his success could scarcely fail to do. He had succeeded indeed, not in the fabulous way that some men do, but in a way which most men in his profession looked upon as in the highest degree satisfactory. He had a silk gown like any dowager. He had been leading counsel in many cases which were now of note. He was among, not the 2 or 3 perhaps, but the 20 or 30, who were at the head of his profession. If he had not gone further, it was perhaps more from lack of ambition than from want of power. He had been for years in Parliament, but preferred his independence to the chance of office. It is impossible to tell how John's character and wishes might have been modified had he married and had children round him like other men. Had the tall boy in the north, the young hero of Lakeside, been his, what a difference would that have made in his views of life? But Philip was not his, nor Philip's mother, probably, as he always said to himself, from his own fault. This, as the reader is aware, had always been fully recognized by John himself. Perhaps in the old days, in those days when everything was possible, he had not even recognized that there was but one woman in the world whom he could ever wish to marry. Probably it was only her appropriation by another that revealed this fact to him. There are men like this to be found everywhere, not so hotly constituted as to seize for themselves what is most necessary for their personal happiness, possessed by so many other subjects that this seems a thing to be thought of by and by, which by and by is generally too late. But John Tatum was neither a disappointed nor an unhappy man. He might have attained a higher development and more brilliant and full life, but that was all. And how few men are there of whom this could not be said. He had become Mr. Tatum of Tatum's Cross, as well as Q.C. and M.P., a county gentleman of modest but effective standing, a lawyer of high reputation, quite eligible either for the bench or for political elevation, had he cared for either, a member of Parliament with a distinct standing, and therefore importance of his own. There was probably throughout England no society in which he could have found himself where his position and importance would have been unknown. He was a man approaching 50, who had not yet lost any of the power of enjoyment or begun to feel the inroads of decay, at the very height of life, and unconscious that the ground would shortly begin to slope downwards under his feet. Indeed, it showed no such indication as yet, and probably would not do so for years. The broad plateau of middle age lasts often till 60, or even beyond. There was no reason to doubt that, for John Tatum, it would last as long as for any man. His health was perfect, and his habits those of a man whose self had never demanded indulgences of the vulgar kind. He had given up with some regret, but years before, his chambers in the Temple. That is, He retained them as chambers, but lived in them no longer. He had a house in one of the streets about Belgrave Square, one of those little bits of awkward three-cornered streets where there are some of the pleasantest houses of a moderate kind in London, furnished from top to bottom, the stairs, the comfortable quaint landings, the bits of corridor and passage, nothing naked or neglected about it, no cold corner, but nothing fantastic, not very much ornament, a few good pictures, a great deal of highly polished old-fashioned dark mahogany, with a general flavor of Sheraton and Chippendale, an abundance of books everywhere. John was able to permit himself various little indulgences, on which wives are said to look with jealous eyes. He had a fancy for rare editions, in which I sympathize, and also for bindings, which seems to me a weakness. However, it was one which he indulged in moderation. He possessed in his drawing-room, which was not very much used, a beautiful old-fashioned harpsichord, and also he had belonging to him a fiddle of value untold. I ought, of course, to say violin, or rather to distinguish the instrument by its family name. I have no doubt it was a Stradivarius, but there is an affectionate humor in the fiddle, which does not consist with fine titles. He had always been fond of music, but even the Stradivarius did not beguile him, in the days of which I speak, to play, nor perhaps was his performance worthy of it, though his taste was said to be excellent. It will be perceived by all this that John Tatum's life had many pleasures. And I am not myself sorry for him because he was not married, as many people will be. Perhaps it is a little doleful coming home when there is never anybody looking out for you, expecting you. But then he had never been accustomed to look for that, and the effect might have been irksome rather than pleasant. His household went on velvet under the care of a respectable couple who had done for Mr. Tatum for years. He would not have submitted to extortion or waste, but everything was ample in the house. The cook by no means stinted in respect to butter or any of those condiments which are as necessary to good cooking as air is to life. Mr. Tatum would not have understood a lack of anything, or that what was served to him should not have been the best, supplied and served in the best way. Failure on such points would have so much surprised him that he would scarcely have known what steps to take. But Jervis, his butler, knew what was best as well as Mr. Tatum did, and was quite as little disposed to put up with any shortcoming. I say I am not sorry for him that he was not married, up to this time. But as a matter of fact, the time does come when one becomes sorry for the well-to-do, highly respectable, refined, and agreeable man who has everything that heart can desire, except the best things in life, love, and the companionship of those who are his very own. When old age looms in sight, everything is changed. But Mr. Tatum, as has been said, was not quite 50, and old age seemed as far off as if it could never be. He was a man who was very good to a number of people, and spent almost as much money in being kind as if he had possessed extravagant children of his own. His sister Mary, for instance, had married a clergyman not very well off, and the natural result had followed. How they could have existed without Uncle John, much less how they could have stumbled into public schools, scholarships, and all the rest of it, would be difficult to tell, especially now in these days when a girl's schooling ought, we are told, to cost as much as a boy's. This latter is a grievance which must be apparent to the meanest capacity. Unless the girl binds herself by the most stringent vows not to marry a poor curate or other penniless man the moment that you have completed her expensive education, I do not think she should, in any case, be permitted to go to Girton. It is all very well when the parents are rich, or the girls have a sufficiency of their own, but to spend all that on a process which, instead of fructifying in other schools and colleges or producing in life a highly accomplished woman, is to be lost at once and swallowed up in another nursery, is the most unprofitable of benefactions. This is what Mary Tatum's oldest girl had just done, almost before her bills at Newham had been paid. A wedding present had, so to speak, been demanded from Uncle John at the end of the bayonet to show his satisfaction in the event, which had taken all meaning out of his exertions for little Mary. He had given it, indeed, in the shape not of a biscuit box, which is what she would have deserved, but of a check. But he was not pleased. Neither was he pleased, as has been seen, by the proceedings of Elinor, who had slighted all his advice yet clung to himself in a way some women have. I do not know whether men expect you to be quite as much their friend as ever after they have rejected your counsel and taken their own, exactly opposite way. But women do, and indeed I think expect you to be rather grateful that they have not taken amiss the advice which they have rejected and despised. This was Elinor's case. She hoped that John was ashamed of advising her to make her boy acquainted with his family and the fact of his father's existence, and that he duly appreciated the fact that she did not resent that advice, and then she expected from him the same attention to herself and her son, as if the boy had been guided in his and not in her way. Thus, it will be seen, his friends and relations expected a very great deal from John. He had gone to his chambers one afternoon after he left the law courts, and was there very busily engaged in getting up his notes for tomorrow's work, when he received a visit which awakened at once echoes of the past and alarms for the future in John's mind. It was very early in the year, the end of January, and the house was not sitting, so that his public duties were less overwhelming than usual. His room was the same in which we have already seen on various occasions, and which Elinor, in her youth, before anything had happened to make life serious for her, had been in the habit of calling the Star Chamber, for no reason in the world except that law and penalties or judgments upon herself in her unripe conviction, and suggestions of what ought to be done, came from that place in which Mrs. Denniston had made resort in her perplexities almost from the very beginning of John's reign there. Mr. Tatum had been detained beyond his usual time by the importance of the case for which he was preparing, and a clerk, very impatient to get free, yet obliged to simulate content, had lighted the lamp and replenished the fire. It had always been a comfortable room. The lamp by which John worked had a green shade which concentrated the light upon a table covered with that litter of papers in which there seemed so little order, yet which Mr. Tatum knew to the last scrap as if they had been the tidiest in the world. The long glazed bookcases, which filled up one side of the room, gave a dark reflection of the light and the leaping brightness of the fire. The curtains were drawn over the windows. If the clerk fumed in the outer rooms, here all was studious life and quiet. No spectator could have been otherwise than impressed by the air of absolute self-concentration with which the eminent lawyer gave himself up to his work. He was like his lamp, giving all the light in him to the special subject, indifferent to everything outside. "What is it, Simmons?" he said abruptly without looking up. "A lady, sir, who says she has urgent business and must see you." "A lady who must see me?" John Tatum smiled at the very ineffectual must, which meant coercion and distraction to him. "I don't see how she is going to accomplish that." "I told her so," said the clerk. "Well, you must tell her so again." He had scarcely lifted his head from his work, so that it was unnecessary to return to it when the door closed, and Mr. Tatum went on steadily as before. It is easy to concentrate the light of the lamp when it is duly shaded and no wind to blow it about, and it is easy to concentrate a man's attention in the absolute quiet when nothing interrupts him. But when there suddenly rises up a wind of talk in the room which is separated from him only by a door, a tempest of chattering words and laughter, shrill and bursting forth in something like shrieks, making the student start, that is altogether a different business. The lady outside, who evidently had multiplied herself, unless it was conceivable that the serious Simmons had made himself her accomplice, had taken the cleverest way of showing that she was not to be beat by any passive resistance of busy man. Though not even an audible conversation with Simmons would have startled or disturbed his master, to whom it would have been apparent that his faithful vassal was thus defending his own stronghold and innermost retirement. But this was quite independent of Simmons, a discussion in two voices, one high-pitched and shrill, the other softer, but both absolutely unrestrained by any consciousness of being in a place where the chatter of strange voices is forbidden, and stillness and quiet a condition of being. The sound of talk rang through Mr. Tatum's head as if all the city bells were ringing. One of the unseen ladies had a very shrill laugh, to which she gave vent freely. John fidgeted in his chair, raised up his eyes above the level of his spectacles. He wore spectacles, alas, by this time habitually when he worked, as if lifting a voiceless appeal to those powers who interest themselves in law cases, to preserve him from disturbance, then made a manly effort to disregard the sounds that filled the air, returning with a shake of his head to his reading. But at the end of a long day, and in the dullness of the afternoon, perhaps a man is less capable than at other moments to fight against interruption of this kind, and finally he threw down his papers and touched his bell. Simmons came in full of pale indignation, which made itself felt even beyond the circle illuminated by the lamp. "What can I do?" he said. "They've planted themselves by the fire, and there they mean to stay." "Oh, very well, we'll wait," they said, quite calm. "And I make no doubt they will, having nothing else to do, till all is blue." Mr. Simmons had a gift of expression of which all his friends were flatteringly sensible, and he was very friendly and condescending to John, of whom he had taken care of for many years. "What is to be done?" said Mr. Tatum. "Can't you do anything to get them away?" Simmons shook his head. "There's two of them," he said, "and they entertain each other, and they think it's fun to jabber like that in a lawyer's office. The young one says, 'What a queer place,' and the other, she holds forth about other times when she's been here." "Oh, she's been here other times. Do you know her, Simmons?" "Not from Adam, Mr. Tatum, or, I should say, from Eve, as she's a lady, but a real lady, I should say, though she don't behave herself as such. One of the impudent ones." "They are never impudent like that," said Mr. Simmons with profound observation, "unless they are real high or real low." Said John, hesitating, and then he added, "There is a young one, you say?" "But I do not myself think, though the light-minded may imagine it to be so, that it was because there was a young one that John gave in. It was because he could do nothing else, the noise and chatter of the voices being entirely destructive of that undisturbed state of the atmosphere in which work can be done. It was not merely the sounds, but the vibration they made in the air, breaking all its harmony and concentration. He tried a little longer, but was unsuccessful, and finally, in despair, he said to Simmons, "You had better show them in, and let me get done with them," in an angry tone. "Oh, he will see us after all," said the high-pitched voice. "So good of Mr. Tatum. But of course I should have waited all the same. Dolly, take Toto. I can't possibly get up while I have him on my knee. You can tell Mr. Tatum I did not send him my name to disturb him, which makes it all the more charitable of him to receive me. But dear me, Of course I can tell him that himself as he consents to see us. Dolly, don't strangle my poor darling. I never saw a girl that didn't know how to take up a dear dog before. He's only a snappish little demon, and you spoil him so, said the other voice. This was attended by the sound of movement, as if the party were getting underway. My poor darling pet, it is only her jealousy. Is that the way? Yes, to be sure it is the next room. Now, Dolly, remember this is where all the poor people are ruined and done for. Leave hope behind, all ye who enter here. A little shriek of laughter ended this speech, and John, looking up, taking off his spectacles and raising a little the shade of the lamp, saw in the doorway Lady Mary Ann, altered as was inevitable by the strain and stress of nearly 20 years. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34, The Marriage of Elinor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Marriage of Elinor by Margaret O. Oliphant, Chapter 34. I do not mean to assert that John Tatum had not seen Lady Mary Ann during these 20 years, or that her changed appearance burst upon him with anything like a shock. In society, when you are once a member of that little world within a world, everybody sees everybody else from time to time. He had not recognized her voice, for he was not in the smallest degree thinking of Lady Mary Ann, or of any member of her family, notwithstanding that they now and then did make a very marked appearance in his mind in respect of the important question of that connection which Elinor, in her foolishness, tried to ignore. And John was not at all shocked by the progress of that 20 years, as reflected in the appearance of this lady, who was, about his own standing, a woman very near 50, but who had fought strenuously against every sign of her age, as some women foolishly do. The result was, in Lady Mary Ann's case, as in many others, that the number of her years looked more like 150 than their natural limit. A woman of her class has but two alternatives as she gets old. She must get stout, in which case, though she becomes unwieldy, she preserves something of her bloom, or she may grow thin and become a spectre upon which art has to do so much that nature, flouted and tortured, becomes vindictive and withdraws every modifying quality. Lady Mary Ann had, I fear, false hair, false teeth, false complexion, everything that invention could do in a poor little human countenance, intended for no such manipulation. The consequence was that every natural advantage, and there are some which age confers, as well as many that age takes away, was lost. The skin was parchment, the eyes were like eyes of fishes, the teeth, too white and too perfect, looked like the horrible things in the dentist's windows, which was precisely what they were. On such a woman, the very height of the fashion, to which she so often attaches herself with desperation, has an antiquated air. Everything swears, as the French say, with everything else. The softness, the whiteness, the ease, the self-abnegation of advancing age are all so many ornaments if people but knew. But Lady Mary Ann had none of these. She wore a warm cloak in her carriage, it is true, but that had dropped from her shoulders, leaving her in all the bound-up rigidity in which youth is trim and slim and elastic, as becomes it. It is true that many a woman of 50 is, as John Tatum was, serenely dwelling on that tableland which shows but little difference between 35, the crown of life, and 55. But Lady Mary Ann was not one of these. She had gone too fast. She would herself have allowed. The pace had been too much for such survivals. She was of the awful order of superannuated beauties of which Mr. Rider Haggard would in vain persuade us she was not one. I am myself convinced that she's, thousands of years, were all written on her fictitious complexion, and that other people saw them clearly, if not her unfortunate lover. And Lady Marianne had come to be of the order of she. By dint of wiping out the traces of her 50 years, she had made herself look as if she might have been 1,000. And in this guise she appeared to the robust, ruddy, well-preserved man of her own age as she stood, with a fantastic little giggle, calling his attention on the threshold of his door. Behind Lady Marianne was a very different figure, that of the serious and independent girl without any illusions, who in so many cases the child of such a mother, and who is in revolt so complete from all that mother's traditions, so highly set on the crown of every opposite principle, that nature vindicates itself by the possibility that she may at any moment topple over and become again what her mother was. He would have been a bold man, however, who in the present stage would have prophesied any such fate for Dolly Prestwich, who, between working at Whitechapel, attending on a ward in St. Thomas's, during 3 days a week in the Slade School, and other labors of equally varied descriptions, had her time very fully taken up, and only on special occasions had time to accompany her mother. She had been beguiled on this occasion by the family history which was concerned, and which, fin de siècle as Dolly was, excited her curiosity almost as much as if she had been born in the 40s. Dolly was never unkind, sometimes indeed was quite the reverse to her mother. When Mr. Tatum, with a man's brutal unconsciousness of what is desirable, placed a chair for Lady Marianne in front of the fire, Dolly twisted it round with a dexterous movement so as to shield the countenance which was not adapted for any such illumination. For herself, Dolly cared nothing, whether it was the noonday sun or the blaze of a furnace that shone upon her. She defied them both to make her wink. As for complexion, she scorned that old-fashioned vanity. She had not very much, it is true, having been scorched red and brown in alpine expeditions in the autumn. She was now of a somewhat dry, whitish-gray hue, the result of much loss of cuticle and constant encounter with London fogs and smoke. She carried Toto, who was a shrinking, chilly Italian greyhound, in a coat, carelessly under one arm, and sat down beside her mother, studying the papers on John's table with exceedingly curious eyes. She would have liked to go over all his notes about his case and form her own opinion on it, which she would have done, we may be sure, much more rapidly and with more decision than Mr. Tatum could do. "So here I am again, you will say," said Lady Marianne. She had taken off her gloves and was smoothing her hands from the points of the fingers downwards, not, I believe, with any intention of demonstrating their whiteness, but solely because she had once done so, and the habit remained. She wore several fine rings, and her hands were still pretty, and, unlike the rest of her, younger than her age. They made a little show with their sparkling diamonds, just catching the edge of the light from John's shaded lamp. Her face, by Dolly's help, was in the shadow of the green shade. "You will say so, Mr. Tatum, I know. Here she is again, without thinking how self-denying I have been, never to come, never to ask a single question for all these years." "The loss is mine, Lady Marianne," said John gravely. "It's very pretty of you to say that, isn't it, Dolly? One's old flirts don't always show up so well." And here the lady gave a laugh, such as had once been supposed to be one of Lady Marianne's charms, but which was rather like a giggle now, an antiquated giggle, which is much less satisfactory than the genuine article. How I used to worry you about poor Phil, and that little spitfire of a Nell, and what a mess they have made of it. I suppose you know what changes have happened in the family, Mr. Tatum, since those days. I heard indeed with regret, Lady Marianne, that you had lost a brother. A brother? Two, she cried. Isn't it extraordinary? Poor Hal, that was the picture of health. How little one knows. He just went, don't you know, without anyone ever thinking he would go. Reg in India was different. You expect that sort of thing when a man is in India. But poor Hal. I told you Mr. Tatum wouldn't have heard of it, Dolly. Not being in our own set, don't you know? It was in all the papers, said Miss Dolly. Ah, well, you didn't notice it, I suppose. Or perhaps you were away. I always say it is no use being married or dying or anything else in September. Your friends never hear of it. You will wonder that I am not in black, but black was always very unbecoming to me, and dark gray is just as good, and doesn't make one quite so ghastly. But the funny thing is that, now Phil, who looked as if he never could be in the running, don't you know, is heir presumptive. Isn't it extraordinary? Two gone, and Phil, that lived much faster than either of them, and at one time kept up an awful pace, has seen them both out. And St. Cerf has never married. He won't now, though I have been at him on the subject for years. He says, not if he knows it, in the hard way men have. And I don't wonder much, for he has had some nasty experiences, poor fellow. There was Lady. Oh, I almost forgot you were there, Dolly. You needn't mind me, said Dolly gravely. I've heard just as bad. Well, said Lady Marianne with a giggle, did you ever know anything like those girls? They are not afraid of anything. Now, when I was a girl, don't you remember what an innocent dear I was, Mr. Tatum? Like a lamb, never suspecting that there was any naughtiness in the world. John endeavored to put on a smile, in feeble sympathy with the uproariousness of Lady Marianne's laugh, but her daughter took no such trouble. She sat as grave as a young judge, never moving a muscle. The dog, however, held in her arms, and not at all comfortable, then making prodigious efforts to struggle on to its mistress's more commodious lap, burst out into a responsive bark, as shrill and not much unlike. Darling Toto, said Lady Marianne, come, it always knows what its mummy means. Did you ever see such a darling little head, Mr. Tatum? And the faithful pet always laughs when I laugh. What was I talking of? St. Cerf and his ladies. Well, it is not much wonder you know, is it? For he has always been a sort of an invalid, and he will never marry now. And poor Hal being gone, there's only Phil. Phil's been going apace, Mr. Tatum, but he has had a bad illness too, and the other boy's going has sobered him a bit. And I do believe now that he'll probably mend. And there he is, you know, tied to a... Oh, of course, she is as right as a trivet, whatever that may be. Those sorts of heartless people always are. And then there's the child. Is it living, Mr. Tatum? That's what I want to know. Philip is alive and well, Lady Marianne, if that is what you want to know. Philip. She called him after Phil, after all. Well, that is something wonderful. I expected to hear he was John, or Jonathan, or something. Now, where is he? Said Lady Marianne, with the most insinuating air. John burst into a short laugh. I don't suppose you expect me to tell you, he said. Why not? You can't hide a boy that is heir to a peerage, Mr. Tatum. It is impossible. Nell has done the best she could in that way. They know nothing about her in that awful place she was married from. Of course you remember it. A dreadful place, enough to make one commit suicide, don't you know? The cottage, or whatever they call it, is lit, and nobody knows anything about them. I took the trouble to go there, I assure you, on my own hook, to see if I could find out something. Toto nearly died of it, didn't you, darling? Not a drop of cream to be had for him, the poor angel. Only a little nasty skim milk. But Mr. Tatum has the barbarity to smile, she went on, with a shrill outcry. Fancy, Toto, the cruelty to smile. No cream for the angel and no information for his mistress, said John. You horrid, cruel, cold-blooded man, and you sit there at your ease and will do nothing for us. Should you like me, said John, to send out for cream for your dog, Lady Mary Ann? Cream in the temples, said the lady. What sort of a compound would it be, Dolly? All plaster of Paris or stuff of that sort. Perhaps you have tea sometimes in these parts. Very seldom, said John, but it might be obtainable if you would like it. He put forward his hand, but not with much alacrity, to the bell. Mother never takes any tea, said Miss Dolly hastily. She only crumbles down cake into it for that little brute. It is you who are a little brute, you unnatural child. Toto likes his tea very much. He is dying for it. But you must have patience, my pet. But probably it would be very bad, and the cream all stuck out or something. Mr. Tatum, do tell us what has become of Nell. Now, have you hidden her somewhere in London, St. John's Wood, and that sort of thing, don't you know? Or where is she? Is the old woman living? And how has that boy been brought up? At a dame's school or something of that sort, I suppose. Mother, said Dolly, you ought to know there are now no dame's schools. There's board schools, which is what you mean, I suppose, and it would be very good for him if he had been there. They would teach him a great deal more than was ever taught to Uncle Phil. Teach him, said Lady Mary Ann with another shriek. Did I ask anything about teaching? Heaven forbid. Mr. Tatum knows what I mean, Dolly. Has he been at any decent place, or has he been where it will never be heard of? Eton and Harrow, one knows, and the dame schools, one knows, but horrible board schools or things, where they might say young Lord Lomond was brought up. Oh, goodness gracious! One has to bear a great many things, but I could not bear that. It does not matter much, does it, so long as he does not come within the range of his nearest relations? This was from John, who was almost at the end of his patience. He began to put his papers back in a portfolio, with the intention of carrying them home with him, for his hour's work had been spoiled as well as his temper. I am afraid, he added, that I cannot give you any information, Lady Mary Ann. Oh, such nonsense, Mr. Tatum, as if the heir to a peerage could be hid. It was not often that Lady Mary Ann produced an unanswerable effect, but against this last sentence of hers, John had absolutely nothing to say. He stared at her for a moment, and then he returned to his papers, shoveling them into a portfolio with vehemence. Fortunately, she did not herself see how potent was her argument. She went on diluting it till it lost all its power. There is the peerage. If it was nothing else, they must have the right particulars for that. Why, Dolly is at full length in it, her age and all, poor child, and Toto too, for anything I know. Is due in the peerage, dear Toto, darling? And yet Toto cannot succeed, nor Dolly either. And this year Phil will be in as heir presumptive and his marriage and all, and then a blank line. It's ridiculous. It's horrible. It's a thing that can't be. Only think of all the troops of people, nice people, the best people, that read the peerage, Mr. Tatum, and that no Phil is married, and that there is a child, and yet we'll see nothing but that blank line. Nell was always a little fool, and never could see things in a common-sense way. But a man ought to know better, and a lawyer, with chambers in the temple. Why, people come and consult you on such matters. I might be coming to ask you to send out detectives, and that sort of thing. How do you dare to hide away that boy?" Lady Mary Ann stamped her foot at John, but this proceeding very much incommoded Toto, who, disturbed in his position on her knee, got upon his feet and began to bark furiously, first at his mistress and then, following her impulse, at the gentleman opposite to her, backing against the lady's shoulder and setting up his little nose furiously with vibrations of rage against John, while stumbling upon the uncertain footing of the lap, volcanically shaken by the movement. The result of this onslaught was to send Lady Mary Ann into shrieks of laughter, in the midst of which she half smothered Toto with mingled endearments and attempts at restraint, until Dolly, coming to the rescue, seized him summarily and snatched him away. "The darling!" cried Lady Mary Ann. "He sees it, and you can't see it, a great big lawyer though you are. Dolly, don't throttle my angel child. Stands up for his family, don't he, the dear? Mr. Tatum, how can you be so bigoted and stubborn when our dear little Toto? But you always were the most obstinate man. You remember once, when I wanted to take you to Lady Dogberry's dance? Wasn't it Lady Dogberry's? Well, it was Lady Somebody's, and you said you were not asked. And I said, what did it matter? But to make you go. And Nell was with me. We might as well have tried to make St. Paul's go." "My dear Lady Mary Ann," said John. She held up a finger at him with the engaging playfulness of old. "How can I be your dear Lady Mary Ann, Mr. Tatum, when you won't do a thing I ask you?" "What, Dolly? Yes, we must go, of course, or I shall not have my nap before dinner. I always have a nap before dinner, for the sake of my complexion. Don't you know? My beauty nap, they call it. Now, Mr. Tatum, come to me tomorrow and you shall give Toto his cream, to show you bear no malice, and tell me all about the boy. Don't be an obstinate pig, Mr. Tatum. Now I shall look for you without fail. Shan't we look for him, Dolly? And Toto will give you a paw and forgive you, and you must tell me all about the boy." End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of The Marriage of Elinor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Marriage of Elinor by Margaret O. Oliphant, Chapter 35. To tell her all about the boy. John Tatum shoveled his papers into his portfolio and shut it up with a snap of embarrassment, a sort of confession of weakness. He pushed back his chair with the same sharpness, almost making a noise upon the old turkey carpet, and he touched his bell so that it sounded with a shrill electric ping, almost like a pistol shot. Simmons understood all these signs, and he was very sympathetic when he came in to take Mr. Tatum's last orders and help him on with his coat. "Spoilt your evening's work," said Simmons compassionately. "I knew they would. Ladies never should enter a gentleman's chambers, if I could help it. They've got nothing to do in the temple." "You forget some men in the temple are married, Simmons." "What does that matter?" said the clerk. "Let 'em see their wives at home, sir. What I will maintain is that ladies have no business here." This was a little ungrateful, it must be said, but Simmons probably got off 3/4 of an hour earlier than he would have done had Mr. Tatum remained undisturbed. As it was, John had some 10 minutes to wait before his habitual hansom drew up at the door. It was not the first time by many times that Mr. Tatum had considered the question which he now took with him into his hansom, and which occupied him more or less all the way to Halkin Street. Lady Mary Ann, however, had put it very neatly and very conclusively when she said that you can't hide the heir to a peerage. More concisely, at least, than John had himself put it in his many thoughts on the subject. For, to tell the truth, John had never considered the boy in this aspect. That he should ever be the heir to a peerage had seemed one of those possibilities which so outrage nature and are so very like fiction that the sober mind rejects them with almost a fling of impatience. And yet how often they come true! He had never heard, a fact of which he felt partly ashamed, for it was an event of too much importance to be ignored by anyone connected with Elinor, of Hal Compton's death. John was not acquainted with Hal Compton any more than he was with other men who come and go in society, occasionally seen, but open to no particular remark. A son of Lord St. Cerf, the best of the lot, a Compton with very little against him. These were things which he had heard said and had taken little notice of. Hal was healthier, less objectionable, a better life than Phil's, and yet Hal was gone, who ought by all rights to have succeeded his invalid brother. It was true that the invalid brother, who had seen the end of two vigorous men, might also see out Phil, but that would make little difference in the position, unless indeed by modifying Elinor's feelings and removing her reluctance to make her boy known. John shook his head as he went on with his thoughts, and decided within himself that this was the very reason why Phil Compton should survive and become Lord St. Cerf, and make the imbroglio worse, if worse were possible. It had not required this to make it a hideous imbroglio, the most foolish and wanton that ever a woman made. He wondered at himself when he thought of it, how he had ever consented to it, ever permitted such a state of affairs. And yet, what could he have done? He had no right to interfere even in the way of advice, which he had given until everybody was sick of him and his counsels. He could not have betrayed his cousin. To tell her that she was conducting her affairs very foolishly, laying up untold troubles for herself, was what he had done freely, going to the very edge of a breach. And he had no right to do any more. He could not force her to adopt his method, neither could he betray her when she took her own way. Nevertheless, there can be no doubt that John felt himself almost an accomplice, involved in this unwise folly, with a sort of responsibility for it, and almost guilt. It did not indeed change young Philip's moral position in any way, or make the discovery that he had a father living more likely to shock and bewilder him than this discovery should come mingled with many extraneous wonders. And yet these facts did alter the circumstances. You cannot hide the heir to a peerage. Lady Mary Ann was far, very far, from being a philosopher or a person of genius, and yet this, which she had said, was in reality quite unanswerable. Phil Compton might have been ignored forever by his wife and child, had he remained only the dishonorable Phil, a younger son and a nobody. But Phil Compton, as Lord St. Cerf, could not be ignored. Elinor had been wise enough never to change her name. That is to say, she had been too proud to do so, though nobody knew the existence of that prefix, which was so inappropriate to a husband's character. But now Mrs. Compton would no longer be her name, and Philip, the boy at the big northern grammar school, would be Lord Lomond. An unlooked-for summons like this has sometimes the power of turning the heads of the heirs so suddenly ennobled, but it did anything but convey elation to John's mind in the prospect of its effect upon his relations. Would she see reason now? Would she be brought to allow that something must be done? Or would she remain obdurate to the end of the chapter? A great impatience with Elinor filled John's mind. She was, as the reader knows, the only woman to John Tatum. But what does that matter? He did not approve of her any more on that account. He was even more conscious of the faults of which she was guilty. He was aware of her obstinacy, her determined adherence to her own way, as no other man in the world was. Would she acknowledge now at last that she was wrong, and give in? I am obliged to confess that the giving in of Elinor was the last spectacle in heaven or earth which John Tatum could conceive. He went over these circumstances as he drove through all of London, that is to some people worth calling London, on that dark January night, passing from the light of the busy streets into the comparative darkness of those in which people live, without in the least remarking where he was going, except in his thoughts. He had not the least intention of accepting the invitation of Lady Mary Anne, nor did his mind dwell upon her or the change that age had wrought in her. But yet the Compton family had gained an interest in John's eyes which it did not possess even at the time when Elinor's marriage first brought its name into his thoughts. Philip, young Philip, the boy, as John called him in his own mind, in fond identification, was as near John's own child as anything ever could be in this world. He had many nephews and nieces belonging to him by a more authentic title, but none of these was in the least like Philip, whom none of all the kindred knew but himself, and who, so far as he was aware, had but one kinsman in the world, who was Uncle John. He had followed the development of the boy's mind always with a reference to those facts of which Philip knew nothing, which would be so wonderful to him when the revelation came. To John, that little world at Lakeside, where the ladies had made an artificial existence for themselves, which was at the same time so natural, so sweet, so full of all the humanities and charities, was something like what we might suppose this erring world to be to some archangel great enough to see how everything is, not great enough to give the impulse that would put it right. If the great celestial intelligences are allowed to know and mark out perverse human ways, how much impatience with us must mingle with their tenderness and pity. John Tatum had little perhaps that was heavenly about him, but he loved Elinor and her son, and was absolutely free of selfishness in respect to them. Never, he was aware, could either woman or child be more to him than they were now. Nay, they were everything to him, but on their own account, not his. He desired their welfare absolutely, and not his own through them. Elinor was capable at any moment of turning upon him, of saying, if not in words, yet in undeniable inference, "What is it to you?" And the boy, though he gladly referred to Uncle John when Uncle John was in the way, took him with perfect composure as a being apart from his life. They were everything to him, but he was nothing to them. His whole heart was set upon their peace, upon their comfort and well-being, but as much apart from himself as if he had not been. Mr. Tatum was dining out that night, which was a good thing for him to distract his thoughts from this problem, which he could only torment himself about and could not solve. And there was an evening party at the same house, one of those quieter, less frequented parties which are, people in London tell you, so much more agreeable than in the crowd of the season. It was a curious kind of coincidence that at this little assembly, which might have been thought not at all in her way, he met Lady Mary Ann, accompanied by her daughter again. It was not in her way, being a judge's house, where frivolity, though it had a certain place, was not the first element. But then, when there are few things to choose from, people must not be too particular, and those who cannot have society absolutely of their own choosing are bound, as in other cases of necessity, to take what they can get. And then Dolly liked to hear people talking of things which she did not understand. When Lady Mary Ann saw that John Tatum was there, she gave a little shriek of satisfaction and rushed at him as if they had been the dearest friends in the world. "So delighted to see you again," she cried, giving everybody around the idea of the most intimate relationship. "It was the most wonderful good fortune that I got my Toto home in safety. Poor darling. For you know, Mr. Tatum, you would not give him any tea." And Dolly, who was quite unnatural, pitched him into the carriage and simply sat upon him. Sat upon him, Mr. Tatum, before I could interfere. Oh, you do not know half the trials a woman has to go through. And now please take me to some coffee or something, and let us finish the conversation we were having when Dolly made me go away. John could not refuse his arm, nor his services in respect to the coffee, but he was mute on the subject on which his companion was bent. He tried to divert her attention by some questions on the subject of Dolly instead. "Dolly? Oh, yes. She's a girl of the period, don't you know? Not what a girl of the period used to be in our day, Mr. Tatum, when those nasty newspaper people wrote us down. Look at her talking to those two men and laying down the law. Now, we never laid down the law. We knew best about things in our sphere, dress and the drawing room and what people were doing in society. But Dolly would tell you how to manage your next great case, Mr. Tatum, or she would give one of those doctor men a wrinkle about cutting off a leg. Gracious, I should have fainted only to hear of such a thing. Tell me, are those doctor men supposed to be in society?" Lady Mary Ann cried, putting up her thin shoulder, which was far too like a specimen of anatomy, in the direction of a famous physician who was blandly smiling upon the instruction which Miss Dolly assuredly intended to convey. "As much as lawyer men are in society," replied John. "Oh, Mr. Tatum, such nonsense. Lawyers have always been in society. What are the Attorney General and Lord Chancellor and so forth? They were all lawyers. But I never heard of a doctor that was in the cabinet, which makes all the difference. Here is a quiet corner where nobody can disturb us. Sit down. It will be for all the world like sitting at a dance together. And tell me about Nell and her boy." "And what if I have nothing to tell?" said John, who did not feel at all like sitting at a dance, but, on the contrary, was much more upright and perpendicular than even a Queen's Counsel of 50 as any need to be. "Oh, sit down, please. I never could bear a man standing over me, as if he had swallowed a poker. Why did you go off and leave Phil? Where did you go to? I told you I went off on my own hook to that horrid place where they lived, and knocked up the old clergyman and the woman who wanted me to put on a shawl over one of the prettiest gowns I ever had. Fancy, the vandal. But they knew nothing at all of her there. Where is Nell, Mr. Tatum? You don't pretend not to know. And the boy? Why, he must be about 18. And if St. Cerf were to die? Mr. Tatum, you know it is quite intolerable, and not to be borne. I don't know what steps Phil has taken. He has been awfully good. He has never said a word. To hear him, you would think she was far too nice to be mixed up with a set of people like us. But now, you know, he must be got hold of. He must. Why, he'd be Lomond if St. Cerf were to die. And everybody would be crying out, "Where's the heir?" After Phil, there's the Bagley Comptons, and they would set up for being heirs presumptive, unless you can produce that boy. "But the boy is not mine that I should produce him," said John. "Oh, Mr. Tatum, when Nell is your relation and always was advised by you, you may tell that to the Marines, or anybody that will believe it. You need not think you can take me in." "I hope not to take in anybody, if being advised by me means persistently declining to do what I suggest and recommend." "Oh, then, you are of the same opinion as I am," said Lady Mary Ann. "Bravo! Now we shall manage something. If you had been like that years ago, when I used to go to you, don't you remember, to beg you to smooth things down? But you would never see it till the smash came." "I wish," said John, not without a little bitterness, "that I could persuade you how little influence I have. There are some women, I suppose, who take advice when it is given to them. But the women whom I have ever had anything to do with, I am sorry to say—" "I'll promise," cried Lady Mary Ann, putting her hands and rings together in an attitude of supplication, "to do what you tell me faithfully, if you'll advise me where I'll find the boy. Oh, let Nell alone, if you want to keep her to yourself. I shan't spoil sport, Mr. Tatum, I promise you," she cried with her shrill laugh. "Only tell me where I'll find the boy. What is it you want, Dolly, coming after me like a policeman? Don't you see I am busy? We are sitting out the dance, Mr. Tatum and I." Dolly did not join in her mother's laugh, nor unbend in the least. "As there is no dancing," she said, "and everybody is going, I thought you would prefer to go too." "But we shall see you tomorrow, Mr. Tatum. Now I cannot take any refusal. You must come, if it were only for Toto's sake. And Dolly will go out, I hope, on one of her great works, and will not come to disturb us, just when I have persuaded you to speak. For you were just going to open your mouth. Now you know you were. 5 o'clock tomorrow, Mr. Tatum, whatever happens. Now remember, and you are to tell me everything." She held up her finger to him, half threatening, half coaxing, and then, with a peal of laughter, yielded to Dolly and was taken away. "I did not know, Tatum," said the judge who was his host, "that you were on terms of such friendship with Lady Mary Ann." "Nor did I," said John Tatum with a yawn. "Queer thing this is about that old business in which your brother was mixed up. Haven't you heard? One of those companies that came to smash somewhere about 20 years ago. The manager absconded, and there was something queer about the books. Well, the fellow, the manager, has been caught at last, and there will be a trial. It's in your way. You will be offered a brief, no doubt, with refreshers every day, you lucky fellow. I have just as much trouble and no refreshers. What a fool a man is, Tatum, ever to change the bar for the bench. Don't you do it, my dear fellow. Take a man's advice who knows." "At least I shall wait till I am asked," said John. "Oh, you will be asked sooner or later, but don't do it. Take example by those who have gone before you," said the great functionary, shaking his learned head. And the judge's wife had also a word to say. "Mr. Tatum," she said as he took his leave, "I know now what I have to do when I want to secure Lady Mary Ann. I shall ask you." "Do you often want to secure Lady Mary Ann?" said John. "Oh, it is all very well to look as if you didn't care. She is, perhaps, a little passé, but still a great many people think her charming. Isn't there a family connection?" Lady Wingsby said, with a curiosity which she tried not to make too apparent, for she was acquainted with the ways of the profession, and knew that was the last thing likely to procure her the information she sought. It cannot be called a connection. There was a marriage, which turned out badly. Oh, I beg your pardon, Mr. Tatum, if the question was indiscreet. I hear Lord St. Cerf is worse again, and not likely to last long, and there is some strange story about a lost heir. Good night, Lady Wigsby, John replied. And he added, confound Lord St. Cerf, under his breath, as he went downstairs. But it was not Lord St. Cerf, poor man, who had done him no harm, whom John wished to be confounded because, at last, after many threatenings, he was about to be so ill-advised as to die. It was someone very different. It was the woman who for much more than 20 years had been the chief object of John Tatum's thoughts. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of The Marriage of Elinor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Marriage of Elinor by Margaret O. Oliphant. Chapter 36. Things relapsed into quietness for some time after that combination, which seemed to be directed against John's peace of mind. If I said that it is not unusual for the current of events to run very quietly before a great crisis, I should not be saying anything original, since the torrent's calmness ere it dashed below has been remarked before now. But it certainly was so in this instance. John, I need scarcely say, did not present himself at Lady Mary Ann's on the afternoon at 5 when he was expected. He wrote a very civil note to say that he was unable to come, and still less able to give the information her ladyship required, and to tell the truth, in his alarm, lest Lady Mary Ann should repeat her invasion, Mr. Tatum was guilty of concerting with his clerk, the excellent Simmons, various means of eluding such a danger, and he exercised the greatest circumspection in regard to his own invitations, and went nowhere where there was the least danger of meeting her. In this way, for a few months, he had kept himself safe. It may be imagined, then, how great was his annoyance when Simmons came in again, very diffident, coughing behind his hand, and taking shelter in the shaded part of the room, with the hesitating statement that a lady, who would take no denial, who looked as if she knew the chambers as well as he did, and could hardly be kept from walking straight in, was waiting to see Mr. Tatum. John sprang to his feet with words which were not benedictions. I thought, he said, you ass, that you knew exactly what to say. But, sir, said Simmons, it is not the same lady. It is not at all the same lady. It is a lady who... But here the question was summarily settled, for the door was pushed open, though Simmons still held it with his hand, and a voice, which was more like the voice of Elinor Denniston at 18 than that of Mrs. Compton, said quickly, I know, John, that your door can't be shut for me. Elinor, he said, getting up from his chair. I know, she repeated, that there must be some mistake, that your door could not be shut for me. No, of course not, he said. It is all right, Simmons, but who could have thought of seeing you here? It was a contingency I never anticipated. When did you come? Where are you staying? Is Philip with you? He overwhelmed her with questions, perhaps by way of stopping her mouth, lest she should put questions still more difficult to answer to himself. Let me take a breath a little, she said. I scarcely have taken breath since the thing happened which has brought me here. But I feel a little confidence now with the strong backing I have in you, John. My dear Elinor, he said, I am afraid you must not look for any strong backing in me. Why, she cried, have you judged it all beforehand? And do you know, are you quite sure, John, that I cannot avoid it in any way, That I am obliged at all costs to appear? I would rather fly the country. I would rather leave Lakeside altogether and settle abroad. There is nothing in the world that I would not rather do. Elinor, said John with some sternness, you cannot believe that I would oppose you in any possible thing. Your pleasure has been a law to me. I may have differed with you, but I have never made any difference. John, you do not mean to say, she cried, turning pale, that you are going to abandon me now? Of course, that is merely a figure of speech, he said. How could I abandon you? But it is quite true what that woman says, and I entirely agree with her and not with you in this respect, that the heir to a peerage cannot be hid. The heir to a peerage, she faltered, looking at him astonished. Gradually, a sort of slowly growing light seemed to diffuse itself over her face. The heir to a peerage, John. I don't know what you mean. Is this not your reason for coming to town? There is nothing that I know of about the heir to a peerage. Who is this heir to a peerage? I don't know what you mean, but you frighten me. Is that a reason why I should be dragged out of my seclusion and made to appear in his defense? Oh, no, surely no. If he is that, they will let him off. They will not press it. I shall not be wanted, John. The more reason that you should stand by me. We are at cross purposes, Elinor. What has brought you to London? Let me know on your side, and then I shall understand what I have got to do. That has brought me to London. She handed him a piece of paper which John knew very well the appearance of. He understood it better than she did, and he was not afraid of it, which she was. But he opened it all the same with a great deal of surprise. It was a subpoena charging Eleanor Compton to appear and bear testimony in the case of the Queen versus Brown. The Queen versus Brown? What have you got to do with such a case? You, Elinor, of all the people in the world. Oh, he said suddenly, as a light but a dim one began to break upon him. It was the case of which his friend the judge had spoken, and in which he had been offered a retainer. As a matter of fact, shortly after that talk, he had been obliged to refuse, his time being already fully taken up, and he had not looked into the case. But now it began slowly to dawn upon him that the trial was that of the once absconded manager of a certain joint stock company, and that this was precisely the company in which Eleanor's money had been all but invested by her husband. It might be upon that subject that she had to appear. Well, he said, I can imagine a possible reason why you should be called, and yet not a good one. For it was not, of course, you who were acting, but your husband for you. It is he that should appear, and not you. Oh, John, she cried, oh, John, wringing her hands. She had followed his looks eagerly, noticing the light that seemed to dawn over his face with a strange anxiety and keen interest. But John, it was evident, had not got the clue which she expected, and her face changed into impatience, disappointment, exasperation. You have not heard anything about it, she said. You don't know. It was brought to me, he said, but I could not take it up. No, I don't know, except that it's curious from the lapse of time. 20 years or thereabouts. That's all I know. The question is, she said, about a date. There were some books destroyed, and it is not known who did it. Suspicion fell upon one who might have been guilty, but that on that day he arrived at the house of the girl whom he was going to marry, and consequently could not have been there. Elinor! Yes, she said, that is what I am wanted for, John. An excellent reason after all these years. I must appear to clear my husband, and that is how Pippa will find out that I have a husband, and he a father. Oh, John, John, support me with your approval, and help me. Oh, help me to go away. Good gracious, was all that John could say. I should have gone first and asked you after, she cried, for you are a lawyer, and I suppose you will think you must not advise anyone to fly in the face of the law. And I don't even know whether it will be of any use to fly. Will they have it in the papers all the same? Will they put it in that his wife refused to appear on his behalf, that she had gone away to avoid the summons? Will it be all there for Pippo to guess and wonder at the name and come to me with questions? Mother, who is this? And Mother, what is that? John, can't you answer me? You that I came to guide me, to tell me what I must do. Have you nothing to say? I am too bewildered to know what I am doing, Elinor. This is all sprung upon me like a mine, and there was plenty before. There was nothing before, she cried indignantly. It was all plain sailing before. He knew nothing of family troubles. How should he, poor child, being so young? That was simple enough, and I think I see a way still, John. I will take him off at Easter for a trip abroad, and when we have started to go to Switzerland or somewhere, I will change my mind and make him think of Greece or somewhere far, far away. The East, where there will be no newspapers. Tell me when the trial will come on, and how long you think it will last, and I will keep him away till it is all over. John, you have nothing surely to say against that. Think from how much it will save the boy. It is impossible, Elinor, that the boy can be saved. I never knew of this complication, but there are other circumstances of which I have lately heard. What can any other circumstances have to do with it, John, even if he must hear? I know, you have always been determined upon that. Is that the way you would have him hear? Not only that he has a father, but that his father was involved in transactions like that before ever he was born? Elinor, let us understand each other, said Mr. Tatum. You mean that you have it in your power to exonerate your husband, and he has had you subpoenaed, knowing this? She looked at him with a look which he could not fathom. Was it reluctance to save Phil Compton that was in Elinor's eyes? Was she ready to leave her husband to destruction when she could prevent it, in order to save her boy from the knowledge of his existence? John Tatum was horrified by the look she fixed upon him, though he could not read it. He thought he could read it, and read it that way, in the way of hate and deliberate preference of her own will to all law and justice. There could be no such tremendous testimony to the power of that long-continued, absolutely faithful, visionary love which John Tatum bore to Elinor than that this discovery which he thought he had made did not destroy it. He was greatly shocked, but it made no difference in his feelings. Perhaps there was more of the brotherly character in them than he thought. For a moment they looked at each other, and he thought he made this discovery, while she met his eyes with that look which he did not know was inscrutable, which he feared was full of self-betrayal. I believe, she said, bending her head, that this is what he thinks. If it had been me, said John Tatum, moved out of his habitual calm, I would rather be proved guilty of anything than owe my safety to such an expedient as that. Dragging a woman who hates me to prove my alibi, as if she loved me. By Jove, Elinor, you women have the gift of drawing out everything that's worst in men. It seems to make you hate me, John, which I don't think I have deserved. Oh, no, I don't hate you. It's a consequence, I suppose, of use and want. It makes little difference to me. She gave him another look which he did not understand, a wistful look, appealing to something he did not know what, to his ridiculous partiality, he thought, and that stubborn domestic affection to which it was of so little importance what she did, as long as she was Elinor. And then she said with a woman's soft, endless pertinacity, "Then you think I may go?" He sprang from his seat with that impatient despair which is equally characteristic of the man. "Go," he said, "when you are called upon by law to vindicate a man's character, and that man your husband. I ought not to be surprised at anything with my experience. But, Elinor, you take away my breath." She only smiled, giving him once more that look of appeal. "How can you think of it?" he said. "The subpoena is enough to keep any reasonable being, besides the other motive. You must not budge. I should feel my own character involved as well as yours, if after consulting me on the subject, you were guilty of an evasion after all." "It would not be your fault, John." "Elinor, you are mad. It must not be done," he cried. "Don't defy me. I am capable of informing upon you, and having you stopped by force, if you do not give this idea up." "By force," she said, with her nostril dilating. "I shall go, of course, if I am threatened." "Then Philip must not go. Do you know what has happened in the family to which he belongs, and must belong, whether you like it or not? Do you know that the boy may be Lord Lomond before the week is out, that his uncle is dying, and that your husband is the heir?" She turned round upon him slowly, fixing her eyes upon his, with simple astonishment and no more in her look. Her mind, so absorbed in other thoughts, hardly took in what he could mean. "Have you not heard this, Elinor?" "But there is Hal," she said. "Hal, the other brother who comes first." "Hal is dead, and the one in India is dead, and Lord St. Cerf is dying. The boy is the heir. You must not, you cannot take him away. It is impossible, Elinor. It is against all nature and justice. You have had him for all these years. His father has a right to his heir." "Oh, John," she cried in a bitter note of reproach. "Oh, John, John." "Well," he cried, "is not what I tell you the truth? Would Philip give it up if it were offered to him? He is almost a man. Let him judge for himself." "Oh, John, John, when you know that the object of my life has been to keep him from knowing, to shut that chapter of my life altogether, to bring him up apart from all evil influences, from all instructions." "And from his birthright, Elinor?" She stopped, giving him another sudden look, the natural language of a woman brought to bay. She drew a long breath in impatience and desperation, not knowing what to reply. For what could she reply? His birthright, to be Lord Lomond, Lord St. Cerf, the head of the house. What was that? Far, far better Philip Denniston of Lakeside, the heir of his mother and his grandmother, two stainless women, with enough for everything that was honest and of good report, enough to permit him to be an unworldly scholar, a lover of art, a traveler, any play profession that he chose if he did not incline to graver work. Ah, but she had not been so wise as that. She had not brought him up as Philip Denniston. He was Philip Compton. She had not been bold enough to change his name. She stood at bay, surrounded, as it were, by her enemies, and confronted John Tatum, who had been her constant companion and defender, as if all that was hostile to her, all that was against her peace, was embodied in him. "I must go a little further, Elinor," said John. "The God knows that to add to your pain is the last thing in the world I wish. You have been left unmolested for a very long time, and we have all thought your retreat was unknown. I confess it has surprised me, for my experience has always been that everything is known. But you have been subpoenaed for this trial. Therefore, my dear girl, we must give up that idea. Everybody, that is virtually everybody, all that are of any consequence, know where you are and all you are about now. She sank into a chair, still keeping her eyes upon him, as if it were possible that he might take some advantage of her if she withdrew them. Then, still not knowing what to reply, seized at the last words because they were the last, and had little to do with the main issue. "All about me?" she said faintly, as if there had been something else besides the place of her refuge to conceal. "You know what I mean, Elinor. The moment that your home is known, all is known. That Philip lives and is well, a promising boy, that you have brought him up to do honor to any title or any position." He could not help saying this, and partly in the testimony to her, partly for love of the boy. John Tatum's voice faltered a little, and the water came into his eyes. "Ah, John, you say that," she cried, as if it had been an admission forced from him against his will. "What could I say otherwise? Elinor, because I don't approve of all your proceedings, because I don't think you have been wise in one respect. Is that to say that I do not understand and know you? I am not such a fool of a formalist as you give me credit for being. You have made him all that the fondest and proudest could desire. You have done far better for him, I do not doubt for a moment, than... But my dear cousin, my dear girl, my poor Nellie." "Yes, John?" He paused a moment, and then he said, "Right is right, and justice is justice at the end of all." End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of The Marriage of Elinor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Marriage of Elinor by Margaret O. Oliphant. Chapter 37. When Elinor received the official document, which had so extraordinary an effect upon her life, and overturned in a moment all the fabric of domestic quiet and security which she had been building up for years, it was outside the tranquil walls of the house at Lakeside, in the garden which lay between it and the high road, opening upon that not very much frequented road by a pair of somewhat imposing gates, which gave the little establishment an air of more pretension than it really possessed. Some fine trees shrouded the little avenue, and Elinor was standing under one of them, stooping over a little nest of primroses at its roots, from which the yellow buds were peeping forth, when she heard behind her the sound of a vehicle at the gates, and the quick leap to the ground of someone who opened them. Then there was a pause. The carriage, whatever it was, did not come farther, and presently she herself, a little curious, turned round to see a man approaching her, whom she did not know. A dog-cart, driven by another, whose face she recognized, waited in the road while the stranger came forward. "You are Mrs. Compton, ma'am," he said. A swift thrill of alarm, she could scarcely tell why, ran over Elinor from head to foot. She had been settled for nearly 18 years at Lakeside. What could happen to frighten her now? But it tingled to her very fingers' ends, and then he said something to her which she scarcely understood, but which sent that tingle to her very heart and brain, and gave her the suspicious-looking blue paper which he held in his hand. It all passed in a moment of time to her dazed yet excited consciousness. The early primrose which she had gathered had not had time to droop in her grasp, though she crushed the stalk unconsciously in her fingers, before the gates were closed again, the sound of the departing wheels growing faint on the road, and she herself standing like one paralyzed with that thing in her hand. A subpoena. What was a subpoena? She knew as little, perhaps less, than the children in the parish school, who began to troop along the road in their resounding clogs at their dinner hour. The sound of this awoke her a little to a frightened sense that she had better put this document out of sight, at least until she could manage to understand it. And then she sped swiftly away past the pretty white house, lying in the sunshine, with all its doors and windows open, to the little wood behind, where it would be possible to think and find out at her leisure what this was. It was a small wood, and a public path ran through it, but where the public was so limited as at Lakeside, this scarcely impaired the privacy of the inhabitants, at least in the morning, when everybody in the parish was at work. Elinor hurried past the house that her mother might not see her, and climbed the woody hillock to a spot which was peculiarly her own, and where a seat had been placed for her special use. It was a little mount of vision from which she could look out, up and down, at the long winding line of the lake cleaving the green slopes, and away to the rugged and solemn peaks among which lay, in his mountain fastnesses, Helvellyn, with his hoary brethren crowding round him. Elinor had watched the changes of many a north country day, full of endless vicissitudes, of flying clouds and gleams of sunshine, from that seat, and had hoped and tried to believe that nothing, save these vicissitudes of nature, would ever again disturb her. Had she really believed that? Her heart thumping against her breast, and the pulses of her brain beating loud in her ears, answered no. She had never believed it. She had known, notwithstanding all her obstinacy and indignant opposition to all who warned her, that some day or other her home must be broken up, and the storm burst upon her. But even such a conviction, desperately fought against and resisted, is a very different matter from the awful sense of certainty that it has come now. The trees were thick enough to conceal her from any passer-by on the path. The young, half-unfolded foliage of the birches fluttered over her head, while a solid fir or two stood, grim guardians, yet catching pathetic airs from every passing wind to soothe her. But Elinor neither heard nor saw lake, mountain, nor sunshine, nor spring breezes, but only the bit of paper in her hand, and the uncomprehended word she had heard when it was given to her. It was not long, however, before she perceived and knew exactly what it meant. It was a subpoena in the case of the Queen versus Brown, to attend and give evidence on a certain day in May in London. It was for a few minutes a mystery to her as great as it was alarming, notwithstanding the swift and certain mental conviction she had that it concerned infallibly the one secret and mystery of her life. But as she sat there pondering, those strange strays of recollection that come to the mind, of things unnoted, yet unconsciously stored by memory, drew gradually about her, piecing out the threads of conviction. She remembered to have heard her mother read, among the many scraps which Mrs. Denniston loved to read out when the newspaper arrived, something about a man who had absconded, whose name was Brown, who had brought ruin on many, and had at length, after a number of years, ventured back to England and had been caught. It was one of the weaknesses of Mrs. Denniston's advancing years to like these bits of news, though there might be little interest in them to so quiet a household, and her daughter was wont to listen with very vague attention, noting but a word now and then, answering vaguely the lively remarks her mother would make on the subjects. In this case, even she had paid no attention, and yet, the moment that strong keynote had been struck, which vibrated through her whole being, this echo suddenly woke up and resounded as if it had been thundered in her ears. Brown. She began to remember bit by bit, and yet what had she to do with Brown? He had not defrauded her. She had never seen him. She knew nothing about his delinquencies. Then there came another note faintly out of the distance of the years. Her husband's image, I need not say, had come suddenly into her sight with the first burst of this new event. His voice seemed to be in the air, saying half-forgotten things. What had he to do with this man? Oh, she knew very well there was something, which he would have given her life not to recollect, which she knew in another moment would flash completely upon her as she tried not to remember it. And then suddenly her working mind caught another string, which was not that, which was a relief to that for the moment. Brown. Who was it that had talked to Brown? And the books that were destroyed, and the day that Phil Compton arrived at Windy Hill. Elinor rose up from her seat with a gasp. She put her arm round the rough stem of the fir tree to support herself, but it shook with her though there was no wind, only the softest of morning airs. She saw before her a scene very different from this. The flowery garden at the cottage with the copse, and the sandy road beyond, and the man whom Phil had expected, whom he had been so anxious to see, and his fingers catching hers, keeping her by him, and the questions to which she had replied. 20 years, what a long time it is, time enough for a boy to grow into almost a man who had not been born or thought of, and yet what a moment. What a nothing! Her mind flashed from that scene in the garden to the little hall in the cottage, the maid stooping down, fastening the bolt of the door, the calendar hanging on the wall, with the big 6 showing so visible, so obtrusive, forcing itself, as it were, on the notice of all. Only 10 days now, and the maid's glance upwards of shy sympathy, and the blank of Mrs. Denniston's face, and his look. Oh, that look of his, which was true and yet so false, which meant so much besides, and yet surely meant love too. The young fir tree creaked and swayed in Elinor's grip. She unloosed it, as if the slim thing had cried under the pressure, and sat down again. She had nothing to grasp at. Nothing. Oh, her life had not been without support. Her mother. How extraordinary had been her good fortune to have her mother to fall back upon when she was shipwrecked in her life. To have a home, a shelter, a perpetual protector and champion, who, whether she approved or disapproved, would forsake her never. And then the boy, God bless him, who might quiver like the little fir if she flung herself upon him, but who, she knew, would stand as true. Oh, God forbid that he should ever know. Oh, God help her, God help her. How was she to keep it from his knowledge? Elinor flung herself down upon the mossy knoll in her despair as this came pouring into her mind, a flood of horrible light, of unimaginable bitterness. He must not know. He must not know. And yet how was it to be kept from his knowledge? It was a public thing. It could not be hid. It would be in all the papers, his father's name, and the boy did not know he had a father living, and his mother's evidence on behalf of her husband, and the boy thought she had no husband. This was what had been said to her again and again and again. Sometime the boy must know, and she had pushed it from her angrily, indignantly asking why should he know, though in the bottom of her own heart she too was aware that it was the delusion of a fool, and that the time must come. But how could she ever have thought that it would come like this? That the boy would discover his father through the summons of his mother to a public court to defend her husband, from a criminal accusation. Oh, life that pardons nothing. Oh, severe, unchanging heaven, that this should be the way. And then there came into Elinor's mind wild thoughts of flight. She was not a woman whose nature it was to endure. When things became intolerable to her, she fled from them, as the reader knows. Escaped, shutting her ears to all advice and her heart to all thoughts, except that life had become intolerable, and that she could bear it no longer. It is not easy to hold a balance even in such matters. Had Elinor fulfilled what would appear to many her first duty, and stood by Phil through neglect, ill-treatment, and misery, as she had vowed, for better, for worse, she would by this time have not been only a wretched, but a deteriorated woman, and her son most probably would have been injured both in his moral and intellectual being. What she had done was not the abstract duty of her marriage vow, but it had been better. Had it not been better for them both? In such a question, who is to be the judge? And now again there came surging up into Elinor's veins the impulse of flight, to take the boy and fly. She could take him where he wished most to go, to the scenes of that literature and history of which his schoolboy head was full, to the happiest ideal wandering, his mother and he, two companions almost better than lovers. How his eyes would brighten at the thought, among the summer seas, the golden islands, the ideal countries, away from all the trouble and cares, all the burdens of the past, all the fears of the future. Why should she be held by that villainous paper and obey that dreadful summons? Why allow all her precautions, all the fabric of her life to fall in a moment? Why pour upon the boy the horror of that revelation, when everything she had done and planned all his life had been to keep it from him? In the sudden energy of that new possibility of escape, Elinor rose up again from the prostration of despair. She saw once more the line of shining water at her feet, full of heavenly splendor, the mountain tops sunning themselves in the morning light, the peace and the beauty that was over all. And there was nothing needed but a long journey, which would be delightful, full of pleasure and refreshment, to secure her peace to her, and to save her boy. When she had calmed herself with this new project, which, the moment it took form in her mind, seemed of itself, without reference to the cause, the most delightful project in the world and full of pleasure, Elinor smoothed back her hair, put her garden hat, which had got a little out of order, straight, and took her way again towards the house. Her heart had already escaped from the shock and horror, and was beating softly, exhausted yet refreshed, in her bosom. She felt almost like a child who had sobbed all its troubles out, or like a convalescent recovering from a brief but violent illness, and pathetically happy in the cessation of pain. She went along quietly, slowly, by the woodland path among the trees, full of the sweetness of the morning, which seemed to have come back to her. Should she say anything about it to her mother, or only by degrees announce to her the plan she had begun to form for Pippo's pleasure, the long delightful ramble which would come between his school time and the university? She had almost decided that she would do this when she went into the house, but she had not been half an hour with her mother when her intention became untenable, for the good reason that she had already told Mrs. Denniston of the new incident. They were not in the habit of keeping secrets from each other, and in that case there is nothing in the world so difficult. It requires training to keep one's affairs to oneself in the constant presence of those who are our nearest and dearest. Some people may be capable of this effort of self-control, but Elinor was not. She had showed that alarming paper to her mother with a partial return of her own terror at the sight of it before she knew. And I need not say that for a short time Mrs. Deniston was overwhelmed by that natural horror, too. But she said, "What do you know? What can you tell about this Mr. Brown, Elinor? You never saw him in your life." "I think I know what it means," said Elinor, with a sudden dark glow of color, which faded instantly, leaving her quite pale. She added hurriedly, "There were some books destroyed. I cannot tell you the rights of the story. It is too dreadful altogether. But another was exculpated by the date of the day he arrived at Windy Hill. This must be the reason I am called." "The date he arrived? Before your marriage, Elinor? But then they might call me, and you need not appear." "Not for the world, mother," cried Elinor. The color rose again and faded. "Besides, you do not remember." "Oh, I could make it out," said Mrs. Deniston. "It was when he came from Scotland and went off in the evening next day. I don't at this moment remember what the day was, but I could make it out. It was about a fortnight before. It was—" "Do you remember, mother, the little calendar in the hall and what it marked, and what he said?" "I remember, of course, perfectly well, the little calendar in the hall. You gave it me at Christmas, and it was always out of order and never kept right, but I could make it out without that." "You must not think of it for a moment," cried Elinor with a shudder. There had been so many things to think of that it had scarcely occurred to her what it was to which she had to bear witness. She told her mother hurriedly the story of that incident, and then she added, without stopping to take breath, "But I will not appear. I cannot appear. We must keep it out of the papers at every cost. Mother, do not think it dreadful of me. I will run away with Pippo, far away if you will not be anxious. This is just his chance between school and college. I will take him to Greece." "To Greece, Elinor?" Mrs. Deniston cried, with almost a shriek. "Mother dear, it is not so very far away." "I am not thinking how far away it is, Elinor, and leave his father's reputation to suffer. Leave him perhaps to be ruined by a false charge." "Oh, mother," cried Elinor, starting to her feet. She was quite unprepared for such remonstrance. "My dear, I have not opposed you, though there have been many things I have scarcely approved of. But, Elinor, this must not be. Run away from the law. Allow another to suffer when you can clear him. Elinor, Elinor, this must not be. Unless I can go and be his witness in your place. I might do that," said Mrs. Deniston seriously. She paused a moment, and then she said, "But I think you are wrong about the 6th. He stayed only one night, and the night he went away was the night that Alec Hudson, who was going up for his examination. I can make it out exactly, if you will give me a little time to think it over. My poor child, that you should have this to disturb your peace. But I will go, Elinor. I can clear him as well as you." Elinor stood up before her, pallid as a ghost. "For God's sake, mother, not another word," she said with a dreadful solemnity. "The burden is mine, and I must bear it. Let us not say a word more." End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of The Marriage of Elinor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Marriage of Elinor by Margaret O. Oliphant. Chapter 38. I will not confuse the reader with a description of all Elinor's thoughts during the slow progress of that afternoon and evening, which were as the slow passing of a year to her impatient spirit. She took the usual afternoon walk with her mother soberly, as became Mrs. Deniston's increasing years, and then she made a pretext of some errands in the village to occupy her until dark, or rather to leave her free to twist the thread of her own thoughts as she went along the silent country road. Her thoughts varied in the afternoon from those which had seized upon her with such vulture's claws in the morning. But they were not less overwhelming in that respect. Her mother's suggestion that she, and not Elinor, should be the witness of that date, and then her ponderings as to that date, her slow certainty that she could make it out, or puzzle it out, as Elinor in her impatience said, which was the last of all things to be desired, had stung the daughter into a new and miserable realization of what it was that was demanded of her, which nobody could do but she. What was it that would be demanded of her? To stand up in the face of God and man and swear to tell the truth and tell a lie, or else let the man who had been her husband, the love of her youth, the father of her boy, sink into an abyss of shame. She thought rapidly, knowing nothing, that surely there could be no punishment for him, even if it were proved at the long interval of 20 years. But shame, there would be shame. Nothing could save him from that. Shame which would descend more or less to his son. And then Elinor reflected, with hot moisture coming out upon her forehead against the cold breeze of the spring night, on what would be asked of her. Oh, no doubt, it would be cleverly done. She would be asked if she remembered his visit, and why she remembered it. She would be led on carefully to tell the story of the calendar in the hall, and how it was but 10 days before her marriage, the last hurried, unexpected visit of the lover before he came as a bridegroom to take her away. It would be all true, every word, and yet it would be a lie. And standing up there in that public place, she would be made to repeat it, as she had done in the flowery garden, in the sunshine, 20 years ago. Then dazed and bewildered, not knowing what she did, and with something of the blind confidence of youth and love in saying what she was told to say. But now with clearer insight, with a horrible certainty of the falsehood of that true story, and the object with which it was required of her. Happily for herself, Elinor did not think of the ordeal of cross-examination through which witnesses have to pass. She would not, I think, have feared that if the instinct of combativeness had been roused in her, her quick wit and ready spirit would not have failed in defending herself, and in maintaining the accuracy of the fact to which she had to bear witness. It was herself, and not an opposing counsel, that was alarming to Elinor. But I have promised that the reader should not be compelled to go through all the trouble and torment of her thoughts. Dinner, with the respect which is necessary for the servant who waits, whether that may be a solemn butler with his myrmidons, or a little maid, always makes a pause in household communications. But when the ladies were established afterwards by the pleasant fireside, which had been their center of life for so many years, and with the cheerful lamp on the table between them, which had lighted so many cheerful talks, readings, discussions, and consultations, the new subject of anxiety and interest immediately came forth again. It was Mrs. Denniston who spoke first. She had grown older, as we all do. She wore spectacles as she worked, and often a white shawl on her shoulders, and was, as sometimes her daughter felt, with shame of herself to remark it, a little slower in speech, a little more pertinacious and insistent, not perhaps perceiving with such quick sympathy the changes and fluctuations of other minds, and whether it was advisable or not to follow a subject to the bitter end. She said, looking up from her knitting, with a little rhetorical movement of her hand which Elinor feared, and which showed that she felt herself on assured and certain ground. "My dear, I have been thinking. I have made it out day by day. God knows there were plenty of landmarks in it to keep anyone from forgetting. I can now make out certainly the day of which we were speaking, and if you will give me your attention for a minute or two, Elinor, you will see that whatever the calendar said, which I never noticed, for it was as often wrong as right, you were making a miss. Oh, for heaven's sake, Mother, cried Elinor, don't let us talk of that any more. I have no desire to talk of it, my dear child, but for what you said, I should never. But of course we must take some action about this thing, this paper you have got, and it seems to me that the best thing would be to write to John and see whether he could not manage to get it transferred from you to me. I can't see what difficulty there could be about that. I would not have it for the world, Mother, and what good would it do? The great thing in it, the dreadful thing, would be unchanged. Whether you appear or me, people would be made to know all the same what it has been our joint object to conceal from him all his life. Mrs. Denniston did not say anything, but she would have not been mortal if she had not very slightly, but yet very visibly to keen eyes, shaken her head. I know what you mean, said Elinor vehemently, that it has been I, and not we, whose object has been to conceal it from him. Oh, yes, I know you are right, but at least you consented to it. You have helped in it. It is your doing as well as mine. Elinor, Elinor, cried her mother, who, having always protested, was not prepared for this accusation. Is there any advantage to be got, said Elinor, like an injured and indignant champion of the right, in opening up the whole question over again now? What could poor Mrs. Denniston do? She was confounded, as she often had been before, by those swift and sudden tactics. She gave a glance up at her daughter over her spectacles, but she said nothing. Argument, she knew by long experience, was difficult to keep up with such an opponent. But John is an idea, said Elinor. I don't know why I should not have thought of him. He may suggest something that could be done. I thought of him, of course, at once, said Mrs. Denniston, not able to refrain from that small piece of self-assertion. It is not a time that it would be easy for him to leave town, but at least you could write and lay your difficulties before him and suggest. Oh, you may be sure, Mother, cried Elinor. I know what I have to say. I never doubted it, my dear, said Mrs. Denniston gently. And then there was a little pause. They sat and worked, the elder lady stumbling a little over her knitting, her thoughts being so much engaged, the younger one plying a flying needle, the passion and impetus of her thoughts lending only additional swiftness and vigor to everything she did. And for 10 minutes or more there was nothing to be heard in the room but the little drop of ashes from the fire, the sudden burst of a little gas flame from the coals, the rustle of Elinor's arm as it moved. The cat sat with her tail curled round her before the fire, the image of dignified repose, winking at the flames. The 2 human inhabitants, save for the movements of their hands, might have been in wax. They were so still. Suddenly, however, the quietness was broken by an energetic movement. Elinor threw her work down on the table and rose from her chair. She went to the window and drew the curtain aside and looked out upon the night. She shut it carefully again, and going to the writing table struck a match and lighted the candles there, and sat down and began, or appeared to begin, to write. Then she rose quickly again and returned to the table at which Mrs. Denniston was still seated, knitting on, but watching every movement of her restless companion. Mother, she said, I can't write. I have far too much to say. I will run up to town tomorrow myself and see John. To town, Elinor, by yourself? My dear, You forget it is not an hour's journey, as it was to Windy Hill. I know that very well, Mother, but even the journey will be an advantage. The movement will do me good, and I can tell John much better than I could write. Who could write about a complicated business like this? He will understand me when he sees me at half a word, whereas in writing one can never explain. Don't oppose me, please, Mother. I feel that to do something, to get myself in motion, is the only thing for me now. I will not oppose you, Elinor. I have done so perhaps too little, my dear. But we will not speak of that. No doubt, as you say, you will understand each other better if you tell him the circumstances face to face. But, oh, my dear child, do nothing rash. Be guided by John. He is a prudent adviser. The only thing is that he, no more than I, has ever been able to resist you, Elinor, if you had set your heart upon any course. Oh, my dear, don't go to John with a foregone conclusion. Hear first what he has to say. Elinor came behind her mother with one of those quick returns of affectionate impulse which were natural to her, and put her arms suddenly round Mrs. Denniston. You have always been far too good to me, Mamma, she said, kissing her tenderly, both John and you. And next morning she carried out her swiftly conceived intention and went to town, as the reader is aware. A long railway journey is sometimes soothing to one distracted with agitation and trouble. The quiet and the noise, which serves as a kind of accompaniment, half silencing, half promoting to active thought. The forced abstraction and silence and semi-imprisonment of mind and body, which are equally restless, but which in that enclosure are bound to self-restraint. Exercise, in spite of all struggles of the subject, a subduing effect. And it was a strange thing that in the seclusion of the railway compartment, in which he traveled alone, there came for the first time to Elinor a softening thought, the sudden sensation of a feeling, of which he had not been sensible for years, towards the man whose name she bore. It occurred to her, quite suddenly, she could not tell how, as if some one invisible had thrown that reflection into her mind. And I confess that I am of opinion they do. Those who are around us, who are unseen, darting into our souls thoughts which do not originate with us, thoughts not always of good, blasphemies as well as blessings. It occurred to her, I say, coming into her mind like an arrow, that after all she had not been so well hidden as she thought all these years, seeing that she had been found at once without difficulty, it appeared, when she was wanted. Did this mean that he had known where she was all the time? Known, but never made any attempt to disturb her quiet? The thought startled her very much, revealing to her a momentary glimpse of something that looked like magnanimity, like consideration and generous self-restraint. Could these things be? He could have hurt her very much had he pleased, even during the time she had remained at Windy Hill, when certainly he knew where she was, and he had not done so. He might have taken her child from her. At least he might have made her life miserable with fears of losing her child, and he had not done so. If indeed it was true that he had known where she was all the time, and had never done anything to disturb her, what did that mean? This thought gave Elinor perhaps the first sense of self-reproach and guilt that she had ever known towards this man, who was her husband, yet whom she had not seen for more than 18 years. And then there was another thing. After that interval, he was not afraid to put himself into her hands, to trust to her loyalty for his salvation. He knew that she could betray him, and he knew equally well that she would not do so, notwithstanding the 18 years of estrangement and mutual wrong that lay between. It did not matter that the loyalty he felt sure of would be a false loyalty, an upholding of what was not true. He would think little of that. As likely as not, he had forgotten all about that. He would know that her testimony would clear him, and he would not think of anything else. And even did he think of it, the fact of a woman making a little misstatement like that would never have affected Philip. But the strange thing was that he had no fear she would revenge herself by standing up against him. No doubt of her response to his appeal. He was as ready to put his fate in her hands as she had been the most devoted of wives, his constant companion and champion. This had the most curious effect upon her mind, almost greater than the other. She had shown no faith in him, but he had faith in her. Reckless and guilty as he was, he had not doubted her. He had put it in her power to convict him not only of the worst accusation that was brought against him, but of a monstrous trick to prove his alibi, and a cruel wrong to her compelling her to uphold that as true. She was able to expose him if she chose, as no one else could do, but he had not been afraid of that. This second thought which burst upon Elinor, without any volition of her own, had the most curious effect upon her. She abstained carefully, anxiously, from allowing herself to be drawn into making any conclusion from these darts of unintended thoughts. But they moved her in spite of herself. They made her think of him, which he had for a long time abstained from doing. She had shut her heart for years from any recollection of her husband, trying to ignore his existence in thought as well as in fact, and she had succeeded for a long time in doing this. But now in a moment all her precautions were thrown to the winds. He came into her memory with a sudden rush, for which he was no way responsible, breaking all the barriers she had put up against him, that he should have known where she was all this time, and never disturbed her, respected her solitude all these years, that when the moment of need came, he should, without a word to conciliate her, without an explanation or an apology, had put his fate into her hands. To the reader who understands, I need not say more of the effect upon the mind of Elinor, hasty, generous, impatient as she was of these two strange facts. There are many in the world who would have given quite a different explanation, who would have made out of the fact that he had not disturbed her only the explanation that Phil Compton was tired of his wife and glad to get rid of her at any price, and who would have seen in his appeal to her now only audacity combined with the conviction that she would not compromise herself by saying anything more than she could help about him. I need not say which of these interpretations would have been the true one, but the first will understand, and not the other, what it was that for the first time for 18 years awakened a struggle and controversy which he could not ignore, and vainly endeavored to overcome in Elinor's heart. End of chapter 38.